and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream.
Yeah, the lows, welcome back, the lows. What is up? We are back with another live stream. A very good evening है, रात को है, a very good evening. How's yous? पोल डालने दो, कौन जीतेगा? मेरे हिसाब से देखो नावी 100% है, ठीक है। फुट में इमर से, लेकिन नावी बेबी, ये फिर आ गया लैंग्वेज
to this because the Pearl has been banned there. Obviously, both teams lost it last week, so yeah, I think that's really interesting for me. Bind as well, another map.
Chalo Navi, chalo.
They love that map. Do you know the funniest thing? We're showing he the keys to victory for FUT. Cement your identity. Do you know who didn't lose a single time? I believe in stage 2.
I'm gonna shoot FUT. Yeah.
Not a single one. That we had good teams in Fracture, and then
there was FUT.
Of course, you know, some different players here and there, but it doesn't matter. I was scared because last week they insta-banned it. So my theory crafting for today was like, oh, they're gonna insta-ban Fracture again. And one-on-one. No, I had that possibility because Navi had left it open. Me thinking maybe. So yeah, incredibly excited about this first map and what approaches the teams are going to be taking. Is it going to be double duelist? Are we finally going to be seeing some breach action?
We're seeing them on the stage, sitting in their razor chairs there, and they're going to have all of those questions running through their mind. I'm sure there's a lot of that prep there, but now to bring it to fruition, I very quickly would like one of you guys to kind of re-explain why it's been so long since we've seen Fracture. It's taken literally until the end of week 2 for us to see Fracture in the map pool, let alone actually being played.
I think it's one of those ones where we have to consider where Fracture was in the map pool, right? It's been gone for a long time. The last time we saw it in the pool,
gamer होता है, लेकिन सारे gamer नहीं होते.
It was the Teho breach kind of compositions that we used on Fracture. So I wonder if it's a case of teams in EMEA waiting to see what team plays, whether that's in other regions, like trying to get, you know, a little bit of a gist of how it's going to be played before they decide to pick it up. I think it's a combination of multiple things. I agree, it's like you don't want to be the first one. There's so many strong teams that you consider strong on Fracture in EMEA that if you are going to permaban a ban, it sounds like a good option. But on the other hand, we have so many changes in the meta that we still don't know. It's easy for somebody else to be the first one to pick it, and it's difficult to have the kickoff effect of thinking something outside of the box and it to work and absolutely smash it.
I miss your stream, man. Japan में 2 महीने से good to see your face. सुना है कैसे so much love to the organic. I love you, यार. Japan में तो
going on the breach. That is, by the way, the first breach that we see this entire stage. Double duelist for FUT. And Navi, Philo is not going to go back on the chamber. Come on, man.
Oh, he's playing with us. He's playing with us. I'm actually intrigued to see what Philo picks here, but I think to pick up on the FUT points there, the double duelist is something that clearly they'd lean into when you look at the roster on paper. I think as well, let's see how it actually works. It's proven to be great on Fracture in the past, but obviously something that we've not really played recently. Philo on the chamber, there we go. That's kind of what we wanted to see from this Navi roster. Seeing him on the chamber across majority of their maps is probably going to be key for them.
Another player, I know that we talked about Sociable in the performance that he had last week, but do not overlook what Jet2J did last week. Yes, he had a slow start on the first map, but on the other 2, he was phenomenal. And especially when we think of Fracture, if you're bringing in a Cypher, I can only think of Nats as a better option. If on a good day. On a good day, I put my money in it. I'm ready for the
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by Navi opting for the double controller approach here though as well. Like having a Sentinel and 2 controllers isn't something that we see very often. I worry that the explosivity might limit them a little bit here with this composition.
Well, we get the joy of Fracture, but we also get the joy of listening to our 2 casters, Mitch and Tom.
RCB को जिनके लिए language जिनका कितना मैचेस होता है 3 रीजन तो 2 4 6 फिर अचानक से वापस एक और रीजन चालू होता है
FUT versus Navi, who is your favorite coming in? Oh, you're just trying to push your narrative. I saw everything with your little sheet saying that they're going to make it all the way to Masters. I think it's optimistic, but I would put them as a favorite here. I think especially with
NAVI favorite है लेकिन मेरे को comp
still looking a little bit
comp NH के लग रहा है
last week around and
FUT
not
जीता
yet
ये
getting
map
exit into the server. I think that's going to be troublesome, especially when you're up against such a fierce double duelist. I will say though, I'm very intrigued by the Breach pick because for the most part, I've seen a lot of people talking about this agent basically being dead. So the fact that it's being brought out, I want to see if they can actually execute off the back of it, because especially on the
thank you for the membership मेरे जान के
they're going to
today
need that space taken, and they're going to need to put Sop and Zeus into position.
I don't think we're going to be too terrified of Colossus' performance last week. You've got the stage, the nerves, everything like that we talked about. The experience gained. Hopefully now we can see a better debut, because there's certainly a lot of talk of him being a solid duelist, just like there's a lot of talk of FUT being the favorites to go to London. That's what I saw on the show yesterday.
वो लोग किधर कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते
I saw the graphic they made, so they must have thought it was worth putting some time into for good reason. I'm just going to trust our team. NAVI moving towards the A side, and there is a stun primed and ready, but Crystalli doesn't hit it. Yedije though from the side, able to shut down Kalasha.
मस्त बैकअप दिया
Quick on the trade. Zeus will not last long in that corner, and they know that Crystalli's isolated on the side. The dive out is brave from Filu. He's ahead of the pack all alone, and guy's isolated. But with the damage done, still feels like a surefire win for NAVI. 33 and 9 HP left.
Breach गया.
Yeah, they've also just paused. I mean, it seems like the read from Sop.
Bye-bye today.
So maybe they've gone back in the other direction. It was the wrong call, because they'll be waiting patiently to catch out Crystalli. And now Brooksik get there in the end. It's always difficult to hit that high pace Neon,
भाई ये तो लग गए.
with a pistol under their belt.
हाँ?
First
वो
round
smoke वाला actually अच्छा है
and
बेबी
another
पे.
talking point as well. This was a map that maybe I don't know if FUT necessarily expected to come in. Like we were talking about the bans last week.
इसे वालों को
Their
AWS
first ban
rod
was
कैसे
the
मिल सकता है
Fracture.
बता दो.
Opted in
जब
this
मिलेगा
series
तो
to
बताएंगे.
move away from playing Pearl. And so they let it through, maybe expecting Navi not to be ready to pick it. Like when you've had those issues where you have roster changes, where you have a standard.
जाता हूँ
This
वालों
is
खेलने
obviously
अपनी
one
टीम
of
में
the newest
4
maps
इंस्टॉलर
coming back
कराते
into the
हैं
pool, so maybe you don't expect them to be ready.
तो वो लोग को बोलना ऑल सेट में
Evidently.
VCT देखो.
Navi feel ready.
I feel ready. Ready for the test that is to come. A 1-0 start, certainly going to prop them up and help on the journey.
वो लोग
Both
आगे
of these
नीचे से.
teams coming into this week 1-0
अभी
a
wall
win
up.
under their belt earlier on for FUT. You know, a lot of people are questioning the level
Wall up,
of gentlemen,
W.
so it's hard to know exactly
आगे
what
तक
that
जाएंगे.
means.
Wall
And I think
down
you can say the
सीधा.
same
And
for
Heretics.
Heretics that NAVI face. So
Wall down.
although both have a flawless record so far, that will change for one
Bro,
here today, and the
bro, ये
chances
comp
at least
अच्छा है,
pushing
bro.
to playoffs. We'll follow them.
वो लोग यहाँ
Follow the
से डिस
victor,
जा
I
रहे हैं.
suppose.
Bro,
Wrap
ये
around
comp
A after
अच्छा है.
early
Hello?
beat pressure and finding the pick. NAVI will have an easy time taking this. As you can already see, Sociable, well, he's going to walk forward, but that is into his death. Just hoping that there was no one in main, that he could win the fight. But Filu's quick on the trigger, and that's another thing that's been very nice to see for NAVI. Filu, I think, finding a lot of comfort on this chamber and looking like an all-round, just better player than what we saw throughout kickoff. Last year, but that goes without saying.
Yeah, for sure. Like what he was able to do with the sniper, like posted up on an angle.
Very
I
happy
think
for
was
Ezra. Love you,
incredibly
Bugs
impressive.
Band. More to come for Ezra. Let's go. Love you, today.
Of course, for both of these squads going 2-0.
Which coach you prefer to build your team from scratch? Frost or Milan or Mini or Alex?
This group rather than the other, like
क्यों भाई?
I definitely look at maybe
मैंने from
GX
scratch दो team बनाया.
Pacific.
I'd definitely rather Filu with the sniper, I'll say.
Oi, oi.
The hip argument, girl.
You know, you got another one. A little bit of cost, but this is the classic Navi. It's like you get 3 rifles and then
Chat,
the other,
Navi
like
जीता
you
है,
have a
chat.
weaker, in this case, a Marshall and a pistol, and they're just going for orbs. And that is exactly
Heavily
what Clark
जीतेगा
did.
मेरे
Okay,
हिसाब से.
the first shot was a little bit
Attack
whiffy, but he comes
heavily
up with his
जीतेगा.
ult. And going into
9-3,
round number 3,
10-2 वाला
having the
लग रहा है मेरे
Nightfall,
को.
having what will probably be 5 rifles, which they do, they have a better purchase other than their opponents, and the only difference is the shields. That's the
Simple
only
नहीं खेलता
difference.
पागल है.
We're
Simple नहीं
talking
छोड़ा.
about unknowns as well. For NAVI,
Really?
कैसे नहीं लगा रे?
it's cruel, isn't it? It's so cruel. But for NAVI, coming into things with Chloric, I had no idea what to expect. And I caveated
bro,
early on that, like,
streams,
my
कैसे
expectations
देख
are
लेते हो?
high because of the systems he's worked in previously, the coaches who've found him worthy of investment. But he really came in with, you know, some question marks and delivered an outstanding performance. Called a fantastic game, but also hit an incredible amount of shots. Filu, one, and he's out. That's a beautiful start for Navi in a round where they do have a full buy. I mean, it's rifles across the board, still with credits to back them up. And now a chance to really send FUT back to the Stone Ages in terms of
अभी वो लोग वापस यहाँ पे push करेंगे info लेने के लिए वो लोग refight कर सकते हैं.
To start this map off wonderfully. Now looking to move as a
बहुत time है. ओमेन same smoke कर सकता है वापस.
On the south side of the map.
कर दिया.
It's not necessarily going to be easy to hold on to that control. We've already seen some re-aggression towards this side, but there's a nightfall. Already connects onto a couple of those players under pressure. Sound dissipating, but it's easier to find that first pick of the battle and goes in for a little bit more. Crystali playing that breach like a duelist. Yedaje holding that up top. The nightfall has had little to no effect. This Cypher is holding the line. That leaves Filu. He was the one to get the first kill of the round, but ever since then, it's been all
वो लोग अल्ट मार के दो बंदे सिटी गए. इतना बाप अल्ट मार के.
Response. A man down early, and it looked like Navi started to, or rather, follow the dominoes as they fell. But Yedaje caught by the nightfall. They had the info on roughly where he was. And even afterwards, he decided not to stand in his ground and make him pay for that control. But as we said, for Navi, they came in with rifles. Sometimes that shows you that they invested heavy. They need to win it, or their opponents can tie it right back up. But that's not the case here. Back-to-back full buys.
दोनों दिख गए थे फेड में, लेकिन दोनों को clear ही नहीं किया.
Economy management from the squad. Filu going in again, but this time he won't be taking Sop down early. A little bit of damage done, but that main control stays in the hands of FUT, even as they flee the site.
Yeah, I spoke to Vlad a little bit before this game started, and one of the things he spoke about was that culture change was giving some of these players more freedom, like giving players like Yedaje the chance to show their flair, like wanting him to take presence, take initiative, and I think you sort of saw some of that freedom and flair in the last round with him taking those fights around the tower. One of those players that at his peak definitely looked like one of the best in EMEA. Definitely one of the best Sentinels without question.
कर सकते हैं वो लोग full retake.
The problem
कर तो सकते हैं वो लोग, बस routines तो बहुत है.
Is that
भाई अभी वो लोग को neon और race को कोई नहीं दिख रहा है, वो लोग को निकल जाना चाहिए.
This was the adaptation from FUT. Now Navi clearing out main, but FUT sees that control early. Then they send one of their 3 players on A towards the B side, the other 2 to push through Dish, go all the way around through the north side of the map, and then find that no one's there. They tried to crunch on Arcade, and instead they've left the A site wide open for Navi to take it. Minimum requirement क्या है? He's close on the attack side, but look who is close. Filu already making his way up towards the rafters. Still a trap covering that south side push-up as well. They have so much to work with here, but they don't have Filu anymore.
That was the bigger issue. Didn't realize the player had already taken large amounts of control. Rixik does well on the site though. Fantastic performance last week with the trade out from Sociable. Leaves things even for now, but Yedaje tagged desperately low. Rixik still holding within that site, looking to try and almost take over the scenario, but again those trades are coming. The post plant, however, is ticking further and further away, and the swing out will deny any form of defusal. I don't even know if Sociable is going to survive. He has to run for the hills, and he's not going to make it out.
100% Navi जीतेगा. 100%.
That little decision to go full wide and leave his teammate posted on the angle behind, drawing the eye of the closer on the spike, buys them all the time they need. Very nicely done, because again, they were the squad that had those extra credits to work with their opponent. Coming out ahead here thanks to such a small margin. We couldn't even see him just to spam through the smoke.
Something else, and credit where I want to give it as well in that last series, was that his calls have always been very, very good from what we've seen so far. This was a full south side push. Like, they all grouped up together, expecting a push somewhere, but they didn't send a lurker. They were happy to give up the entirety of that map control. it's not something you see often. Like, that's why FUT are trying to pincer. They're going to catch someone.
But that's it, right? The player they wanted to catch was that lurker. Pincer one player and then take the retake together if they even fill in the space in time. If they react correctly on the opposition. But NAVI didn't need to. The reaction was good from the get-go. Nice stuff by Zeus. Doubling up the advantage found by Sop early. There's not really a way for NAVI to pounce back onto that. Sending it towards B, where you can see Kalosha's going to hold the line. Wrapping around, will be hero, but even Filu coming to meet him. They'll push this as a 3-man. They do have an advantage in the fight against Yedege, but he is just peeking it with the classic, getting the info. Then the bookie comes out close.
Right there. Still some supportive utility as well. On Crostali.
Okay, not bad.
I thought he was dead to rights after the first shot miss. They've still got to be careful. They don't even realize. They didn't realize it's a disappearing act, but he's taken the spike with him. Hero's done well at least.
Brim किधर है? Brim क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? अभी आ रहा है.
They have to deal with. They still need to get past Sop. A 1-for-1 trade. But Crostali knows that he can just play the time here. An orbital strike to make it even tougher.
Hero बोलते हैं.
A clearance attempted, but just running away. They are playing that clock perfectly. And now they can just send one into their doom. Hero on 1 HP, but nobody's going to give him the fight.
Yeah. Planted in the end, a few extra credits, but that's going to be needed with the reinvestment. Sociable winning that fight and sending FUT right back into contention at the 3-2 line. They come into this with a few weaknesses, but even making it work on site for Yedege, getting the second bite of the cherry. I do like what NAVI are doing here, though. You can see in so many of the fights, they are blitzing, they are like in the 3vx, but they're making sure that at worst, they get a trade out of all of those fights.
all the best, all the best.
Fell short in the end. Time, the enemy of us all. This will be an early push towards north side 4 FUT. You can see the flash through Dish already, taking a lot of control, but
for a second we can try similar phase. Excuse me.
For a moment, it looked like they would play this more aggressive, and I think they want the defense to react. They want them to push, and they've seen the Dish push or expected it before based on the info they have of the last few rounds. But Sop will not fall for the bait this time. He's just waiting.
Oh, yeah, the big thing for them, they can get into a post plant, especially on that A side, which now they've got a pretty good opportunity to do. A lot will now be on Zeus, and he's actually getting aggressive. This is so risky. Maybe not knowing that he had an escape route back out, but they almost need to try and deny them here. They know exactly where Crostali is. Having to walk into that poison cloud has left him even lower. At least they've taken out Hero. That might give them a small opportunity, but with the Tour de Force online instead, this is another incredibly tough attempt at a retake.
Head spotted, but Rook6 landing the shot in the outlaw more than enough. Send Sociable out of this round. Yedege now more or less comes down to damage. Surely not getting back in here against the Tour de Force, against the positions, you know. And the start of this round, gorgeous from Cloric as well. We'll hopefully see it in the replay, but like, he's jumping out wide, baiting for his teammates, and it's almost like a tag team. You know, he survives that, they trade out, then he goes, okay, your turn's up, you run in first, and I'll trade you. And we just keep cascading like that, but it works out.
1% के को watching 500 like भी नहीं शर्म करो like करो
of course the saving of the Spectre isn't going to really do too much into the next round, but yeah, I think that has been the difference so far. Obviously there's a lot of ground to cover when it comes to this map, and I think a lot of teams even resolve at times to just playing retake on B because there's options to do that. But the problem here was that there was no attempt, especially versus weaker weapons. You have that early fight, okay, sometimes you're going to get wrecked by a Sheriff.
They're losing those? Live! Yeah!
And that happens, but then you look back to the other side of things, and you go, okay, Zeus getting aggressive, pushing versus the entirety of the squad. It's such a massive gamble when you have a rifle and they really haven't had too much into the round. At that point, they then have weapons. Crostali's trying to basically just save a round, and no, it doesn't work out. Something that definitely needs to be looked at from FUT, because that should have been one of the easier rounds they've had versus the weaker weapons, and instead they've just kind of funded NAVI for the next couple.
बहुत easy है ना ऐसा देख के counter
I'll say in the initial fight, Sop gets very unlucky. The jumping that goes out for Cloric,
which mouse do you use with bro?
He just needed to take down That second player swinging out, but he ends up shooting between them. But as much as that situation, I've seen some hit those shots before, Navi created
missing Pinky D ka
sort of environment for FUT to make those mistakes. As we said, it's been really nice watching this team under the leadership of Cloric, where genuinely, even in that first series, it felt like the calls made more sense than anything I saw from kickoff. And to that quickly with a stand-in, pull that off, credit to them all. And I think even Colossia in that last round, he's 0-5 right now, but he led to that opening duel. The second one, sorry, towards the dish, when he swung out to get traded by Cloric. He's not afraid to play his role, and I like to see that.
I think we're seeing that from a couple of their players. I think, as you said, Colossia, Cloric, I think they're willing to be sacrificial lambs for, especially players like Hero and Ruxic, who are going to find those kills. Well, Showstopper utilized by Zeus, and actually, it's an ult round. They might not be throwing weaponry into this one, but they're trying to do the damage elsewhere. In comes the overdrive, and they might not be able to do it off the back of rifles versus pistols, but they can do it with pistols versus rifles.
A few ultimates thrown into the mix there, you know, the big old rocket launcher certainly helped out.
Balanced है देखो, technically देखा जाए balanced है.
If they manage to make these work, maybe when the rifles come back out, we'll see the tighter play come back, because that retake was gorgeous. And this is the almost inverse of what we saw in the round where they had the advantage, where they looked for those fights early and got punished each time. This time they gave up the space and fought back in. And I think FUT have looked better when they're able to take that breather in the mid-round and then approach the fight the way they want to afterwards. Nice work. Sop gets one, and he's right back out of there.
They're already pushing. They're continuing the push. Sociable.
They found my wire.
A little bit ahead of the curve, but they don't even expect Yedijay to be here. Spike down, Cage is being put up, trying to fight versus Hero, and again, Yedijay in these aggressive positions. Spoke about it, the freedom that he's being given.
FUT is back,
to be a little bit more of a superstar. And a team that, well, it looks like it's full of them at this stage.
Without any interruption. Wow.
Maybe some good timing, though, for Ruxic. He's managed to thread the needle and find Crisali, who was just sat there setting up a stun. That definitely makes this round at least a little bit more interesting, but he doesn't realize Sop is back towards mid.
अभी वो लोग के पास पैसा नहीं है. क्या लगता है कोलोशा करेगा क्या अल्ट पे? वो लोग लेकिन एमएन फास्ट तो ले ही नहीं सकते ना ब्रीच के सामने.
You can see that the credits very low for the
वो तो अकेला पड़ गया था.
And the spike is pretty well defended, you could say.
30 seconds left.
ना क्योंकि ये लोग के पास तो फेड है. वो लोग तो impossible है वो लोग एमएन ले.
25 to work with. I think that's best case scenario. And again, response from FUT strong, and I like the
आप किसके साथ हो भाई? FUT के साथ हो भाई.
Stood and waited for fights previously, and it very much didn't pay off. But we've seen that burst aggression pays off for them. We see it in the retake last round, and this time a little bit of initiative taken. And it goes a long way to put them 4-4. Put the pressure on the Navi early on. Let's talk about the veto real quick, Tom. Fracture into bind, potentially finishing on split. Obviously, we got our favorite maps in there, so we're pretty happy about this one. But how do you think it plays out for the team? So say, for example, Navi lose their map pick.
सामने वालों का हालत कभी देखा है? जो लोग खड़े रहते बेचारे.
They did well versus Heretics
at
when they
least
played
gun,
it, so I don't see why not.
Gun निकलने का 0.5 second delay है
कुछ being picked out by FUT. The interesting thing will be though, I believe that they were still playing the Waylay, so it's if they're going to be running that again, and if that was more based off executes rather than the usage of the stun. We still saw it.
Pro player नहीं उनको मार नहीं पा रहे कुत्ते हुए.
Though from Sop. Again, this is only versus pistols. This feels incredibly risky, but he does have quite a few friends. This time it's far better supported than the last.
छोड़ दो ना
three-man stack up rather than a 1+1+1.
भाई बी पे इतना प्यारा वॉल स्मोक करके वो लोग बार कंट्रोल ले सकते हैं.
Yeah, instead of taking the battle in phases, right here, it pays off using the numbers to their advantage, the weaponry as well. It is always a risk, I think, pushing up against an eco like that. Yeah, if there was no smoke down, a little mad to walk in angles against Sheriffs, but containing the fight like that, it could go wrong. But so could sitting back and waiting. As they are now, the smoke goes up, the three players step on into it, but not looking to allow this plan to go down. Will be difficult enough to deny. You can see the smokes are being primed for, oh, well, I assumed for the second the tap comes in, but it's already going to be put into play. Bit of a gray area now open for Korg, who seems to be going under for the ult. Popping through the Nightfall to find info on players up above. No, the full wrap around. It's a bit of a strange one. You have to wait for the retake to start, but now when your teammate goes down, what do? Look where it's planted.
Save. Maybe that was it. Just trying to find a gun. Just try and get something out of it. I think this round was already over. Well, he doesn't even get to hold on to that. It will be a fairly clean round for the side of FUT. Really starting to build into this defensive side. And I do like this better. I don't know if they'll necessarily do this into the buy rounds, especially when you have someone like Yedajay, who's a bit more of that anchor player.
लेकिन वो लोग का एमएन प्ले बहुत अच्छा था. अनलकी थे कि वहाँ पे 3 बंदे थे.
Especially with how much you can set up in post plants,
you know,
I think it can be incredibly difficult to get back in on the retake.
बाहर निकल के टीपी मारे.
There feels like there's a lot
more. बार-बार एमएन ले रहा था. और अगर कम बंदे लोग हैं फिर वो लोग प्ले बनाए ये वाला.
I think there's a good opportunity to get back in on the retake.
Well, a timeout has been called by NAVI as FUT find their way into the lead. That's 3 rounds in a row now for the defensive side, and starting to heat up when it comes to the rifle rounds. Big man on the server so far, although it has been a shared responsibility, but SOP, especially looking back at last week, he has had some real highlights in the rails.
Yeah, for sure. I think this leaderboard, I love the leaderboard for starters, but I think it kind of shows that you can come in, you can hit the ground running. Obviously, Sayonara's right at the top of that board. Didn't have the best of games yesterday. It is going to be about that consistency, and for SOP, he did well. But the level of expectation on him, like I will say in that game, it wasn't always necessary. Just reminds me of Mel.
But I love you too.
saw that sign. Every round we used to see that. But yeah, it's like I think we could see SOP smash through those ACS numbers over time.
Lord,
but in that game, we had sociable bragging. We had Zeus up there. It wasn't really necessary for him to have to take over the game.
Well, we're back into things at round 10 as we slowly approach the end of the half. NAVI slowly approach the same main. They've heard the same smoke go down. And last time this smoke came into play, there were players waiting on the other side. This time, this player's waiting on the other side. But there could be a paranoia about to be sent through. It looks like it would catch a lot as well. There it goes off the back of the Prowler, and Kalasha! It's a colossal set of kills in A main! A triple! That's a wonderful setup, and now he is the lamb to the slaughter, or he could be, as he steps into A alone. His teammates run back, filling in that wide open B site, and he'll even go and join them. A 5v2. Such a nice adaptation from NAVI, and it's just a simple connection. We've seen this before. Let's react properly this time.
Yeah, knowing that there could be players behind, waiting for that initial fight, using the Prowler early. Because sometimes you get that control for free, and you'll put a deeper Prowler, get a little bit more information. Using it to make sure that there isn't anybody up close, and when there is, immediate flash is sent through just to make it impossible for anybody to get out of there. And the only reaction SOP could have was to try and stun them up and hope that they didn't kill him. Either way,
teleport's ready.
The pause from Angel has worked out.
अब वो लोग 3 बंदे नहीं खेलेंगे
going to close out Yetajay at the end. Of course,
अब वो लोग 3 बंदे नहीं खेलेंगे एक बंदा एमिन खेलेगा 2 डिश पुश करेगा ऐसा कुछ करेंगे.
I'd also really enjoy the fact that they put the Prowler through. The paranoia being such an important piece of utility. If no one's there, why are you throwing it? So instead,
my!
Didn't realize it was quite that clean. Hold on, let's see that one more time. Yeah, I think it's safe to say, you know, we've seen excellent spray control in the past. That was a lucky second, but hey, I'll take it.
कौन बोल रहा था भाई?
I like how he even, I think did he shoot the
blast? कौन बोल रहा था भाई?
Oh, did he? I didn't even catch that.
I think he's clearing everything out. Well, hello, speaking of blast packs, hello, goodbye.
उसने रेस में सीधा चिल्लाया पीछे जाओ.
I was about to say, he's not going to use that early. I guess it was
टर्न होने के बाद भी वो लोग क्रॉसफायर बिठाया NAVI ने.
But when it wasn't, it was never going to use that.
रेस के सीधा चीखे निकल गए सैचल में.
That's a different decision. Guys, I love that he showed restraint moments ago. I just really wish he kept up that same face seconds later. That's going to be a costly hit. And I mean, really, if you wanted to clear that they were still there, you'd be throwing out a boom bot, wouldn't you, most of the time? But that's not an option when Zeus gets absolutely sniped at the start of the round by the whole enemy squad. Crystalli spotted one, you won't repeat that. You know, that could be the off, we can see it is. He's just about caught by the Nightfall. Oh, bro. He's adjusted in time. Okay, bro. I thought Ruxic was going to take him down, but never mind. Now Rolling Thunder sent through, and the retake already underway. Sup gets in there and takes down Velu. He's hitting home runs and nothing. But 6-5 for Navi. Hello? 2 big rounds from Kalasha as well, and I love to see that for him because confidence building, I think, is going to be a big part after how last week went.
Yeah, for sure. Like he's a youngster, and a lot of the times you look at like the 18-year-old players that have come into the league, and it's like there's normally a few different scenarios. One is that they've been picked up for a while, and the August just waiting them to be old enough. They've got used to the systems. They play hundreds of scrims. It's not just like walking into the game. The other, they've run through the Ascension system. He's done neither of those. He's been playing in the tier 2, but further down, and has a whole lot still to learn. Thrown in at the deep end. He's now on the NAVI Academy as well, announced officially. A bright future ahead, but right now, the last couple of rounds, I think you can almost put down to him.
Thank God for Angel and Artis' scouting.
Yes, I am sure that was how that went. I saw the video. See you later. See you later. They've just been absolutely wrecked. There you go. Who's talking smack about Breach now? You get stunned up. You get wrecked by the initial contact. A beautiful initial start. That hasn't found him.
Little blip on the radar. That was their way back in. Now we look to Ruxic. We look to the off. He's given a chance. We know he'll hit it, and Ruxic already grabs one. Numbers looking a bit safer for the attackers, and they've isolated Crystalli for a moment. Zeus close by, now steps through the smoke. Velu connects the second shot, but he's going to need a few more. The off doesn't land. The spike down in a very unfortunate spot.
Oh shit!
Can't see the range of that TP, but there, yeah, it's not going to reach from up top. He'd have to drop back down. They have a chance to catch him as he does, but he makes it to the site. He can swing out, get a free pick with that, a free shot at least. And then he'll have to TP back. Whoa! Oh my God! Velu bragging on the A side. The Navi lead this half with the advantage. That was incredible.
Bro,
I don't even know what to say. That is absolutely ridiculous. The way that this round started off with a utterly beautiful setup with the start
almost.
Some of the craziest shots I've ever seen in my life.
Bro,
I'm sure you'll have a lot to say about that one afterwards, but instead we're going to be hearing from Hero.
Oh my God, baap re. Baap re. Panku, you saw? Kya baap re?
I think my performance in kickoff was good, and like I wanna be able to like recreate that in like, the other seasons. And I think mainly I would say like it was because like I was trying to find my own, like, what works for me, I think, and like what I think is the best. I like slowly sort of like build that, I would say. And
bro, बहुत crazy था बे, बहुत crazy था.
One thing that fans will need is like more energy to the roster and like more, just like more direction.
बहुत crazy बे.
A successful stage 1, I would say, is just like qualifying for Massive London, and like I would say like doing good there as well, trying to get as far as we can. No, I don't really feel like that pressure, even though like there is like a good amount of pressure, I would say. Like I think like I've been able to handle it pretty well, and like so far like it's been like going great. So I've not really
left for Velo.
Well, certainly handling the pressure well in that first half. A good, well-rounded performance from Navi. We saw some nice adaptations, some incredible shots as well. That goes from top to bottom of the scoreboard as well. So, for Navi, things are looking good.
भाई लेकिन ये 100% 93-10
type. That defensive half. I think in a couple rounds there, FUT getting ahead of themselves, being a bit isolated in the defensive duel. I don't expect to see that now that they're on the attack. They can all sing from the same hymn sheet.
Oh. Early fight goes their way. Kolosha down, but I'll be honest, Filu's still alive, and I've been converted to the faith of Filu after that round. That reminded me there was a vintage Yumpy clip.
उसको छोड़ दो भाई आगे.
Similar, but I think that might even be better. Like with how much more of a reaction he had to find going the other way.
Stepping out of the stun as well, like he had a millisecond to react to that shot onto Zeus.
It's just
incredible.
We've had the halftime. I'm still not over
भाई
it.
लोग commit नहीं करेंगे ना spike के साथ.
Refacing. The attackers have been spotted, but look at where the defensive side is. They are all on this A side of the map, and with two still sat outside of B, maybe not hearing anything. I think FUT are starting to realize that they might be walking if they head that way.
Well, the plan was always to crunch on one of these sites.
Twitch कब आ रहे हो? On the way.
You found the pick on A. That's where the defense is going to potentially overreact. And now with the reveal going up, see nothing. They move towards this B site. Navi blocked out by smoke. Still almost taking a pick. Sociable desperately low inside that smoke. It's about to fade, and he's got some backup now. They're looking to fight, looking for a scrap, trapping Hero in the corner, but never mind. Hero fights his way out. A fourth found in the end as Cristalli falls. And it will be Navi with another big individual play. We just heard at the halftime. He's not really letting the pressure get to him. I think it's fair to say he didn't dare. My goodness.
He got so many nuts aimers at this point. Like, looking at the last couple of rounds they've won, that 1v2 into that 4K. Go back to last week, you got Chloric winning 2 of the greatest clutches I've ever seen. This isn't even the full roster yet. 8-5. But definitely going to be feeling the pressure now. Sure, it's not their match. As I said, walking into a bind that looked pretty decent last week for Navi. Clearly a confidence pick, which I like. I like teams going for their strengths rather than trying to target others' weaknesses, but... Chloric's on 3 health.
Bro, padi hai. Heavy wala pada usko.
All going towards main for now. Despite the one left behind to take the orb, Flash won't find anyone. Sure, blinds players, but the smokes have made certain there's no follow-up on that. FUT take the site control, deep plant, and it's for main. They go right back in to fill that space with 4 players. Good adjustment. Any fight the Navi look for has big danger with the herd waiting right around the corner, but a deep paranoia. That's beautiful until from the side, Sup's able to strike, and now Ruxic, he second guesses that push, and he's right to. They're swarming into the angle. The backups arrive. Chloric and Hero are on the scene. The judge is here and dishing out death as Hero will just be left behind to contain that space. The others move to the site, but time now ticking. The pressure now on in a retake of main control, perhaps with Cristalli on the wrap, but with Sup down, time becomes an issue. That has not. Oh, it has landed. It has landed.
Oh my God! Let's get
this is done. The time too far gone. FUT have fought back into this round with a thrifty.
What the hell am I watching? I thought Yenergy was out because with the position he was in, he was all the way back towards spawn, but he just slow walks back through while they're trying to deal with everybody else. I think they just almost forgot that he was around that angle. I don't know if that aftershock would have landed. It might have done, but it's actually irrelevant in the end.
We switched over to Chloric's perspective. It had a little pack on it, but yeah, the fact that Yenergy is there, that's all they needed.
And that early headshot that put him down to 3 HP basically did the job anyway.
Yeah, even if there's an immediate reaction, Yenergy dies. Job done. You saved the day, you bought the time.
मैं मेरे को जानने का उसके बाद वो वॉल था कि नहीं उनके पास क्योंकि वो लोग है ना वॉल करके सेम चीज राइट स्लाइड करता था ना इतना लेफ्ट राइट नहीं होता था.
Navi come in, light shields on Filu, nothing else to report back on. Chloric can't follow up on that seize. A good stun sent out with the relay bolt.
कुछ crazy चीज था वो.
running his way back to A. And for a second, they thought about crunching it, thought about putting the pressure onto FUT, but instead they will wait back. The rifle in the hands of Clash,
obviously by FUT ko.
A high-low setup in play with Cloric very close by, ready to swing. But the patience on display, and I like this approach from FUT. There's no need to hurry and rush into the pistols. They are going for the split. And they're going in slowly. Kalosh able to pick the first, but he'll be caught in an awkward situation. Rifle goes to Filu.
That might not be the worst hands for it to go into with what we've seen already. Molotov used to buy additional space. And while Sop just working as that defensive parameter to make sure that Sociable's not in any danger. And the weapons from this point are almost like died to the spike weapons. I think it's only if somebody gets too aggressive on the other side. Unfortunately for Cloric, he's going to have to break a trip, so they are going to notice here. It's a little bit irritating. And actually, Sop's like, shot blood in the water. They're going to hunt him, and if he tries to get to the spike, he's going to walk into another trip. Just on the corner. Actually, Yenerjay died, so that helped him out a little bit, but it didn't matter. He's still given the orb over. Rook6 managed to upgrade to a judge, but of course he has to go down to the spike.
Yeah, not really working. 8-7. It's been a tight game so far. And like I said, coming into today, I really didn't know what to expect. I do think that looking back at last week, especially considering the fact that Heretics made an immediate change, and I do more favor the results of FUT. But Binks also have the meta shift in play, so it is so up in the air as to how we measure those results. Seeing now a close game, and if we get a close series here, I think it does go back to the conversation of the level has increased across the board. We used to have 3 games, easy games, for some teams who didn't present as much of a challenge, and it doesn't feel like that's really the case here.
All the levels decreased across the board.
That's a very pessimistic way of looking at it. I think Cloric's calling already raised the floor a little bit.
Oh, okay. That's not a bad start. Hero is going to at least upgrade to a rifle. Operator in hand, but Filu, they've been baited. Again, it's just the one player on that side of the map. Now, their rotation through the middle of the map, it's one thing I really like about Fracture, is very, very quick. So it means that they are now in position, but there's already so much utility blocking their path. Sociable doesn't have any smokes remaining, so actually this angle is going to be left open. Bog's going to be spammed, and Crystalli is in danger. There's no way of getting across, and because of that, the spike's now dropped. Swap on the reflank, but they're watching for it smart.
Oh no!
He's having a sublime game, and they are managing to turn this tide. Originally baited,
got the spike,
but now looking rejuvenated, just leaving Sociable with 3.
Well, he has been allowed to grab the spike, and he even looks for a fight, knowing the numbers are against him, and he had to turn the tables into his favor. It's not possible. Another lights out round from Hero, and even that great read. He's the one looking to take all those fights, and eventually he realizes spike's down. No one else is fighting. They're buying time for something. Goes and checks his back, and ends up cleaning up that kill.
I think also just from the side of FUT, if you don't have that
20
control,
or 11
you either need to be fighting that, you need to make sure that your teammate isn't going to get spammed out, or you need to find a safer plan. Like the option they went for there, which is just, let's just gamble it. It was such a huge risk, and one of the only ways that I think Navi get back into the round.
And I do think a lot of that comes from Sop just sitting inside A main, waiting for his cue to go. He's waiting to hear a rotation, but it's already happened long ago. So they're like, okay, let's get the plant down so that last guy rotates, so Sop can kill him and either rotate through spawn or have that early flank. But instead, perfect reaction from NAVI with the spam, with the shots connected, and with the read on the flank play. That was long awaited. 9-7.
Well, I think we saw
क्वेश्चन ये है कि क्या नियॉन और ओमेन लड़ेंगे क्योंकि इतना इजी नहीं है लड़ने का वो लोग नीचे से भी मार सकते हैं
4K's Hero has had. He just got another one, so I think we're up to 18. We might have to keep the counter at this point with the way he's playing. 20 and 11, and still plenty of rounds to go.
But no easy round presented here. I mean, Sop's the real danger with the operator, but you can see the walk up here. Ruxik, first man to take contact, but he's got his smokes out. Luckily, the wall's covering him, but they didn't cross it, so when it falls, so too the players on foot. This whole B split, B crunch, it's gone. And now, those players have to worry about early flanks through under. They're going back to clear it around.
There's no rolling thunder with it being used in just the other round. There's no showstopper to get them in. They've got an op to play with as well. Do you want to throw that at a 3v5?
No.
Not without a pick from the other players, right?
Zeus has to just go and get a kill.
Yes.
Like that's it. It's like he doesn't really have anything worth saving. Oh, now he does. There's a rifle down on the ground. So yeah. Hold on to the weaponry. I'll also say as well, like the utility timing there from Navi was nice. Like making sure that Viper screen was up while they're setting up the smoke. Then when they know the screen's going down, they predict the timing. They go, okay, it's possible the players have walked up here. Let's both be looking in that direction, which they weren't doing before. And then when it drops, they're both ready. Like that's just brilliant timing.
Oh, he saw it just about. And I don't know, because from his crosshair, it looks like he did see him. But then Yedej's throwing a cam, which is probably not what you want in that scenario.
No, I would assume he didn't.
The map might have shown it. That's the only reason I'm a little curious. When you see that much of a player, I think they might pop up.
आज VCT Americas करोगे, obviously.
Well, especially, yeah, that was sociable, so he's probably calling what they're about to do in the round. So
whether it be miscommunication or just a misplay in general. What's happened has happened, and FUT are not happy about it. As you can see, the coach is chiming in. They're not talking to themselves. There's a timer on Angel's right screen, camera left. As they go into another timeout. This time, it's FUT using their final chance to touch base with the players on 7 rounds. Quite the climb back needed, behind by 3. While NAVI with the same will be claiming this map. How dominant this map is important. Like I think Navi's pick with Bind up next, as you said, somewhere NAVI have looked decent on, and it's been a while since we really saw anything from FUT. They found that second round in this half. Remember, they came in with pistols, looked fantastic.
America's time आऊंगा ठीक है
2 in a row for NAVI, and it's looked very good for the defense. Coming into this round, there's 2 pistols, but still that op on sub.
I love you सब बोलते मैं है hit
look where NAVI are. Sitting in towards B main. They want to fight, and they're going to get it. Well, they backed up.
Looking for that arcade control. There needs to be something.
भाई ये बहुत risky है
utility for
risky
if he's about to swing this angle. Flash is about to go through the other way, and actually he's done all right. Quick enough on the trigger to at least find one. Ruxik's able to fall back, and in the meantime, aggression in the other direction. But now knowing how open that A side of the map is, the problem is though just how fast those rotations are for the defenders. Like immediately, you're going to see that Hero has now rotated. Slowly across the rope goes Yetege, but maybe he will have heard those rotations on the other side, but they are running straight into the trap.
Oh, the vulnerability not even needed. It was a headshot from Hero onto the sliding SOP. As the op goes down, it can be recovered. Oh, he was so close to taking Filu. And because he's so close to it, they don't think he's there. Why would he be? One found and sociable. On site, but with an orbital strike, he'd want to be in main, but maybe he wouldn't. As Yedege is just falling there, and as he goes in to try to trade his teammate, Chloric stabs him in the back. 11 on the board for NAVI, and after the timeout, not much has changed for FUT.
भाई लिख के ले लो नेक्स्ट 2 ओवर में 2 6 और 2 4 है
quickly their opponents could be there, because that's the thing, it's like you see that many players on one side of the map, you have everybody being revealed, you go, okay, I can go diving into this site, and like SOP is pretty much sold to the wolves because they are all waiting there, 3 players ready to go. But also I just think that the timing from Filo is perfect, like catches Zeus, and then it has the awareness to spin back around and go, okay, maybe someone's gone back around into main.
बाकी लोग दे 13 सुरूर 12 सुरूर.
I also like Hero's patience there, or Hero's decision making more so. He was patient, and then he puts down a snake bite, plays in front of it. Again, headshots to guys who doesn't matter, but just when they drop out, they're going to be vulnerable. And even if you hit the spray onto the body of Neon, which is, you know, even then it's a fast. Well, Sup sold to the Wolves, and another has been fed right alongside of Orbital Strike's not covering as much ground as it needs to. Viper able to get out of the pit and pop the reset. Not even needing to go out of the pit all the way as well, containing that information, denying any sort of big peek from Yedege up top. And FUT trying to apply pressure, but they are the ones under pressure, and they have no idea just yet how bad it could be. 3 players waiting, 2 on the other side of the trip. Rook6 taking the TP through.
Bro, आवाज आ गया है, आवाज आ गया.
Perhaps a position that they won't expect, if not for the fact I see Sociable holding the door, waiting for him to
आवाज आ गया है TP का.
Rook6 again coming his way.
Alt गिरा अभी.
It's going to be so tough from here. Maybe going back the other way, but they have managed to catch out Filu. Surrounding the players within the ult, and now the ult has fallen. Leaves Rook6, just the one. Decent trades from FUT. And will allow them to get into that post-bomb position, but they are wary. The Prowler's going to give away Cloric. They still don't know exactly where Kolosha is. Sure, you can have an educated guess, but they still have to hold every other angle until there. And now he makes a move to strike.
Yeah, they use the Prowler to really point him in the right direction, knowing there's a player in spawn, already tagging him up heavy, and waiting for the response. It's smart from Kolosha, but Sociable catches the timing on the swing. A 4th for him in that round, and an 8th. Slightly, but consistency is the key to getting back into this game.
Like you get stunned up, that's the one problem with the operators, that you then can't get yourself back down that scope.
30 seconds left.
But the recovery was sublime. It's Sociable's utility, and from then onwards, he's just winning every fight after fight. And you've got to be a little bit frustrated if you're a Navi fan, or maybe if you're Angel. You've watched this guy come into your team at kickoff, sure, not speaking Turkish, but he was dropping absolute stinkers. And then he's gone over to FUT, he's IGLing, and he's probably been their best player so far.
In terms of consistency, yeah, I mean, Filu has a map. Oh my goodness.
Bro.
Yeah, Filu has a map or 2 on the chamber, but this man's been there.
Heavy, crispy मार रहा है वो.
Wow.
Crispy मार रहा है.
Can Sociable keep this up? He's still a little bit behind Hero.
Or Blue friends.
Imagine it. Oh goodness. Fine. They're gonna put the Nightfall through up north. Prowler on the back of it, wrap around on Cloric. He had no idea. I mean, they were hit by the Nightfall, but he didn't think they were gonna close the distance that quickly. It's like he couldn't hear.
Sociable. Does he know Rook6 still in this position? It looks like the answer is no. Shit. That one's free, but Zeus very quick on the trade.
Spike planted.
But with Filu remaining, they definitely have to be a little bit careful. Crazy clutch earlier, but this time they're waiting, not looking the correct way. He might get the first for free, but goes looking for a little bit more. And the last 2 players were watching that angle. 11 to 9. Just like the rest of the map, it's been streaks around for either side, and it seems like Sociable has, well, brought his team back into the match.
So what I was going to say was, like, can you imagine a world where Sociable's playing the way he is, as comfortable as he is, maybe even contributing to those calls? Hell, put him in instead of Shadow. Back in the previous, if he was doing that at kickoff, if Filu was playing the way he is now, if he was on the chamber, maybe that also needs the meta to change to what it is now.
I also think
in those days.
My inspiration to help with players.
Yeah, it would be.
In an ideal world where English is his first language.
But if he had reached this level at that time, and Filu's playing the way he is, Hero has always been this good, Rook6 always been this good. That would be a real
they
tough
might have
contender.
gone to Santiago, genuinely.
Yeah, really and truly. And so for Navi, that's got to be frustrating, like you said, because yeah,
this is a guy that did not play well on your team. And
now he goes to what is a bigger challenge with a bit more comfort going back to his native language, and he's putting up numbers, getting better as time goes on, it seems.
It's not even like you're going into a built system. You're going into a team where they're changing the coach, they're changing the IGL, and they're bringing in another guy who's going to play Jules. Like, this is a completely different FUT. It's not the same thing as like even Cloric on the inside choosing your IGL, but it is Angel's system that he is now becoming a part of. There is a completely new design to this FUT roster, and Sociable is thriving within it. So we'll have to see if that's something that continues, if he can keep up these numbers as a frag in IGL, but he has been incredibly impressive so far. But they are going to need that, because they are still 2 rounds behind.
Far from commenced. It's that comeback still has quite a lot Those 2 rounds won't come easy.
Impossible.
It's NAVI already sending 4 players to B. They're going to get aggressive. They're looking to push up in main, and well, the cam just now spots them. Yedije, he won't be able to get out of here if they can, pardon me, continue the aggression, but they don't. We've seen this from them before. NAVI pressure B main, break the utility there, show presence, and then they turn back in the other direction. They caught them off guard last time, and he'll do the same again. Kalasha has had some really high impact rounds so far, but this one, putting NAVI potentially onto map point would be massive. He got out as well. Now covering the back towards the B site, but Hero's being caught by Util. Luckily, NAVI have been caught by Kalasha. They tripped, but they didn't fall thanks to this man. A tough debut for him, that is for sure. It seems like NAVI, they found their rhythm and found their groove. 12-9 on the board. 3 chances to close out this map.
Yeah, he is being put into positions where it is fight or flight. He is having to basically win battles that are difficult ones to win. I think in the first match it was clear that that was too much of a burden. And they still won the game. But here, I think there's at least 3 rounds in my mind that I can go, okay, that was won by Kalasha. That was him taking over. Even if he is still at the lower end of the board, I don't think anybody on the NAVI side will care. Of a FUT, 3 rounds in a row needed. Sociable already back up to his ult. That's where the cycle is right now. They have a huge advantage in terms of ultimates. But they need to win 3 off this, not just the 1.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be mad at Kalasha considering he was throwing himself into the blender just to stop the blades when it came to the first half. So his team could go through unscathed. Now he looked at this push towards Dish for NAVI. Again, they pressure the control and they come back looking to take the fight as the pack of FUT push forward. Showstopper searching for a target, and it looks like it might have found one. Kalasha will be traded out, but Ruxic deadly with each barrel. And Sociable and Yedije, the last 2 players from FUT.
Shot?
We'll have to clutch shot back in Yedije, rising to the task, but rising up above that line where Chlora could see him. The head shown and taken clean off. Great ult here for the post plant, but not a great position for the old spike. And Chloric's even going to take his time wrapping back around, giving Filu a chance to find the shot or set up for the 2v1 post plant.
Yeah, he's expecting him up top.
Needs
to find a safe place to plant, and I'll be honest, with the reposition from Chloric, there isn't one. Or would need to kill him. That's the only other thing, and he's not going to be able to. Chloric wins that battle, manages to take him down, and grants NAVI their map choice.
Well, certainly a solid performance on the other side as well. Still the series ends, but NAVI have to be happy with the performance down there on the stage. No man better to speak to after that, though, than Hero, where Nat is standing by.
Hero is still congratulating his team because what a performance. You know you have 4 other teammates that can do things as well. You don't have to clutch up every round.
I mean, it was good. Like, towards like the middle, I was really feeling it, but like later on, like they kind of carried me a bit. I do have to admit, but it was good.
I feel like you're just being humble. Is it going to be a similar sort of recipe in map 2?
Yeah, I mean, like we know what we're doing and we're prepared a lot better than like compared to map 1. So we're just gonna do what we prepared.
All right, I love it, and it seems that it's going to be Hero clutching up time and time again. Everyone has that to look forward to because it's just on the other side of this break.
Chloric is impressive as new player. Might even be better than NAVI as a debutant. Debutant भी एक word है क्या? चलो अभी मेरे को देखने दो क्या सीन है, क्या चल रहा है. आरसीबी वर्सेस क्या पता नहीं. आरसीबी वर्सेस स्कोर ऐसा डाल.
This is what backs us up. The Razor is scoring
आरसीबी वर्सेस आरआर चल रहा है. W चट आरआर कौन है?
Red Bull gives you wings.
अरे वो दिखाओ ना कितने बॉल्स हो गए. अरे रेंज चेक को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. हेलो गूगल, कैन यू सिंप्लीफाई दिस? 84 मारा है 9 ओवर में. 9 ओवर में 84 मतलब 18 ओवर में 250. 250 18 ओवर में. 20 ओवर में 255 255. हाँ 5 विकेट भी है, वो भी देखो. वो भी देखो. ओ ये 5 विकेट है. मेरे को लगा 5 बॉल हुए ये ओवर में. माय बैड. फर्स्ट टाइम बॉयज. माय बैड. तो क्या अच्छा है ना. 10 ओवर पे 5 विकेट, तो 10 ओवर में और 5 विकेट है. अच्छा तो है, क्या प्रॉब्लम? क्या प्रॉब्लम भाई? मेरे को देखते हो तो कुछ आइसक्रीम है क्या? भूख लगा यार. पंखों को बोलो पाव भाजी बनाओ. लेकिन वो गेम के सर पकड़ा
You're the first team to pick Fracture. Do you expect it to be played more during stage 1? No, I don't think it's gonna be played a lot, to be honest, because every team runs the same comp, like with Breach, Initiator and stuff, so it's gonna be just a coin flip between like 2 same comps usually. So I don't think Fracture is a good pick for any team, and I'm not sure teams will be ready to play it third. Yeah, so I don't expect a lot of Fractures. Maybe from us, some, but from other teams, no.
And that is what we will be looking forward to seeing you play and your team, Angel. Welcome back, everybody. After Navi took Fracture for themselves, I'm Kakuka, joined here with Billy. First impressions, did you like it, not like it? What grade would you give the first Fracture of EMEA?
Oh, do you know what? I was intrigued by Navi's composition at first. I think I was kind of like, okay, we're leaning into the double controller with the Sentinel, but do you know what? They actually were able to execute it. I think when I went into it, I was like, okay, I'm not really sure how they're going to be able to start on this attack with this composition, but they were able to play up the rounds, I think, as well. When you have the performers that they have, we'll get to feel a little bit later. But yeah, I think for me, it was really exciting to watch.
One of those moments is our team up moment, and it is actually a round that we saw coming in from NAVI. And we're speaking about the synergy and maybe Kolosha not having the best of the performances sometimes, but knowing that FUT were being extra aggressive, that they were using that double duelist to go on their faces many times. Look at this beautiful piece that they get to have. So first they send in the Prowler. The Prowler responds that there's minimum 2, let's say, because of the aggression the FUT had been showing already. So then sending in Ruxic, the paranoia with Kolosha, everything seems perfect. Maybe not the stun, but it didn't need to be perfect because it is not about being perfect.
Yeah, I think that followed up with the paranoia for Kolosha to be able to go in. And again, someone that was really warming up into the series. Let's not forget he has a sub, so for them to have this kind of synergy so quickly, to me, is a testament to the kind of system that NAVI is building already. Let's bear in mind that they have a new IGL. I think someone else that we obviously wanted to highlight was Filu.
Yeah.
We have to bring up the moment that he had in
what
this
did
map.
I say in the green room?
It was, you were like, he's having a yumpy moment.
He's having a yumpy moment. He's about to have a yumpy moment because this is so memorable. Even from the same position, we've had such good chambers in our region. And I was looking at this, like, oh my God, he's going to do it. What a beautiful moment to witness and a great one for him to celebrate. Even Angel being like, yeah, now he's on my team.
Honestly, it was so nice to watch. I was super impressed by that. And yeah, like more of that, please. Honestly, more of that going into the next map. But we do, of course, have a coach confession as well. So let's hear from the other side.
No other team played Breach so far. Why did you choose to use him over other initiators? Because like in this map, you have to keep doing the pressure towards approaches. We have the double duelist comp. That's why we wanted to intensify our control over the map.
Yeah, pretty much that. Like Breach enables our double duelists more than any other initiator. It means we lack a bit of like info util and stuff, but like it means it gives us more util to fight with, more util to play with. So that was the thinking behind it.
More util to fight with. I mean, Sociable was definitely fighting against NAVI when it was some unfinished business. After all, he did start the year with NAVI. But Billy, we have to think about the next map. I know, and I'm very sad that we have to stop talking about Fracture, but it's time to talk about Binks. We've seen both of these teams playing it already last week. Any preferences onto what composition you like a little bit more?
Do you know what? I really like that NAVI have obviously replicated that chamber across a bunch of their maps. I think for FUT though, very clear identity in the sense of leaning into that double duelist. I think Crystali is probably one of the ones that I'm keeping an eye on, being on that Sky. I think that he had a bit of a quieter start in this map 1, so really seeing him needing to step up to be able to win out a map here, I think specifically. I think for NAVI,
I mean, as long as it doesn't have KO, I am fine with it. And honestly, if Filu is going to keep giving us moments as he just did on Fracture, keep him on Chamber. There's so many things that he can do. And honestly, the difference between when he was on Euro and this it's abysmal.
It's
so I'm very happy that that is what we're seeing. We do not see, do we? Real quick, well, the Waylay is on.
Yeah, Zeus is jumping onto the Raze instead of the Waylay. Honestly, kind of expected this when we consider the Waylay changes.
Some of the teams did not change it, and you're like, you sure about that one, mate? It didn't work out very well. But as you're saying, it is expected. I actually really like it. As well as you, I look at Crystali. I don't think that he's having the best of times. We heard the coaches speaking about the utility and whatnot. But right now, I feel that Clark is making Kolosha feel very comfortable. Same of the same synergy kind of for NAVI. You have the double controller plus the chamber. It's working for them, and they're surprising with how many tools they have on the attack, actually.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, something that Tom had mentioned was the impact that Kolosha is able to have, despite having a couple of quieter rounds. Coming in and looking great here. I think when I look at FUT's composition, opting for that Raze rather than the Waylay, I still think they're going to be able to play in a similar sense with those tools that Raze has, being able to dive in. So yeah, I think having that Neon Stone as well is going to be super critical for Soft and for them to be able to be explosive on this attack.
Yeah, we just saw a Fracture where the aggression from the defense is something that we expect a lot. Let's see if NAVI is going to give us the same on this map. And this will toss it over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, questions remain to be answered. NAVI one map to the good, but now it's on to FUT's map pick. Somewhere that NAVI may have expected that they would see today. We certainly heard it in the interview. More prepared, perhaps, on this map. You scared for FUT coming into this?
Not necessarily. I think the Fracture is one of those maps that I think a lot of people are avoiding because of like how weak Breach is Yeah. And then they kind of went in with it and it didn't work, so it kind of proved everybody's point. Going into Bind, I think they're a lot more comfortable. I think the Zeus going up to the Raze will not make much of a difference to the comp. They're super aggressive, super fast on their double dive, and I think Crystalli not sitting there just lining up stuns and being able to flash will probably help out quite a bit with that. And starting off on the attack as well. Like I don't think we saw the best from either Sop or Zeus on the last map. I think you're more likely to see it here.
Well, we're not far away from finding out. Bind, always a favorite of mine. You can see Chamber early on looking for a deep fight towards A main. If you watched kickoff, if you watched last year, our expectations wouldn't be very high, but he has set the bar. He has raised it again and again in every game that he's played so far.
There's that flash.
A wonderful flash, leaving them full blinded. The school of Jack Igo clearly is another student. Navi won't be able to capitalize on anything here though. The smoke's down, making it an impossible task to deny the plant. Even to tag those players on the way out, but when they go pushing in towards Lamsit, looks like a different story. Hero's got 3 somehow. He keeps doing this, and the pistols especially. Think back to the previous one. On the last map, he was on fire, and a late play by Chloric here. It's still being watched. Yetajay vigilant on the flank, but he won't get the kill for it, leaving Sociable. The IGL lonely in the next round, 1-0 for Navi.
Another stellar pistol coming out from Hero. You said it, that defensive side pistol on the last map. He was just taking heads all the way through it. This was just a good stack up as they wait for those players to try and take control of Lamps. He pretty much trades out every single one of them.
Nice! Hero, the ghost is crazy, huh? The ghost is crazy.
Ghost is crazy.
Ghost, goat.
The Ghost. That is a cool nickname. It's a cool nickname.
We'll ask him what he'd like to be known as. I'm guessing he'll say Hero.
He's the Ghost and Alorante is the Spectre, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Automatic
Just made that noise. 1-0. A solid start for the defensive side. Decent investment here. You have 2 judges in play. That's terrifying to push into, even with the Sky Flash. Ruxic just rattles off a few more shots. The bodies hit the floor. Left down to tokens. It's a 5 versus 2. Zeus and Sociable. Well, hey, that's a hell of a shot. Nice connection. How much more can they get? Because look, in a round like this where they've invested a lot on Navi, making it costly is definitely possible. I was going to say easy, but it's definitely not easy. But it is possible.
Massive stack up here. They actually still have the spike, by the way, so they could go back in the other direction. They do not need to push that judge. They're a bit wary that they've been closed on the flank, but they actually haven't. But if they were to go back the other way, they could quite easily get a plant.
It was an excellent bait, though. The Guardian firing up close, the judge still down in the open, so you think, well, we run in there, we're up against the Guardian. Up close, we got numbers, we can overwhelm them. Meanwhile, a second judge that they don't know is being brought up is there just waiting for them.
Blinded eye nahi, bhago chalo.
You really don't. But the spidey senses were tingling on the attack side.
Bhago, abhi to bhago by full speed.
They've used both flashes though on that defense to basically realize, okay, it's not coming this way. We've cleared both positions. A plant though's not bad. Anything more from here and a relatively successful round. The problem though is they only have which has done more damage to Colossus than I thought it would, but Mir onwards, dead. An easy cleanup in the end for Navi. A few extra credits earned up along the way for FUT, but realistically, exactly how we thought this would go.
Mumbai Tour split 2 के बाद अभी तो वो लोग वापस आ रहे हैं.
This scared me for a moment, but managed to evade that danger, get them set back up, and like you said, the Sky Flashes.
Can we stop getting POVs of him blinding his teammates? I'll also say though, if you are executing into those positions, that is where he should be putting his flash.
थोड़ा Colossus bike को थोड़ा सा confidence चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से.
Silly position.
You just peek early, right? That's you get around that corner a little bit too early.
He's putting
it straight up, so I feel like that has to be something they've practiced.
But you would hope so.
Otherwise, you just put it in otherwise. If you're going like this, then it's something you've prepped.
again, I'm gonna keep hoping so, or they just asked for a flash and inspiration took over. You never know. But yeah, no, obviously it should be something that is prepped, and we won't. That's why we won't see another one of those flash replays.
Yeah,
for the rest of the game.
It's not bad flash. You just need to stop looking at it. That's what I've heard.
चाहिए उसको थोड़ा confidence चाहिए.
Very astute observation, Tom.
तेरी
again. You're always coming out with these golden nuggets of information.
Just that's the thing.
Like don't look at the flash, man.
If you think your teammate's like a bad KO, it's your fault for looking at the flash.
That's true. That's why I play the other side of the map to my sky.
Oh, blue kabra, get that good guy.
As I said, I'm lurking and containing the flank. But 2-0, we go for Navi in the third
Chamber
round.
तो गया.
Sees them move.
एक Brim को देख के लग रहा है वो लोग को late भी आने वाला है. But they are wrong.
Responsibility on the shoulders of Filu, and he won't land the kill, but won't give up the space either. Able to TP back, play his control over Lamps now. Outlaw in hand, and they are about to cross him, but the orb's going to go up first. I like this from FUT. They've closed the distance, and they've got to deal with this double TP, though. Players coming from behind, plant down. But where do they go? You don't have Bath. You don't have Bath. You need some control here, and leaving Sup in this corner, it's not the best. But it's all to buy time for the wraparound on social, which is being watched for. Lorg's got the info to work with.
क्या?
Had to use a lot of their utility early, and it's starting to get a little bit shaky. Kolosha already picking up to make that three. And now Sociable, that's all that remains there. It's nothing to be
my
had.
God, 4K chat.
With 4 in the round and an in-zone flawless in what was a bonus.
And you really can't understate the value of that.
Bonus
4 kills for this guy. We talked about it earlier. He's had some really big rounds. Confidence, yada, yada. And I think that was a big part of last week's downfall for him. Fitting on the stage, traveling over, filling in last minute. Now, flourishing. And in a round like this, where FUT are investing their economy.
Let's go 50 gifted. Zaref karega bhai.
The sub, the baby of the team. And, well, he's looking full grown on that squad. 3-0. And that's a real, especially after losing the first map, to fall behind by what should now be a much wider margin. Depending on how much they can get from this, Clark's very lucky to still be alive. A heartbreaking round from, or for the attacking side.
It's also that round, especially from Kolosha, is him going in first to be traded. He just got every kill along the way. Like, that's the initial fight, is him isolating a player, and then they send him forward to be traded. But he just killed everyone. You can't really ask for much more. Already a better start, though. Over the top. Brooks, he gets one, but yeah, there's no way he can correct in time. Level reaction. Those were great. I'm cursing everyone today. Just caught trying to put his TP out. Kolosha, though, a decent position, but he'll fall as well. I'm going to stop saying people's names. The player into the 1 versus 2. An opportunity for him to try and turn this back.
I've got your trail.
Seekers will reveal that man's position. A little bit of additional damage, a chance to try and get this done. But it won't matter in the end. The Thrifty and FUT are on the board.
That was just fantastic, Tom. Having you say Filu level reactions as we cut to him taking utility out several times.
Hey, his reactions were so fast. Beautiful. It was so fast that he
could play like this guy. Watch this. They're gonna replay it. I know they're gonna replay it. Oh.
From the other POV.
Yeah. Okay. Can we see his? Can we see his lighter? Can you go back to it? It was quite funny. Yeah, he saw it. He I'll tell you what, he saw it. Well, 3-1 we go. A little bit of panic going on there.
Maybe
he's wearing fake nails. Hit the wrong key. Hello? 3-1 we go, and as we said, but happy to get that round after what was a messy third, what should have been NAVI running away with streak. Very strong early half, foundations laid thick, but instead the cracks already showing. One away from the showstopper on Zeus. This could be a very dangerous round for NAVI. Enemies already at the gates.
Oh, the blue counter
Oh, nice nade.
Here under pressure, but Sociable gone. Smoke's gone with him. The slide across will take down Kolosha. Viper's Pit being utilized, and Filu still Of course, when we're not watching him is where he starts landing everything in his path. This is interesting. Plant coming in, but they're going to try and reclaim heaven control. It seems like Cloric is aware of the danger. Two players about to push him. This fight's going to be important, and he just opts to duck away. A flash in hand, ready. Another great flash, but he gets the job done. Still holding the line versus Yetuje. Finally, that wraparound has come in, but the spike's not in the greatest position for him. He's going to have to stop them before they get towards it. Two still standing, and it's another shot
mara Filu ne.
Yeah, again, good read. Seeing where that plant is, Filu knew he didn't have to move, didn't have to look for a wider angle. As long as Ruxik could cross.
By दो heavy ulti है उनके पास.
Forced in the open, and that's when the op strike.
This was
2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow,
I did ask for it. I did ask for it. Thank you for showing me. It's so funny, man. I'm gonna go back and do one of those. Where you slow it down. The Filu level reactions as
I don't know about anyone, but as a 5.5 streaming afternoon already, and now
perfect time to
again
bounce right back into
buddy.
things. FUT won. Okay, let's go this way. FUT should have won round 3. They lost it thanks to a big play on the other side from Kalasha. Then
production, hello, what it is?
Won round 4, which is when FUT came in and won
Max
and then FUT's chance to fight back into things. Obviously, Navi still a few credits to play with.
Navi Steven team, no bro.
But that's going to reset the economy of FUT. It's going to put them down to low credits. They'll still be able to muscle together a buy, but pushed to the limits already, and a loss here again sends Navi into the lead. And I think that's the danger with the map already to their back. Now Navi are in this spot where multiple times we've seen them almost at the start of the Neon Dash. You know that they can run away with this, and stopping them, it's already proving to be difficult.
Yeah, of course, last time out when we saw FUT playing this map, they were 7-2 on the attack side.
Consistent, that's what the
struggled a little bit more when it came to the defense. So
yep,
definitely starting to get worrying. The potential for a 2-0 on the cards, and Navi.
क्या लगता है अभी डबल ड्यूलिस्ट मेटा खत्म किक ऑफ जैसे ना रे impossible है.
Nonetheless, operator in hand.
Very balanced
Filu once again. It's something they've struggled to deal with, and Sok only has the overdrive, so I can only assume this is going to be more of a group up and hit.
But Navi were proactive. They've already cleared outside of Buka. Just already dead, so they're ready for this. Yeah, it's straight spam. As they're crossing back to the site, just fire a few bullets through the wall, see what you get. What you get is Zeus down and out, and, well, looked like it was very nearly sociable. Following, beautiful flash. Sop took a while to react to the player on his screen. He might have been blind, I'm not certain, but
that's Clark.
Sure, right? We'll see it again.
दो बंदे लोग में क्या स्पैम मारा वो लोग फास्ट बिलो मारे तो
be long.
Yeah, he wrapped it back round over the top.
Line, yeah.
He's very talented.
They actually go really far now.
Yeah. Crystali.
टाइमआउट के बाद ऐसा मरे भाई.
There's even a question of whether holding onto the guns is worth
लग गया ना?
The jump peek over the top as well. You can see they've spotted someone as Cloric has now turned to face the correct direction. He'll take contact, and while the contact might be all they need, a third kill for him in the round. A flash that has managed to blind him, and while for Crystali, getting out of here is impossible. An in-zone flawless for Navi, a fifth round onto the board, and they're starting to run away with this.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a blow. Like, losing Zeus right away, losing the guy that's going to close the distance, certainly isn't ideal.
As well.
The spam through the box. Look, it's a spot that you're normally going to be using as a phase. You up your wall, you close the distance, and then you go for it later. But yeah, that might just be miscommunication. That could be, he said flash for me, but the mic maybe cut out. Sensitivity just heard flash me, and then, you know, job done. Followed the orders, but maybe not quite getting the result they wanted. Deep flash going down on B. Sociable got slightly hit by it, but he's got a smoke in hand, and well, he was blind as a bat anyways. Both flashes used early by Navi to clear outside the B extremities, and now they can start to rotate to the A site. But FUT realize they're under pressure, and they have to make that space up here and now. And this is a beautiful push from Sop with the reaction of the orbital strike.
Spikes planted.
It pushed him a little bit further than he wanted to be, and Zeus sure gets one, but the trades keep on coming for Navi, looking for 6 here. And in terms of FUT, in terms of their ability to fight back. What did they have? Running into it all, but it was a bandit. And then, well, a
heavy angles hold कर रहा है फिलू, heavy angles hold कर रहा है.
NAVI 6 on the board, 1 for FUT, and this is the attacker's map pick. It certainly doesn't look like it.
No, well, you mentioned it in the sideline.
That's him go like कर दो मेरी जान कर दो.
They feel more prepared on this map, and they look more prepared on this map. The last was much closer from what we've seen so far, and as of right now, everybody looking incredibly comfortable, forcing them into unfortunate fights, and you could tell that the goal at the beginning of this round was to almost sell a bit of a ruse, like have Sociable on one side of the map. And once he's dead, they are forced to go for that hyper aggro play because you just don't have any smokes. Like, you're only going to have the Viper Scream, which it's not going to help you. That's not going to help you cover off Heaven. So really tough scenarios at this point. An investment into a Viper operator.
Oh no.
लोग काउंटर करते थे रे, इतना मतलब वैसा वाला नहीं है ना वो लोग का.
There's a danger with Ruxic having crossed to the right but being spotted.
Bro, ये नहीं miss कर रहा है.
Now there's no real pressure, and I don't want to see Ruxic leave that corner without putting the wall up, and he does, but yet has just lost focus on the angle. The timing couldn't be good, but heroes don't. An early swing by Zeus. He came in at the same time as the dog. Unexpected, and he's got the jump on him as a result, closing the distance. It's the same story. And well, Zeus has come through to basically give them a round off his own back.
Yeah, this round has nothing to do with utility. Into angles and headshotting anybody that he sees. So if anything, the only way they can win this is by blinding him. Don't do it, Crystalline.
I was gonna say. And the blind works in his favor. Zeus lining up Galactus.
Not even close. Not even close. इतना crispy मारने वाला last में ऐसा जरूरी था.
That's one way to get back on the board for FUT, a team that have been missing for a while now.
That genuinely looked like you're playing a game and a guy on the other team just, I've had enough, and opens up another special program, and they just walk in and start headshotting everybody. Because this, literally, there is, in any of these fights, there is no support. It's just him absolutely doming players up until the very last, who was blind, the one blind player, and he whiffs 15 bullets. So there you go.
You can see they're very even surprised at what they've just witnessed. 8-7. Sorry, 8 and 7.
मेरा मोबाइल कब आएगा? मेरे को अब तो बैलेंस दिखता है अभी रेस और मैप रेटिंग सीख पाए फिर.
Completely turned around his performance. It's got the showstopper online for the next. It's recovered the FUT economy, and NAVI immediately called for a pause.
I'm surprised by that pause because, like, I look at that. That's a drop in the ocean. That is one player that's managed to run into angles as maybe someone's not prepared and just pushes aggressively and hits every single shot. Zeus is a very good player. I don't believe he can do that every single round.
True. I do think, though, looking at least one example, Hero getting caught with utility out, and then actually towards the spawn, Clork getting caught by how quick he was there. It probably is just that one mistake was made, the round dominoed, and they don't want to have that happen again. And you know how Angel is. He's going to be quick to go. Is what you did wrong, brother. Don't let me see it again.
Well, no surprise, Zeus has a showstopper. EDJ also has a Viper's Pit with an operator in hand. It's not ideal. A deep smoke put into play. Of course, normally here maybe you'd have a pot shot or two, but
Brimstone आया भाई. Always raise ulti Brim ulti वो hold कर ही नहीं सकता चंद्र.
Still has a rifle in his back pocket if it's needed. And well, here goes the showstopper, maybe trying to clear him out. It's not connected. Yeah. A decent trade, but they still have an unknown position or two. One of those being Filu in this back line. Someone that they need to clear. He's getting shot through the wall.
Anti.
Not quite the clutch of before. It's left all onto Hero, but not this time.
Hero
trades out both the remainder. And even after the pause, FUT are able to double up in the same site.
बस मैं बोल दो राजस्थान जीतेगी. कहाँ से जीतेगी भाई?
3-round gap. Not bad from where they started. I mean,
missing your Dard scored hard gameplay.
Kind of bad, but
बाद में
the recovery after what was dominant rounds from NAVI, it looked like they had full control. Sure, it takes Zeus getting an ace to kickstart what could now be the streak, but a chance to put this 6-6 at the half. Like you said, for FUT, they really need those foundations for the next.
Plus, एक और round तो निकाल ही सकता है.
Want to talk about the Gunny's ball?
We'll see if he does something with it. Because normally, you know, you see this around A. A lot of spots to use it on there. I'm curious as to what ideas he has. Filu, though, there's one clear idea in his head. He can't push much further because of his TP.
Oh my god.
And with the TP destroyed by the orbital strike, he had nowhere to go. Now the Odin's alone. Will be dealt with easily. Very nice work by FUT to isolate that B-long push and leave them no way out.
Had enough of American players killing us with Odins to last a lifetime, and it's not going to happen today. This is the third time they've got beat around, the third time that we have seen them utterly dominate.
अभी वो लोग उक्का फाइट करेंगे, उक्का छोड़ेंगे नहीं.
The judge will deal with SOP, but it will not deal with Zeus. A nice couple of rounds, the ultimates being expended well by FUT. A couple in the last two. And a lot of this comes down to Social just being able to deal with Filu. Like making sure that that operator has no impact just by putting him into incredibly awkward positions. And then Zeus and SOP, the deadly duo, one diving in, the other sliding behind him. It's like, there's only so many places you could look at once.
2 rounds left to play for it. It looks like momentum's chosen a side. And it's the attacking side, at least for now. But now, Navi sent more players towards the B site with the Viper's Pit online to defend over on A. The chamber trip, very important it stays online, allows them to double stack up inside of this ult, and most importantly, allows Viper to play further back. Kalasha can get out of here if he needs to, speed his way out of the corner, but he's going to be caught by the spams. Enough of them spraying away, but the Viper still stands, the judge in their way. They don't know the weapon, but the threat of it is enough.
The Turkish Odin. That's not something I ever really thought I would say. It's not particularly popular.
I love this double stack up now as well. So we've lost Kalasha, send Chloric in. He'll play close with the Stinger. Good chance. They get this K right away. And he's got a chance to take him down. But again, the trip on A, when that's hit, this is where this strat immediately folds. Because those players with weak weapons, a judge, what are you going to do if you drop your pit? Kind of have to stay inside it or find an angle early that lets you back in. And for Chloric, probably he pushes. But look at FUT. They're waiting for that to happen. Sociable knows it's likely that if they're contested on the other side, they're going to look in.
He missed it. He didn't get back in the Viper's Pit in time. Was too busy waiting for someone to wrap in. The time is starting to tick, though. Still at close seconds. Sociable just walking in with his iPad out. He's got a little bit confused on that one.
Well, yeah, because why did the pit drop? That's what he's thinking. Shit. So he walks in, gets shut down. Now there's a second flanker coming. Yadajay playing super late, spamming the smoke. Good to get Chloric. 8 seconds, and a plant needs to be found. The hero's chasing the spike, but he can't find it in time. And then dealt with Ruxik up in heaven. This is a desperately close round, but FUT have just about done enough. And in the nick of time, 6-5. I mean, both that in this round, they've done it in time and in finding the resurgence in this half. They could have been going into the next decimated, and instead they could be neck and neck.
0.8 on that plant. If Hero even managed to disrupt him slightly, it was round over, but his teammates able to hold the line.
I'm out of here.
So since the Navi pause, FUT have won 3 rounds.
Quick trigger.
And quite clean as well. Like the one they lost was before that. Actually not that clean. It was a Zeus ace. Well, he's not going to get one this time, but there is that second layer to it. You can take down Zeus, but SOP is so quick behind. Seeker's used early. Maybe trying to see if this is another committal to the B site where they've been struggling. And what you can see from Navi, the reaction now is a little bit more gambling. Like, we are just going to send 3 players here because we have been getting wrecked.
Filu's going to be feeling hard done as well. This one on the attack side has been avoiding him constantly. The plays constantly towards B. He goes to B. That's the round they decide to hit A, even with the Viper's Pit there. And now he says, okay, fine, I'll go A back. They saw the weakness last round. They'll try it there. They'll walk up. Well, he's had to walk up, and still, no info, no one facing him. And now when someone does, they're right up in his face. Not an ideal fight. And now, he's surrounded with a TP already used. The shot missed, another shot missed, and he will be dealt with easily.
He's been dealt with by Sociable every round. It's always Sociable that's found him. Sociable has 5 kills. I think they might all be Filu. Like, it's just been, okay, I'm going to jiggle peek this angle until the op shot and then kill him. I know he's done it at least 3 times. But they've now got into that advantageous Yedajay's position a little bit unorthodox, and that flash. I think we're going to get a replay of that one. This one, maybe. No, but it doesn't matter. Yedajay styling. And Hero, well, another for the ages, another one for the Navi catalog, but not this time. A massive resurgence from FUT. A huge deficit, but they'll end 6-6.
Crazy to think with how they started 6-1 up for Navi. We are neck and neck at the halftime. I bet the players are getting nervous on both sides. I certainly am, but that's the perfect time to check in with some of the fans.
Yeah, whilst it might not be the best news for all the Navi fans out there, it's definitely the best news for people who just want to see this map go the distance, potentially a map 3 as well. That's everyone that's in the studio right now. And I picked out one excited fan here. Do you want to introduce yourself and let me know why you're come down here to watch VCT EMEA?
Yeah, my name is Nico. I'm super happy to be here, supporting Navi, obviously. And yeah, I'm here also on a student project. I want to see what guns are the most used in EMEA and whether or not they can be used more or less, or if there is a difference. Or let's say, let's make the Vandal do more damage, or be cost less. Will they use it more? Will they use it less? We'll see.
I mean, you know, if you end up getting a good grade on it, maybe you can send it to Riot HQ, let them know your findings there. But what degree are you studying that you get to do something so cool?
Computer science, but at the same time, computer science isn't very fun at the same time.
I mean, any excuse to get to watch some more Valorant.
Absolutely.
You're saying you're a Navi fan. It's now tied at halftime. What's your analytical mind saying they need to do to win this map?
I would guess.
I think we go next. FUT jita map.
No, they had an amazing first match, and honestly, I'm kind of hoping for a third game to continue playing. I would love to see them play more.
Well, look, that might be controversial for all the rest of the Navi fans out there, but we're hoping it goes that way. We'll see how they wrap out this map number 2, though.
Red if you can. करेंगे आराम से करेंगे.
It's time to see if we do get that third Navi. It looked like a near impossibility in those first 7 rounds. Full control. FUT were lost on their own map pick, but
and then Angel took a pause and FUT came right back.
Yeah, that's what happened. That was Zeus took an ace, and then Navi decided to give him a chance. I don't know if that was like perfect for FUT, because you said like it's not really repeatable, right? You're gonna send Zeus in to ace every round.
Good thing I didn't marry you.
Okay, we spotted a weakness that round. Let's pounce on it. Let's pounce on it. And the game plan they came out of that pause with was perfect.
Oh, that same early aggression. It's expected. Even still, as I said, the attack side was much better in their previous showing, but I think the momentum for FUT is going to be far more important. Not at the best of times in the pistol round so far, but relatively well placed for this one. Navi have got a pretty decent amount of ground. I'm just more worried about those spams, and more so when those smokes are going to begin to fade.
Well, there you go. Smoke fades. Flash on the other side of it. The players pushed into back. They're going to find a bounty coming their way. All 4 now grouped up there thanks to the TP, but Hero is fast approaching on the flank. Ruxic, he won't be able to buy enough time. Not all by himself, and even now, they'll look back towards triple for the wraparound. Nice shot, and hold on! It was looking possible, but the pistol Hero. He's already down 2. The bandit in hand, and he makes it back around the corner. Tap from Yedajay, he'll make it to half. Hero being patient, assumes that player wouldn't dare to stick it, but now it's a real danger. The shot has to land blindly, and he runs out of time. Defuse found, and FUT take the lead from 6-1 down. They now control the map.
I genuinely think that's the worst fight you can come up against. Not only having the orb available, but also just how calm And you wouldn't believe it when you watch Yedojay's cams because he's the loudest person on planet Earth. But in those clutch scenarios, he's just calm as a cucumber, just ready to go. And it gets a little bit close to the end. You're always going to be worried when Hero's on the other side, but that's the pistol round going the way of FUT. Now the investment's going to be minimal. In fact, the only person with anything really to play with are going to be those sheriffs, alongside, of course, the somewhat free sheriff for healing.
Yeah, I mean, not quite free, but you can buy a bullet at a time, so always affordable. So I'd put it, although he's invested quite a bit into it. It does give them chances, opportunities to dominate some duels, but in the last 6 rounds, it really hasn't been them dominating those fights. It has been well-rounded squad. After that round, timeout.
Spark आया असल दिखाई दिया.
Even the Plantier will be hard to obtain.
Oh, well, the flash has caught him, but
one enemy remaining.
No reaction comes off the back of it. It's going to be an in-zone fall. I think if you told me
अपन ने plant भी नहीं किया बे.
Whether or not this was going to come back with that many in a row for FUT, I think it would have called you crazy, but they kept it nice and clean. They get to go into this one with that bonus, a pure bonus, with everybody able to buy into the next round. And the scary thing with a map like Bind is there are so many avenues that those weaker weapons can work.
Well, especially on the defense. I mean, it's true on both sides, really, but on defense, you don't need any utility to set you up for it necessarily. Although this wall certainly helps for FUT to get very close. And a Sky Flash almost destined to come through that wall. Filu's in trouble. It's not even the flash.
Let's listen how they react.
Carmen, I'm gonna flash for you. Go up, ready? Flashing? Yeah. 1, 2. We have. Okay, we can come back in now. You have shot us. Go for shot push, guys. Yeah, heard you. Guys, they're gonna be in our market.
I don't think so. They smoke. I'm checkmate, guys. I'm checkmate.
Yeah, we're coming. Let's go shot.
I'm just full juicing it now. Why are you dogging me?
They're not about hero. Okay, they might try and fight you.
It's okay. I'm holding. They smoked me.
I'm holding you right.
Calm as fuck.
I'm going.
Calm as fuck, be. Calm as fuck.
Running away.
Yep.
क्या कर रहे हो, पापा जी?
Being close.
Enable up for us. Hold up.
Peeking, guys ready?
Yeah, go. 1, 2.
They smoked. Hey, listen, we need to get in the smoke. We need to pop through. Go for like judge or close someone. Go for pocket.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna flash this through. You guys ready?
Wait, I will do close smoke.
Ready? 1.
Wow. A couple of players waiting here. 25 seconds to get that spike down, and a nice shot from Cristalli. Even the flash to try and delay them a little bit more. His teammates hightailing it to the other side of the map.
Shot,
has been able to put this back into a 3v3.
You have to wait for the backup.
Shotgun bench, you all to
as you said, you have those weaker weapons to try to take advantage of some of these positions. But getting into them, forcing those fights isn't always easy. Cloric, though, is offering up a battle. In fact, there's with a judge in play for SOP, it was a bold move. And they have been well and truly punished. The save is indeed the only call for Hero. As FUT continue this win streak, the team was down 6-1. There are going to be some serious questions. I'm not even going to say ask to Navi, but ask to FUT as to how they managed to turn this around. Even if they lose 13-9 from this point, it has been an impressive change of pace.
Well, yeah, I think the criticism I have there is you know your opponents are coming in with weaker weapons and you double up in lamps. Like, it's one of the few spots where they can get to very easily, and it's very, very risky, especially if you end up in the same corner.
Well, also if they have weak weapons, they're more likely to go there as well, right? But I look at the plant position. To be honest, that was just awful. So you have to hold deeper control on the site, and once they gave that up, lamps is your only last bastion. But well, we saw how that worked out.
भाई कितना रिस्की ऐसे ऑफिन क्या वो लोग ने
2 buckies invested into the attack side take. We've seen the shotguns work on one side in lamps. Now I'm almost happy to see them in lamps. Timing here is going to be very important. Though. It's perfect from Cloric. In fact,
bro, क्या timing है ये?
takes over, and Last two
क्या
players.
timing है hello?
Spike planted.
You might not want to save with how many credits you've got in the back pocket, but every gun you don't save is potentially going to be delivered into enemy hands.
Well, last round it was clear that Cloric likes to fight around lamps, and now I know why. What a fantastic battle for him on that backside. And again, just those players caught looking in the other direction. The chaos being capitalized on for the attack side. And Cristalli, nice shot! But he's running out of look, surely, certainly running out of HP, and with a molly on the spike, it's save time yet again. Running for the spawn,
heavy guns drop kiya, heavy guns drop kiya, bro.
The streak of rounds from FUT has come to an end.
Crazy mara
for how long? It isn't an end or simply a pause, and they're soon to press play again.
Yeah, he's done well there. Just firstly, you got orbs, but also secondly, you've reduced the amount of weapons they're going to be able to save. Like it's down to
Thoughts
two.
on Eternal
It's still going to be a pretty big boost
to
to the Navi economy, but it's not going to be as big as it would have been if they came out with pretty much every single player alive.
Emerge to hai, like thank you.
Also just, you know,
ये फचा टीम है.
nice kills.
That was stylish. I think that one might be going in his highlight reel,
बहुत
but
अच्छा टीम है.
cut out the end of the round part.
Qualify तो हो जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से ये.
Not much by any standards, but considering the game that we've seen unfold so far. Oops. That flash is getting replayed, isn't it? And because of the flash failing for Navi, the Tiger has to go through, and all alone, Filu gets decimated as Hero tries to come to his aid, and late to the site, but just about making it to long in time. Kalash is good for one, but that's all she wrote. An immediate return to form. 4 foot, some mistakes there for Navi, but proactive push.
Bro.
Here, Ruxic, 2 more to take down, but he's 11 HP. This will sit as an impossibility, especially because he has to go out and get that spike.
He's got time. Like that's the one thing that's really in his favor. Those 2 kills were so fast, and with a minute left on the clock. Yeah, I think at some point they're going to have to realize it, and I'd like to see FUT go into slightly more passive angles, like positions where they're not open to 15 different positions. And you can already see there's been a realization from Cristalli. It's just going to be the timing. And the time, he turned around! And Ruxic's being patient. He wants to try and find the second. I don't mind the idea. I don't mind it, but well, eventually the Spidey senses were tingling. Cristalli thought he was being watched.
Well, if he had a full health bar, he would have just taken the kill. But yeah, being so low, it's pretty much his only chance. And came down close to finding. Gotta respect Hero coming back to try to help Filu out on that fight. Deep towards the water fountain, but and that was dead to rights as soon as that big swing came through. Hell of a try. But in the end, it is double digits.
No, naughty.
It is double digits for FUT, and Navi calling another timeout. That means a big streak coming up for the defensive side.
Yeah, exactly. It's Angel calling another pause for FUT if last half is anything to go. No, in all seriousness, I think this is really where you need this to start going back in your direction. Filu's having a bit of a quieter game. I think, as said, like even though Sociable's at the bottom of the board, he's done quite well to isolate Filu away from being able to have too much impact. And even just the pressure of the last round. Like, we talk a lot about Ruxic attempting the 1v4 because it looked insane, but the initial setup was wonderful. The flash was perfect. Filu had nowhere to go, so much so he's blind running into a wall. The second player gets cleared. But there's also another layer to it because you see 3 players push. Immediate reaction is, hookah's open, I can take the site. It wasn't. They left Sociable there. They had a 1-player defense of A and just gambled that their opponents were going to do that. And I really like that read from Sociable. They're like, okay, I'm going to be that next layer. If we see nothing, we rotate, we move quickly. I use my little stimmy. Instead, he's perfectly placed.
Well, this flash did deny early bathroom control from FUT, and it is indeed denied. They have to step back and move towards the side itself. No orb for them means no Viper's Pit, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Instead, Filu is the one to activate an ultimate. Tour de Force online. He's going to be moving in the right direction as well, looking towards A short, where smoke has gone down, though. His vision blocked, and they are closing the distance on the defensive side. A risky play against the low buy, but
Are non-veg? Yes.
2 of them there. And we see the attackers
I am only
shift into the other direction. When that smoke fades, though, it's where the danger arises with Filu just primed and waiting. He's put his TP down as well. He is going to search. He won't find anything.
Knowing this game has gone so far, Sociable will kill him in a second.
Through the smoke.
But that's the one real danger in this round. You've got those couple of rifles, but the ults. The ults is what we're looking at. So much to play with. Kalosh also not far away. Viper's Pit, okay, unlikely, but everything else available. That time, though, is where it gets worrying, because they're just not giving anything over. They're not giving an opportunity for an operator to do anything. Kalosha, he's done fantastically well. Managing to come out with two there. He looked dead to rights and Sociable. He's being rounded on into another Kalosha round. We've had a few of them. So, that's been his part
Hero
of that.
Hero bag.
And actually, now it starts to get dangerous. A chance for Crystalli. This time, even as a
Neon ka.
Left on his own with Crystalli's fall, and well, crossing this
will
not be easy normally, but Stop still alive after taking a second round of fire, and he is coming close to dropping the time is too far gone, surely indeed he'll tap it, but out of ammunition as well. Round found for NAVI, and again, you said it at the start, it's another phenomenal showing. Again, it really felt underwhelming last week in terms of his performance, and we were left wondering, you know, what did they see? They obviously picked himself up. And sometimes also it just takes a while for them to grow into that. And this guy clearly feeling much more at home down on that stage and in those colors than what we had seen just a week ago. And it makes you wonder, you know, give him 2-3 weeks. Maybe he's going to keep improving.
Yeah, for sure. I think also, like,
right here.
Being within that academy that NAVI have got going, I think it's going to be great, but this is experience that you really can't get anywhere else. Early Seekers expended, maybe a bit wary of some aggression, or maybe just trying to check if they can find Yetage alone. They can't. He has support. He has a couple of players in support. Idea clearly that the opponents will try and challenge that here. And now they go back in the other direction. The Tiger, I don't think it's going to see anything, and that might sell a nasty ruse. It just depends when he uses it.
Oh,
that flash is well and truly going to catch a bit of information.
Neon time to rotate.
Being that FUT don't have that chamber, so they can't hold back. That means they can't leave a player solo holding the A side. They can't rotate early, so the B side now under more threat. Instead of holding back with numbers, they have to push forward with the disadvantages in play. Nice damage from Sop. Kalosha down to 23. An easy connection if this Sky Heal wasn't bringing him right back up to close to full. Not all the way, he'd taken a little bit too much damage for that amount of time, but Crystalli and Sociable answering up with a few. This is looking like a done deal. 12 seconds on the clock and the spike on the floor. Molly goes through, but the wall will get him out. Nice shot from Ruxic, but he won't get to this site in time. He won't get near it. Yetage pops out with a classic in there. A little bit unusual, and it already would have, but you know what, it worked out.
Yeah, look, excellent work from Crystalli and Sociable. Like this 1-2 punch, like the idea that maybe this is just the Sky around and then the swing comes from the other direction. They hold on to that tree control because that's why it takes so long. You might look at that and go, why are they planting? You can't. You don't have any map control at that point. You are surrounded from all positions. You have to try and fight out of one of them, and they just weren't able to clear those players, well, in Crystalli's case, at all. And in Sociable's case, very quickly. Got Hero up. It's not been very effective so far. I'm quite surprised.
That works.
Well, he's going to try a bit more of an aggressive stance. So often towards the A side, he's just been smoked out. Left in a spot where he can't compete. Well, he's smoked out and left in a spot where he can't compete towards B instead. So a change of scenery perhaps.
Cristalli is just walking. It could give a fight in the other direction because he probably expects there to not be much in terms of weaponry. But it could also be the end of the operator. It's just going to be on the timing. The op has come back out. This could be it. And no, again. The magic from Pilu just isn't there. And while the operator's now in no man's land.
That pit hasn't gone deep enough. Oh my goodness. Sop's got two. Running through the pit. That's his opponent's pit, by the way, but he's making it look like his own. A 3-piece on the judge. It turns out their ults on Navi just played into the hands of FUT as they now sit 12 to 8. 4 chances to close this out. The mid-zone flawless map 3 looks to be on the horizon.
Again, the
sorry.
You can't fault them for that, to be fair. So painfully close.
That's just, it's just horrific. When you get wrecked like that by a
judge. On attacking OP.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a tweet or two after the game about nerfing one of the two things we just witnessed. Or maybe both.
Let's fucking go, bolas. Nice slow motion with this thing.
Well, like by the end of the year, we're going to have a slow-mo of them like running down the beach or something. Like it really is.
Indian player है? पांचों सारे coach भी है.
But wow, they 6-1 down. And since then,
आज ना होगा Binks भाई.
Rounds and only lost
क्या नहीं
2.
होगा?
Looking like a different beast. Kolosha again. One of the 2 rounds they've won is off his back. And it looks like they might just have the third. Another phenomenal entry.
Bro, what the fuck?
Zeus and Yedajay.
Second Kolosha round?
It's just whether they feel like it's winnable.
It's not like they're going to have their ults online by the end of the half. If we do go to OT.
Jarvin Indian player लेकिन
with how rounds have gone so far, they're feeling confident.
Genuine.
Yedajay's already found the first. He'll get on that spike, tapping it at least to draw out a battle or any utility that might still be there. You think the snake bite's going to be on the way, but Colossus spots they're not there. Walk up is perfect from Hero, and the spray gets there in the end. Another lease of life for Navi.
Come back a
Three more needed in a row. It's not going to be easy. Certainly not with what we've seen so far. As you said, they only had 2 on the attack up to this point. They were not back-to-back. We haven't seen them get any more than a flash in the pan so far.
Oh, yeah, and most of those are, okay, we have put a flash through, a smoke, and Colossus run through it. And in a round, a few ago. So it's whether or not he gets insta-killed or they win the round, which seems like, I think that's the definition of a flash in the pan. It's not something repeatable every round.
Well, the other thing is, it doesn't even seem half dependent. Like 11 out of 14 rounds now have gone to FUT across, you know, the latter half of the first half into this.
He's gone through the snake
like they woke up. And my goodness, they're looking to put Navi to bed. An attempt to accelerate towards the lamps, but the lights going out slowly on the attacking side.
But yeah, if FUT had no sound, maybe that would have worked. But that was such, considering the position they was in, that was such a gamble. They ran through an orb and a snake bite, and then they expected their opponents just to go, yeah, I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing any steps or any damage. Yeah. Not sure I can even call that a gamble, because I don't see a world in which that works.
They have to be Skyrim guards. Must have been the wind. The walk up here from Navi, they have
Sociable's position.
Managed to bypass him. He's aware of it. Well, he certainly is now. He got peppered up.
मारना चाहिए था कि नहीं वो नहीं मालूम.
Something. Unfortunately, he got triple swung there when you've made no noise, when your teammates are pressuring and spotted on B. That's going to be a head scratcher. Nice damage. Nice follow-up. But still a 4 versus 2, and Rook's got down to 10 HP, 0 HP with the nade, and 0 time left to get that spike in. 13-9, returning the scoreline of map number 1. They bought themselves one last battleground. This match will be decided on split.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from them. For now, at least, let's go down to the sideline as we will be with Cristali.
I'm actually going to grab Yedajay right now because I feel like you're going to give me a great answer on how you guys were able to put on such an entertaining show and come back in the way that you did in the first half. It felt like it was kind of almost over with how the first few rounds went.
Actually, on the both maps, we know we were the better team. So we just keep focusing our game and try to punish them again. Because we
single duel जितना मुश्किल है जब neon com करने वाले हो.
You showed up on this map. Hopefully we'll get the same sort of showing in map number 3. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you guys stick around on the other side of the break. We get that third.
लेकिन timing बहुत प्यारा था भाई. Crazy खेला. बेचारा यूवी का चैनल मोनेटाइज नहीं हुआ. उसका बैंक अकाउंट क्रेजी मोनेटाइज हो रहा है. टेंशन ना लो. चैनल भी हो जाएगा. एक साथ सब नहीं. थोड़ा. इसमें सेज क्यों नहीं रहते. इतना अच्छा नहीं है सेज. बंक भाई ऐसे तो इंटरनेशनल का स्टैंड करता है. बहुत अच्छे रेपुटेशन में स्टैंड करता है. एटलीस्ट इन EWC हम लोग तो बहुत लोग मिले थे. बहुत सारे और के लोग मिले थे हम लोग लास्ट टाइम को.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including lightning kicks and more. Scan to subscribe.
ये कहा कि टीम्स है सब. I don't know anything. यहाँ बकचोदी करने आता तो बकचोदी करो ना. कुछ क्या करेगा मेरे को आंसर नहीं पता. एक सेकेंड.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go.
आरवी के भाई बुट कैंप चलाए. ना मान रहे आरवी के भाई. ना मान रहे. Hey, 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 hey.
Throwing money fast like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like hey. Oh, don't write back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack 'em in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Binks. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lean. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Play say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shorty.
टिबुन हार रहा है. ये टिबुन हार रहा है. वीकेंड से बैन मिलता है वालों में एक्सप्रेस मतलब कैसे बनता है. अच्छे बार मैं सेक्सी. आप कैसे आपने बताया नहीं घर में कौन कौन है. एक सेकंड मेरी गोटी की वो वाली नहीं गोटी से. अच्छे बात है तो $5 मेरी जान के टोटो. लव यू. देखो तो $5 मेरी जान के टोटो.
Bring it back like hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like hey. Hey, like hey. Hey, like hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like hey.
Roll like the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet like whoa. Shorty can't bring no body long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, light my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified.
You came back from a 1-6 deficit. What did the team do to turn the map around? I think we started playing on our own game rather than adapting to the opponent. Because like till that time, we were kind of like trying to play late in the rounds without not much info. That might be it.
Yeah, I think it was just as well good mental from the boys. Like they didn't give up on it, you know, and they kept doing the stuff that we know works for us. And yeah, you know, it credits to them, and it was a nice comeback in the end.
I feel like they're on the same page, right?
I was thinking that this morning I was watching Morgan, Bambina's brother in Pacific, and it's like there's gonna be so weird because someone out there is going to watch this and they're gonna have a good time being like, how are they in two regions at the same time?
Can I just give like a really quick TLDR backstory? I met Morgan last year.
Okay,
really amazing person.
Morgan is Bambina's twin brother. We need to give that context to people.
So I met Morgan a year ago, and then I was watching FUT just then, and I was like, oh my god, that guy looks literally like Morgan.
He looks a lot like
him. A twin brother, and it blew my mind. But they were obviously giving a lot of advice and wisdom about how they were able to stay on track on the side of FUT, something we're not able to do here at all. But we can focus up and try and talk about it because it was an amazing performance from each individual having clutch moments for themselves, this being the biggest.
Yeah, I think that we kind of highlighted Sop at the very start of the day, but of course they have another duelist on their team, right? Zeus coming in here, who's looked absolutely amazing so far throughout. I think really been a pinnacle point in the spearhead and then being able to win out these games alongside Sop. And yeah, I'm just really loving the double duelist approach that they have, and him being able to pick up this ace is a key part of that, especially when we look at the round deficit at that point.
Absolutely. Not only that, for this first half, Hood was struggling a lot. Like Navi was finding very easy first kills and whatnot. And I think that what Vlad said in that coach confession is very valuable, and also something that we heard at the beginning of the day. And is that communication between them is easier because it's everything in Turkish. But when you put that communication into, okay, it doesn't matter if they get the first duel, if there is a trade and a constant action after that. And that is what we saw from FUT and how they managed to bounce back.
It is so good for them. We heard from their coaches on how they were able to do that, but let's hear from Navi's coaches as well.
We are going to map 3. Is it hard to prepare so many different maps? Yes, it's not easy because of limited time, but we tried to put Kolosha into comfortable roles and simplify it as much as we can.
Try and simplify it as much as you can. I don't think there's really simplifying a whole tactics book for a sub.
But I think I understand what he means, because even on that bind, we saw Kolosha and super unleashed. In fact, I think it was Tom that was mentioning that a couple of the rounds that they managed to get on that second half was off of the heroics of Kolosha. Sometimes I know it looks like a suicide mission, but it is exactly what is expected for him to do. And moving on to Split, the questions go back on the board. For the side of FUT, we can expect for them to continue with the double duelists, maybe, and again, move away from the Waylay. But on the other side, how are things going to pan out? Is Filu still going to be playing on that chamber? Are they going to keep that approach throughout the rest of the maps? And also to simplify it.
Well, they had Ruxic on the chamber on Split when we think back to kickoff. So yeah, it is a question of, do they really lean into this? I think it would be, you know, a bit unfair if they decided to take Filu off the chamber for one of these maps. But as you said, Bea, FUT Esports is going to continue to lean into that double duelist. I think someone that we mentioned in the previous Agent Select was Crostali. He definitely stepped up in that second map there. Navi though, let's have a closer look at this. Deciding
there's no chamber, and Filu is going to go on the raise. Will we miss the chamber? I mean, Ruxic was also very good at it because he's Ruxic. I think that he determined some of the victories that we saw at the beginning of the year coming in from Navi, especially on this map. It doesn't look like too outside of the box. It just looks very, very standard for them. It is very comfort. But at the end of the day, and especially after bind, eyes go back on Filu.
Yeah, I think something I'd highlighted when we saw this map in another series the other day was the synergy between the initiators, right? Some teams opting for a fade on this map, some teams opting for a Sky. Now we know that Raze pairs very well with the fade, especially when we think about Navi starting on this defense specifically and being able to target those choke points with some trap setups. So that's going to be something that I'm going to keep an eye out for Navi, especially with a new person coming into this team.
Parents came here in US for a month, so having Gar ka khana
Teams might, you know, swap in and out that fade and that Sky, but But do you yourself have a favorite? Do you like that Sky a little bit more?
It's difficult. If it was me playing, I would play Sky. But if it was in my team, I'd rather have a Fade. I know that's weird. That's me.
Hey, that's totally valid, and I like that information coming out from you guys. We can see how that plays out and who it is going to end up favoring with those choices as we head on up to our casters.
All these teams trading blows evenly in the first two maps. 13-9 the score we had on both of them, and now we're going to split the difference on this final map. Both teams with a win under their belt as well in the first week, and both teams hard to pin in the power rankings because of the changes that those respective teams have undergone. One after the matchup and, well, one with the meta change. Now, Tom, you have a favorite for us coming into this? Any sneaking suspicions of where fate may rest?
The thing is, I think
इसमें
Navi have always been excellent at split.
Language तेरी तो
He's been fantastic at calling on it. Obviously, he's now in the coaching booth, but I still think his impact will be there. I am a little bit worried about Filu back on Duelist rather than Chamber. His Chambers looked very good. I've been impressed. His Duelist never really blew me away, whereas the Duelist on the other side, I think...
No idea.
That's the problem. His Rays never blew the enemy away most of the time either. So there's definitely a lot of ground to make up for there in terms of expectations. I detest his Duelist, but Chamber, evidently a lot of work went into it. Let's see if the changes to the meta, the way teams are playing and approaching things, kind of favor him as a whole. For Navi, already they've lost Chloric, attempting to take that deep control from FUT, moving up towards the ramp, and Navi tried to deny it, tried to scrap, end up losing a player for it, and now I like the breaks being pumped. It's been a while since anyone's been seen, and of course you want to fill that gap of information. Normally, you'd put a Prowler in, or a nice Haunt or something, but with it being Chloric that's down, it's got to be bodies that are checking those angles, and Kolosha goes down to 20, well, indeed some of that was decay, but still, 40 HP ain't much better.
But FUT actually जीतने वाला है.
So close, there goes Zeus. Brooksic in the corner, the snake in the grass, the snake has a bite! He comes up with three, puts it down to the 1 versus 1. Filu on the other side of the map, but Yedajay doesn't know that. He's going to utilize that smoke to get into the post farm, and this gives him an opportunity to completely reposition. And once Filu figures out the plan, he might figure out where his opponent is. Pulls out the gun!
Oh my god, Filu ne mara!
It will be Navi to take the pistol. Just about.
Just about, indeed. Luckily, the snake on the other side had ran out of its toxins, and it's not quite so deadly in that 1v1. The Edajay down. It is a 1-0 start, but you have to look to Ruxic there. The last line of defense, it felt like on that site with a big turn up for him. Now, the easy job. Attack side, pistol for FUT, with next to nothing invested. This should be incredibly easy. And the thing about this map is that you can go the distance very quickly, especially with the Neon, even without it, a single smoke can get you into very favorable range for pistols, especially when there's numbers coming your way. So Navi do have to be careful. They're splitting 2-2 on the extremities, so really the danger is Hero, but a very reliable player. Unfortunately, he is being closed in on so quickly, and he's being sliced and diced by Sop. Well, I guess he was in more danger than even I thought. Luckily, Filu's there to cover in that space towards the spawn.
The Sop is getting ready for masters, it seems, and pulling out those knives, but crazy. What a start to the round, but realistically, can they do anything more with it? Probably not. Also, it's worth noting that that was the one player that only had a pistol. So they didn't lose anything for it. Yes. Anything from here is a gun drop.
That's why they're playing partners on the other sides of the map. Unfortunately, with how the round's gone, Chloric is now isolated, and they've sensed that blood in the water. They'll close the distance. Sociable inside that smoke. Catching bullets instead, catching strays as they spray through that smoke, and well, with him down, they can at least get a plant, knowing there's so many players towards screens. It's a safe one for Cristalli. Damage up for grabs. They can find something with the right clicks or the position up top, but not even a favorable fight for the Bandit on offer. 10-meter range for that one-shot headshot, and plenty of body taps needed here. That's nicely done by Navi.
Yeah. I think patient stuff.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा अभी किसको.
Gets too over aggressive, as you said, like constantly playing the buddy system, and while it's just full running backwards from Hero, trying to get out of there. I like it goes straight back to common again. That's a good team.
हाँ एक सेकंड का पॉज लिया बाद में उसका याद है ओह फक रैंक नहीं है. रुक जाओ लोगों को बोलने दे वो कहाँ पे जा रहा है.
But 2-0 start for Navi. Exactly where they'd like to be. They kept the weapons in hand as well.
AF की पूरी टीम
Just
अच्छा है.
like the last map. These
अचानक से
close
भयानक
range
वाली टीम में
guns
होना
can be nasty, and it seems like Hero, after having the extra credits to buy in for a rifle, has opted for a second judge.
Of course.
This meta is a nightmare.
This map, regardless, right? Especially the home turf of Book EFC back in the day, but it is very much
is everyone doing it?
A double-sided sword on this one, because when you have the Neon in current state, well, you saw what can happen when two barrels of a shorty and a knife can get you a pick like that early on. And
इतना स्क्रिम्स करके इतना प्रैक्टिस करके
some nasty stuff the other day.
इतने लोगों के सामने खेल के ऐसा इको राउंड में ऐसा कोई शॉर्टी मार के नाइफ करेगा.
They've come out empty-handed. They have
मन
not
में
spotted
कितनी गाली कितनी लैंग्वेज में आएगा पता है.
The might just be the right one. Hero going to be under pressure again. Has support. No matter where they go here, they end up in the crosshairs of a judge.
30 seconds left.
The key player, how much can Zeus get out of this? His timing will be so important.
By 20 seconds.
There's already 3 players here now. They're still yet to get towards the site. Zeus has now found nothing. They can even just go back and maybe try and deny plants. 15 seconds, but need to go. They need to get moving.
Shit.
One already comes up Colossus' way, and on that Neon, he can just dance and dive, close the angles, and it's getting scary. Still, no plant coming in.
I think
he's got it. It's going to be incredibly close, but no time left on the clock. Colossus done enough, and FUT with a fumble, but it's Colossus to save the day once again.
Yeah, I thought the key player would be Zeus, but Navi adapted
perfectly, realizing the chaos unfolding in front of them. They wanted nothing
to do with it. Falling back to the site, that's the first part that I love. A really solid call for how to take that defense to the next level, but Colossus played this so intelligently. Look at him go out wide. Just a second before that, he swung out wide, saw them, and then slid back around. I just need to buy time. I don't need the fight, especially not in the range that was offered. And he ends up buying literally just enough.
Yeah.
A narrow margin.
मैंने नहीं मांगे फ्री में नहीं बोल सकता उसने सुपर चैट करके बोला.
3-0 lead and
that's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
But the Prowler as well, you know exactly where to look. In this case, your opponents were running away with the back turn, so it's just a freebie.
फीलू का भी अल्ट आ रहा है.
The other thing as well is if you can get sort of like the crouch timing right, even a bit of range, it narrows the pellets enough that it could kill you in one shot.
How do you avoid it? Because basically you have to not take map control on the attack at the start of the round, because wherever you go, that could happen. He could come swinging out. There could be a Prowler coming. And if you don't take map control at the start of the round, you're pretty screwed. So you have to just take a gamble every round.
The great thing now is they've upgraded to a rifle, so he's not doing it, but you don't know that. Hero, a little bit of a taste of your own medicine, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Even with a stack up of players,
Crossfire somewhere guy.
To completely clear out this site. Now there's still a decent amount of credits to maybe give this one a go, but guess what? It's another judge kill. Hilo at least.
Hero का हो गया जट.
It's gonna die in the corner.
ये क्या किया उसने?
Yeah. I think you should stop bringing Philo up. Every time you do, he's getting into a bad situation. Need some reactions like this guy. Tell us what he's going to do with his showstopper. Take the start of the round. And kill 2 teammates.
He's going to get 3.
3 on which team? Not specified. But a 3-1 start.
जो jump dodge था.
But of course, it will not be an easy stride back into
the जीतने के बाद shoes मिल गया.
But the investment from Navi does have some weaknesses to it. One of those is not the judge.
आपको भी मिलेगा. मेरे को प्यार मिला भाई. मेरे को और कुछ नहीं चाहिए.
Stopper. Oh no! It's tragic. He's fired it at the floor, but sociable on a pedestal.
He's going to get 3 jumps, is what I meant.
Yes, yeah. You didn't say kills. That's very true.
Oh, Clark on 8 HP.
No Russians in chat.
Teammate lost in middle. It feels like
शिवम भाई को हाइट दिया था विशेष थे बंक्स भाई.
To carry the heavy load.
मेरे को दिख जाता हाइट दिया तो.
Zeus is
pretty
good. Looking for that backstab. The rest of the team just holding on to the heavens. FUT wanted to play slow, but they've done this so
time
much
out दिया था
quicker
मजाक
than they
मस्ती
can
में
actually
एक बार.
afford to. The flying
बाद में गाली खाया था लेकिन हाइट नहीं दिया कभी.
There is Rooks again.
भाई तो comeback हो गया बे.
Nowhere near as low on time, and eventually the second layer to that
मेरे को
flank.
तो लगा था
It's now
साला
onto Colossia
505
again.
6-0 होएगा.
And he doesn't get past Sociable. A nice round from the side of FUT. And what a wonderful show.
गलती से दिया था.
yeah, absolutely.
If people didn't watch, I can just lie.
Well,
2, 3. Oh, 2.5.
शिव मैं देने इसको टाइम आउट.
2. Does that count as a jump? He didn't technically hit the floor.
मेरा mod spam कर रहे थे ना.
Yeah. He got most of the arc of it this way.
Short भी
We'll give it to
तुझे.
you this time. But I will say,
what a read.
भाई जीत गया बे FUT.
Oh, well, they look pleased at least. Someone's had a word with Cristalli. Those are some great sky flashes.
Like
to get them
that,
in towards the A side. That's why Clark had no idea there was a player behind him. He was full blinded by the one wrapping around the site. Stark difference to what we saw in the previous map where there were a few oopsies from him.
They don't have enough money for 2 judges, so they've gone to 2 buckies.
Yes.
Does it downgrade to 2 shorties after that? It's just how many shotguns can we use in a game?
I very much hope they don't end up with 2 shorties in the next round, but yeah, maybe the next low buy. That's where they're going to end up. Lorik, you give him a close range fight, he's in with a pretty good chance of taking you down.
If you're giving close range fights at this point,
well,
पड़ी.
They did.
भाई यही सीन है भाई. अगर स्काई रहता वो लोग में वो लोग आराम से फ्लैश करके ट्रिपल पिक मिड फाइट ये सब कर सकते थे. हाँ FUT का कॉम बहुत अच्छा है.
any of these angles, but they're not going
Not
in that
a good
direction.
fade fan.
Instead, it's going to be on Colossia, making it into the vent silently. No noise made. That's going to be enough.
Very dead. I mean, he didn't even glance towards vents there. They knew there was a gap, but he was just gambling that he'd at least see someone taking space on ramp before they fully pushed up like that, but dead wrong about that. And now FUT have full control. 5 players sitting, waiting for a low buy to come their way. And containment here for NAVI. Let the spike explode, try to make it costly as they exit. Heroes already managed to find himself one.
It's not even like, other than Cristalli, there's nobody that can even gain an ultimate, and you know that their weaponry sucks. If anything, the best thing you can do is somehow lock them into a position and not let them die to the spike.
ये कैसे आवाज आ रही है? बैकग्राउंड में डर लग रहा है. कंस्ट्रक्शन चालू है 24/7.
No, drop 1, and Hero, I imagine, will be allowed to die to the spike.
Has he got a rifle there? No, they juggled it backwards.
अच्छा वो पंखो चला रहे गेम के
into that spike and out of the round, so at least a bit more cash
Red
from the
and अरे मेरा झगड़ा हो गया वरना मैं
3 FUT much quicker to respond this time around.
Love you Archit bhai, thank you for the 500 मेरी जान के टोटे.
But now, not only hot on Navi's heels, but tying up the score line, and that's going to get a timeout from Navi. Evidently, Angel's not happy to see that resurgence so early on. And they're facing into a pretty big round, because a buy is coming up for both sides. But FUT have got a ton of credits to fall back on, and it's not just the credit economy. They're coming in with 4 ultis as well.
This is a tough one to break down. You've got to time it correctly. I like the investment into the operator. I think for Filu, obviously on the defensive side, I am actually a little bit surprised we didn't see the chamber, especially because when we spoke to Angel at kickoff, he was basically saying, I'm trying to get Rooksik to be on it full time, and I know how impactful it could be. But it is because of that second half. Like, you want to have that double dive rather than relying solely on Colossia if they had done on other maps. What it does mean, no free get out of jail card, but
left right ऐसा 24/7 कोई इंसान हंस नहीं सकता
है. We've seen it. We saw it early rounds, like Sop trying to just basically insta swing angles. That's where the operator is really going to be able to find its value. If
RCB ने 201 ही बनाई है, easy है भाई. मैं तो बोल ही रहा था RCB जीत
गया. Start from Yedajay as well. I didn't even notice.
कृष्णा भाई W monitor.
A lot of big rounds. Viper's Pit online as a result. Showstopper there to get them in. Viper's Pit to lock it down. Stop at any moment. Could be pulling out the finger guns. They have found that TP at least. One old not mentioned serves as a recon drone, essentially. Sociable tries to find himself a little spot up in
inspiration लेके value चालू किया है. NAVI.
Has to fall back, and the B split still very much the target of this one, but Filu's off waiting inside.
ये round last round है NAVI के लिए. ये round अगर हार गया ना bro.
Pushed back by a prowler, but
वो
they're
लोग
going to
दो
take that as a
back
little
to
bit
back
of
proper
a signal to go forward.
gunfights आ रहे हैं.
Knowing that that space is likely left lighter defended, but well, Heroes all they needed. He's done so well with that first fight, and now the op comes back in for more, but perhaps a bit too much.
Oh, and then even the repeat from Kolosha. I think maybe expecting his teammate to come through at the same time, but it's a little bit disjointed. Nice work though from Chloric again. Doesn't expect a player from his left. And this round goes much better for Navi. Against a lot of ultimates. Hero being able to deal with the showstopper definitely
crazy as fuck, Hero.
You can see Filu and Kolosha, it wasn't just bravado into that fight. They're both trying to react to Hero being pounced on and try to give him a little bit of backup. Same thing from the Nightfall there from Chloric.
MVP boy, end is live, so like karo na noob.
But it was close to a bit of a snowball
बस
effect.
इसमें mod नहीं बन रहा बिंग भाई आपका
membership. Picks given back in the round, looking more doable, but in the end they will be caught off guard on the rotate through spawn. The lead back in the hands of Navi with the buy. Still solid for FUT. That may be the case in the next round as well. Keep in mind, even if they face a low buy, if they get boots on the ground, if the plant comes in and Yevish's still alive, that Viper's Pit could turn around in their favor, but with SOP down already, they need something.
Yeah.
Flash is leaving them blind.
It's whippy though from Filu. TP gives the kill over to Ruxic. They now know he's in the back corner, no support. He needs to hold the line and he will lose his life. Stunts going through, and it is Kolosha alongside Hero. Another round fought back. A nice attempt from Crostali, but isn't going to be enough. The balls this time working in Navi's favor. Maybe a spot or two left unchecked. I think it was the reposition that came in from Ruxic that caught them off guard. Even still, it looked doable.
Filu's been telling them to sit down all game. All series, in fact.
एक दिन का mod बनना है, फिर unmod.
Feel earned.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, the paranoia is actually what gives him away there. SOP left down to 45. Gonna keep his life and get the heal right back up to 100, so only the shield stripped off. That's at least the start. Still that Viper's Pit to work with, but more importantly, Viper wrapping up behind, but catches the rope and the slow descent into the vent. Not what you want to see when Chloric sat there waiting.
Oh, they don't know about the judge. They've only seen Chloric there, so they expected somebody to be there in a rifle, but not with a judge. A freebie. Still an aggressive fight from Filu. Is there going to be the swing? There will, and it's Social, as said, throughout this game has just had his number. Every single time it feels like that's been a one-sided battle. Hero not able to land the shot. It will be a post-spawn. And even the temptation to throw in the pit.
He's going to do it from inside the snake bite, that little bit safer to get close. And look at how much coverage this gets. The entire site cleared out. He even steps out of the pit while it's going up. Unfortunately, flank is going to be dealt with, but with the pit on site, it comes down to Kolosha. With a judge here, he stands a great chance, especially when the tap comes in. Those players forced to close the distance, forced to move into the pit. Heroes come through. It's a crazy play, but with SOP popping the ult, the danger was too much to be left unchecked. It was too much to push as well. Found 4 foot. An immediate answer back, and
network में गया Vandal आई है worth buying और I don't have any skin and I am beto नए skin के लोग
not in their favor to start out this round, but a big double by SOP in the end.
गाली दिया बे कुछ तो.
One of the higher impact Neon ults. It is just awful to be inside a pit when you hear a Neon ult. It's just going to spray left and right, and you are going down eventually, sooner rather than later a lot of the time.
जीत गया बे Chad.
What a judge on up in heaven. Now they've pushed site. What do you do with it?
Well,
you get shot in the head.
Yeah, not a lot, it seems.
मारता तो है बेहीरो.
Within that side have been fallen. Fake TP utilized, and you can see that Cloric is a little wary that someone was around this angle, hoping for the spam, maybe to try and deny a planter if it was more open, but instead right to the back of the site.
But question
and
is
every
क्या है
single
अच्छा
player
सब
within it.
लोग उसमें.
Filu won off a showstopper, but somebody would have to give him a fight. Going back in with that operator is surely a death sentence, and even still, they're expecting somebody to be close, but they're not. They're waiting inside the pit, waiting for someone to try and make a move. That's a lot of damage. The C's has done well, but Cristalli, again, is just playing that defender. Another missed shot from Filu as well, and it's all about trying to get out and save that operator, but his opponent, Asop, was looking to try and hunt him down.
तक भाई इतना जल्दी
seems to be the end goal.
Dunks लाए कहाँ से? ये नहीं बोलो.
Asop
ये
chasing him
नहीं
down. They know now that he should be in that corner. It's the shorty to shut him down from above. Style points added. As again, we go neck and neck. 3 for 3, 2 for 2.
NAVI low feel कर रहा है chat.
That's a good question, I suppose. Especially we're seeing some different faces in terms of compositions. Filu going back to the duelist here as well.
कुछ खतरनाक confidence आ गया बे वो लोग में.
On the attack.
हाँ, second map जीत के.
Do you have a minimum? Like, have NAVI already met the expectations here, or does the second half worry you? We'll ask in a moment.
Bullet किससे नहीं लगा?
An early battle, a contact play, and this time Filu has managed to hit that operator shot. I think I'd like to see NAVI come out with a half, especially with the double duelist that has at times been a little bit sketchy.
Okay, good off 6-6.
I think they'd prefer to go in with that lead, have a little bit of a wiggle room, but with only having the operator in here alongside a judge and a few pistols, this is one you'd expect FUT to win, but expectations and reality have been few and far between when it comes to this map.
Per round.
NAVI have certainly made a gamble. Look at the site. There's 3 players occupying the same spot, holding hands on back site. Ruxic was on his way over here as well.
Philo was feeling it. आपने नजर लगा दिया. Excuse me, मेरे पे कैसा?
Invested, less weaponry to work with. In fact,
अमेरिका के watch party होगी मेरी जान के रोटे.
2 pistols. The op left to hold its own on B with the man advantage already. They just need to trade this out, and that is a very doable task. Already the Molly is going to go in towards the ramp, stopping anybody else from coming to meet them, and now diving in the backside to find out that there's 3. A hard way to realize that you've been read one way or another, be it by chance or plan. NAVI, they played that perfectly.
Again, it's putting players at the back of the site, getting into the late round, and
भाई क्या मारा shot दिखाओ?
The fights over to FUT. The FUT just almost burned down the clock themselves. They're busy waiting for someone to take a swing, to take a risk.
Clean.
Oh no!
Oh no, indeed.
I think that would have been the second the judge shot as well. Like the flash, I like Cristalli in that moment going, okay, we need the flash in, and I'll get Hero. He's on his own there.
Yeah.
Then you see 3 people and you're done.
No. Filu has just been wrecked. Genuinely, a lot of these low buys have looked better for NAVI. They take risks instead. Now there's going to be a singular player on the side trying to... No! The ult! And that's exactly what Sop has done. No fear with any shotgun in hand. All that decay, all that, well, damage or so it seemed has gone.
I've got your trail.
Sop's still up close. Seeker's even going to give him the information. They're going to shoot the Seekers and they're not going to expect him to be there. The shorty not quite that strong, but strong enough. And well, you mentioned it, these teams have gone toe-to-toe, back and forth, 3 for you, 3 for me, 2 for you, 2 for me, 1 for you. It's looking like 1 for me, a 6-6.
Martin क्या खेलेगा अभी रेस बेबे?
Well, unless he can defy time.
It's going to be a very symmetrical leaderboard. We'd love to see it top to bottom. 3-3, 2-2, 1-1, like you said. The trades back and forth, and indeed the same for the maps. 6-6. We go into the second half of
well,
our third map, and
by
each team's won the same amount of rounds in the series. This really is a
better ways to fight in defense.
And it feels
just saying,
well.
just saying.
Having their moment in the limelight across the series. We'll find out how this story ends once and for all after the break.
मेरे काफ इसके बाद एन क्यू करेंट आराम से करेंगे वो लोग है अपने साथ 3 महीना डिफेंसिव मैप है प्लस स्काई है हाँ 6-7 होने वाला अरे मत करो रे बाबा चल स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो गाफ ने उसे फ्लैट सरफेस कहते हैं लैंग्वेज अमेरिका होगा रात को जी जीता तो कास्ट दोस्त प्लस मेंबरशिप दूंगा This gifted hashtag OP ही कह दे
Welcome to the final half. Unless we go to OT, I suppose. Yeah. It's been hard to push these two teams apart. 6-6 at the halftime. For FUT, good performances all around. We've seen players pop off, but, well, last week we saw this man on NAVI absolutely destroy. He was on fire as he went through week 1, his debut in EMEA. At this level as well, and he had those big stats across the board. Might not look impressive, still number 1 in the league there, but a 1v5 and a 1v4 back-to-back rounds. One of the main reasons, alongside his calling, that they were able to take that series. He has been very impressive to look at in the debut, and I've loved the calling from Fork across this series.
Yeah, I think someone who has brought a lot of good vibes, a lot of confidence, happy to sacrifice himself, but then also having those sort of moments. Like, yeah, it's looking like
entertaining लग रहा है EMEA और Pacific मेरे को तो सब देखने
to Navi's collection. The question is, can they turn this into a victory, put themselves 2-0, or is it going to be up for FUT?
Yeah.
A squad that we didn't really expect to be there. Sociable looking to try and fight back. He's taking so much damage on the backside. Well, there's been a lot of damage across the board. Zeus low, him low, Chloric low, Kolosha. We do see ourselves in an almost even 4v4.
Yeah, that HP traded out.
तभी ठीक है एकदम first class.
Zeus, 30 HP. He'll go down so fast, but not before he drops Filu. Chloric and Kolosha being the players that were tagged up earlier. Hero in a pistol round. Again, might be the one that has to carry this banner all the way to a 7-6 scoreline. They are still standing eagerly by. Sociable on the site. Yet all eyes on B main. FUT think that's where the hit's coming in.
Don't you dare.
Don't know how good their read is. Sociable, safe from the reveal. He'll find one. Yetajay to be dealt with as the wraparound comes in from Crystalli. Yetajay just wants to buy time. He's not looking for a fight, but Navi are the wraparound unexpected. They have no idea where Crystalli is. And he is closing the distance. Hero reloading. That's the full HP player down. And that plant position could cause some issues, especially now that Crystalli knows exactly where Kolosha is. The flash popped, and look how low! He is blind in the open. It's an easy clutch for Crystalli.
That clutch was literally perfect. He used his own utility against him, trapped in a tunnel. And when he's revealed, he has nowhere to look. An important pistol for the side of FUT. I said 2 are in this group, like definitely between the two of the groups. I feel like there's the potential for every single match to end up competitive. Teams happy to make changes, to take risks, to try and improve. And well, 2 very different looks at the coaching staff, but only a round difference. And as we've seen so much of this game, it has been a complete back and forth.
Yeah, there's nothing
लेकिन
is
backside
a
क्यों नहीं
given
रखा
when it
पता
comes to
नहीं
this
रे
game.
default plan में
Even with the pistols, even with the early
backside वाला
damage.
city heaven flank
You
सब
gotta
देख
tighten the
सकता
ship to
है
convert these round wins. Put early
Heavy
mid
different
control,
level.
orbs up, but they're turning their back. It looks like they've caught him just in time. Hero was about to slip through, thread the needle, but they were ready for it. Damage done up into heaven onto Zeus. Social was walking back out. It's a little bit risky. They've got to break their way back out to meet him. That's exactly what they do. Flooding the site just as the plank comes down, and the numbers and weaponry advantage shine through a blinding light. Looks like those sky flashes. As now we find our way to 8-6.
Yeah, lead extended. Everybody having a tap of the spike again. It's not quite like Durka with the spams, but an in-zone flawless.
What
exactly
is
what we want to
the
see
Binks
from
role
Bert
in
as well, because they
Accidental
did
Valor?
fire gun onto every
No,
single
that's the
player. This is one of the maps, right? I think that's absolutely fine. As said, a lot, on the defense, especially, you got so many tight angles where that gun isn't even that much of a detriment. So the rifles will be on the other side.
अपने RCB को भी बोल के हरा दिया. Excuse me, जीतेगा RCB.
We've seen lost. I like the idea that everybody's going to have a weapon.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? Obviously FUT को. अच्छा खेल रहा.
And with the lead 8-6, it's not like they're coming in with a lot of pressure to win this round. I like the rope play at the very start of the round. Navi are down below in sewers, waiting for this dog to go by.
Someone has to go up because otherwise he can just dive down.
That's perfect though. Hero being the one to do it. Initially the idea was to dodge a flash. The dog comes in. Now Hero goes to break it. That's the guy that lurks normally. In this setup, in this composition, you'll see it a million times.
And they put Prowler B.
So this is where now you start to think Initiator B, Lurker A. Okay, Rotate comes in. And now 4 players on that side of the map. It leaves all of this pressure onto Sop. Now, Sop does have a judge, and it is a matter of timing for him to slip down behind them. You can see if he just walked in at 3 with their back turn. He has no way of knowing that. 9 times out of 10, he would just be throwing his life away. Navi make it to sight, and it's going to be a bit more difficult to use the weaker weapons.
Depends though, they might be looking just to try and isolate the players that are in the back line. That's exactly what they're doing. They want to kill off the rotators.
भाई ढूंढ के मार रहे.
Maybe there's a second one, but instead goes back the other way. In fact, it's a long rotation. Thought about at least from Cloric, but with Hero doing enough, he's going to go back to right where he was. Doesn't need to join up with his teammates just yet. Cristalli does well. Sociable also on the trade up, but that time is ticking. They need to win both of these fights quickly, and now that's the most dangerous one. Cloric has to swing this angle. He needs to go for the guy. They've done it. I thought from the 4v3
what the fuck?
Huge props to Yedege. While that fight's going down on site, he pops his wall up, walling himself off, and stands with his back turned to sight, looking at the flank. They had killed the flanker. They had cleared all the way up to the vents, to the sewers, and still he was like, I think someone's coming late behind me, and ends up spotting Cloric and allowing them to go straight onto that defuse, applying the pressure and avoiding being backstabbed as well. Very nicely done. Great game sense in that moment. I'm not sure what gave it away, as far as I could tell, they didn't see him.
I think they might have heard him run. I think he tried to bait the States
when he was running back.
Yeah, I think they heard him try and bait the
States. They didn't know he was
there
there till that moment. That's tragic, but of course he didn't.
रात को 2:30
yeah, they were 100% convinced. Well, they were right. Also able to take gambles with the weaponry that was in play. That was their bonus round, a weaker purchase.
Saying that,
double confidence. The hero rifle has been purchased by the man with the name. See if he can do any damage with it. So this time he decides maybe not sliding into the entirety of the team. Instead, he's going to try and hold ground towards the side. Oh, timing's very awkward. It seemed like Colossus almost turned invisible. But even as he's invisible, he could die through smokes. To the backside goes Sociable. He has managed to bypass everybody but not Toxic. He's blocked off that site. Zeus with the trade. Hero is going to go through, and that's the Viper's pick. Gone, and a reveal of sorts to Vilu. He will not be able to hold on in this scenario. A Viper's pit expended, a few guns gone, and a 10th round for FUT.
As much as I'll always say I don't want to see a Viper run out of the pit, I think there are exceptions, and you see it there. Spikes down in the open. it's probably your time to step on out. But that's really unfortunate, especially after the initial fight is won by Ruxic like that. He had a weapon right beside him, but how quick Zeus was to go, no. You don't get a second there, because if Ruxic gets a rifle, then we're in major trouble. So he pounces on him for the trade while that Sheriff's still in play. Takes back the space and wins the round as a result. Double digits for FUT. It's been a close fought battle so far. But Navi now find themselves in a very important buy round. Lose this, and FUT are on the home stretch, miles ahead of you.
Ruxic's walking it. Ruxic's trying to walk there. It's such a bold play as the smoker on that side. Clearly feeling like some risks need to be taken on this attack from Navi, but quickly put back into place. Showstopper. Almost just being used in an attempt to save Yedajay. I don't know if it's going to work. And now almost needs to be a trade. The hero has just, again, just lost his life to a ghost. He's been spooked. The Colossus desperately low. He needs some help, needs some support. But Cristrali is not going to risk it.
Sop is though. Like that.
Sop is just going. He's just running in.
Q!
All he was missing was a slide. That would have been a different game, but used earlier. Cristrali. Oh, he's watching the ropes. He's ready and waiting. The spike on its way. 33 HP on Cristrali, but he trades blows with Filu. Down to 51, down to 0 as the spike falls. 20 seconds left. Nowhere for Ruxic to go. He had his TP, his ult moments ago, but it was used, and now he has to face into FUT. Something that hasn't been working for Navi in this half. We ended 6-6. And after all of their credits put on the line.
It's like a pump fake. It's like, okay, he's gone that way. No, he's back where you were looking.
And Navi finds 11-6 down, and now they call a timeout. Keep in mind, they don't have credits for the upcoming round.
I will say, Cristrali has really started to impress me. I think he's had a few blunders with the flashes early, but a lot of them have been
hit rate on the flash.
Yeah, he's always blinded someone. So, but also just as a player going back to kickoff, we knew that it didn't look like they needed a change. It didn't look like they were going to have any sort of damage really being done. And I was like, okay, maybe he's on the chopping block. But I'm really glad that he wasn't. Because right now he's performing fantastically well. Looking like the perfect piece to that puzzle for FUT. And well, 5 rounds, well, 6 rounds in a row if you include the last of the half. And a lot of pieces missing. One of the questions we have is about that double duelist. Would it work for Filu? The answer so far is no.
एक बंदे ने बोला आपका क्या रोल है ऐसे बिंस भाई ने रिप्लाई दिया वेज रोल मैंने चैट में लिखा तंदूरी चाप रोल तो बिंस भाई ने बोला करुण अजुला भाई
the strange thing is I've seen players before get out the little level, you know, a level device to check if it's level for their monitor to double check. And I'm seeing Filu and Hero playing at a alarming
ऐसा नहीं बोला था मैंने लेकिन
more obvious on the camera.
अजुला नहीं किया था मैंने ठीक है तूने 2 लाख एक्स्ट्रा डाला है.
It's strange to see the monitors tilted. It hasn't affected Hero's performance, that's for sure, but you get the level on stage for Filu. You might need it for the showstopper coming up. This will be a very important piece of utility if they put it in this round, or if they save it.
He's dead.
When they save it for the next. In goes Colossia, out goes Colossia.
What's happening? This is just a mess.
What just happened? Well, how did he get away with that?
I don't know, but either way, half of Navi are dead.
Yeah,
walking in. Yeah, Aero, I was going to say, you know what's coming on the other side. And they have found nothing in this round. The pause likely for the next, and well, good luck, Cloric. He's stepping back. He knows he has to. He knows he has to try and step back. The flash in support. It's almost like an inevitability. Finally, he's managed to deal with Sop that has been causing them nightmares, but he is completely surrounded. There is no way out. He knows there's no way out. He's going to try and fight forward and do as much damage as he can. But even if he tries to go back towards the spawn, there's a player waiting for him.
Oh, like the change up. Go for the judge. I mean, he could sprint down here, they'd react quite quickly, but he'd make it to B before that squad does. And already you can see Sociable is starting to wrap back. They've realized now that he's gone down through the sewers. But he doesn't know that they've put those pieces together just yet.
Lotus map के पांच best agent
He's caught me
बताओ
open with the
कौन
judge.
के
This will
Lotus
be
के
a free kill, but
Breach,
he's got that
Fade,
share
Race,
of backup. Problem
Omen.
is he does not have time.
Yeah, he needs to die.
Double control
Unfortunately, he needs
खेलने का है
to.
तो
Just to make sure they have the
double
credits for the
control
next
नहीं
round.
खेलने
So
का है
I
तो
think that's why
वाइपर
he
के
just
जगह
sits
पे
waiting in the middle.
तेज
Maybe if he
उठा लो
gets a kill,
साइफर
takes a
उठा लो
rifle, great. But if not,
चेंबर उठा लो
nothing else. Yeah, it's not the first two. Okay, that happened. It's the third one where Zeus is looking at an enemy and goes, "I'm going to blast back away." He showed mercy. He was like, "You know what?
He did.
I don't want to kill this man." Sop, on the other hand, I don't think he's learned mercy yet. He is very young, 18, only just able to play in the league.
KO in this mall?
Mercy may come next year.
I love how most people are screaming. Like, we got Starzo playing later. You'll see him when they win around. He'll be screaming across the stage. Sociable's just putting his hands up. He's just emoting. No words needed. And you know
भाई
what?
तुम लोग स्काई का ब्लाइंड डॉज कर रहे हो वहां से नहीं होना रहा है डॉग मार रहे हो वहां से नहीं होना रहा है
On the server as well as on the stage, 1 out of 6. All that FUT need to claim this series and put themselves 2-0 up. A phenomenal start to stage 1 and to this project that, again, we come into this, SOP highly anticipated, but really it feels like Sociable, the highlight of this squad, and taking up the IGLing role and delivering like this is remarkable.
Oh yeah, a team that was pretty much at the bottom of EMEA.
जिससे रैंक क्या पे लिया वाइपर को देखो चैट
We kind of expected to compete. Already a great start to this round, but the trades come back.
वाइपर को देखो
Navi still looking to fight, looking to try and cling to life with a streak needed, but a man that's been tough to deal with, Cristalli at the back of the side. They have to fight this one together, and even still it might not be enough. The Seeker sent out to Hero. He's being blanked. A done deal.
Oh my God, FUT जीता बे नावी से.
Climbing at least you're now to the top. They are 2-0. And a team that really, I think at this point, you do not want to be coming up against.
Champs or Oni?
This and step by step, FUT have found their full stride now, 2-0.
Lovely stretch.
To start this off, what a start to stage 1. Changes in coaching staff. A man put onto IGL who wasn't even playing on Turkish-speaking teams. And he's put himself in a position to be MVP of a lot of the maps that we've seen them play. Yeah, Sociable. Don't worry, they know your name and they'll remember it after what you've shown so far, with much more to be added on to the story of FUT. The same can be said for NAVI. They're not down and out yet. 1-1, it's early days for them to battle their way back.
Yeah, I think that obviously again still with the stand-in, but I think we saw a lot better from definitely growing into the game.
Binks, please tell me optimal
versus a FUT, whether you want to call this full force or growing still, or maybe in the honeymoon. I don't think they're going to care. They're 2-0 up in a group that has a lot of tough games to go. But that puts them in a very, very good position for playoffs, which again, when you talked about where this team was at kickoff, they would have taken anything of the sort.
Language
a
RP.
Phenomenal showing from them, top to bottom. As we said, I think the most remarkable has to be the performance of a man like Sociable, but that's because we've come to expect so much else from the rest of the team. Thankful to find that dub, but there's plenty more Valorant coming your way. This is the end of our first series. It's time to go back to the desk where Sop and Bambino will be joining our analysts.
We're going to have some fun breaking down this 3-mapper. It was an absolute pleasure to get to watch you guys play. I'm going to start with you, Bambino. Welcome to the desk. How are you feeling? Has your heart rate slowed down after that?
No, not really. Like, I think my voice is gone. I was just yelling back then. I think I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow, but that's fine. I'll take it for the win.
That's totally fair. Sop, you were putting up a phenomenal performance. Were you stressed after map 1 at all? You didn't really care?
By map 2
yeah, maybe for map 1 I was like a little bit stressed, but I'm glad I fixed it like second game and third game.
What do you think was going wrong for you? Because also, like, when we jump into the second and third map, Navi started off building that advantage, but you managed to bounce back. So what was the main fix?
I mean, for me, it's like we managed to get to the maps that we feel really comfortable on, like both Bind, Mate, what was the last map?
Split?
Split, yeah. My brain is fried. Yeah, both Bind and Split we feel like really confident on. We also had pretty good prep on their Bind. They changed their game plan a bit, but
ice cream
we feel very
mangana
confident going
padega.
into these maps. So it wasn't really about us. I think it was like and how we were playing. It's more about like how comfortable we were.
What about you, Sub?
I mean, for the first map, like I said, I wasn't comfortable because normally on Prex, I usually take more space. I play more like aggressive, but for Fracture, or it's my first official on Fracture actually, but I wasn't really comfortable for some reason. I don't know. Maybe my brain was too full, you know,
But
because we talk a lot on the background.
I think it's good, no? Because at the end of the day, you needed that experience on Fracture. That is something that possibly, happily, we would love to see again. But Bambino, I adore seeing you and Vlad celebrating like that. I cannot remember the last time I saw that.
Yeah, no, it's nice. It feels nice to win some rounds, you know? It's nice to celebrate. I mean, I think we discussed it, like, when he joined the team, we had a conversation. I said, like, what kind of guy are you in the coach booth, you know? Like, I said, like...
He's like in the bed, you know?
I come from the school of Barbar, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm ready to rip. So, like, he was pretty good. He was like, yeah, let's just, like, get the energy out there, and then, like, we can chill when we see the players, and if we have to talk them down or whatever, we can, like, calm them down, but, like, let's just get all of our energy out in the room. And so, yeah, that's kind of our plan with that.
Yeah, because it's crazy, because I remember you, especially in those days, like Barbara or someone else would go crazy, and you'd be like, the calm voice, being like, just wait,
Well,
wait, it's not over. It's not over until it's over.
Is this the normal then for you, Bambino, where you're like, I'm always going to bring full energy, or was there something special about coming up against Navi and beating them?
No, I mean, like, I think this is always, like, it was the same in the last series. I just try and always give some energy, because, I mean, officials are tense, there's a lot of adrenaline, you know, so, like, always good to give the energy out. But it was especially nice to beat Navi, you know, if you lose my old player, so nice to get a win there. But yeah, no, I think this is just, like, baseline energy, to be honest.
So, Sub, how are you feeling in FUT? How are things working out for you?
I mean, we still need to work on some things because the Fracture lose was on us. You know, it was nothing like tactical or on the timeout thing. We just gave the map for our mistakes. And I'm happy to be here again. You know, I love FUT.
Lovely. Also, Eternal Fire is doing great. You happy for them?
Yeah, I'm happy for them.
Everybody wins. Everybody wins. I think that you should not be so hard on yourself on the Fracture. I know that the game does happen and you're probably thinking of that, but you should be incredibly proud of what you guys did today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do want to ask very quickly, Sub, before we leave. You're talking about the Fracture first time. If we were to see you play it again, how differently would it go?
Bro, I smashed them.
Yes, that's what we like to hear.
Scoreline, if we were to run it back.
Scoreline? I mean, if I play like myself, and if he listened sociable, probably like 13-3. And also Kolosho hit some like random shots as well. I mean, you guys saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have won the first game also, but happens.
Well, look, I'll hold you to it. A 13-3 next time we see you playing Fracture.
I promise you.
Well, you promised me. You're putting that one out there. Fantastic. I'll let you both go, though. Whoa, what? Was that even words? I think it was.
Yeah,
I'll let you both go, though. While we're doing that, we'll head to a break. When we come back, we got our final series for our week number 2.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah.
भाई एक गाना वाइब बेबे डोसन बोलते कहाँ से कहाँ है ना अपना डोसिया वो समरेना का ट्रेंड चल रहा है पापा के साथ वाला तो स्विक्स ने आपको आई लव यू बोला कि नहीं लैंग्वेज अभी तक बोला नहीं है टन 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 अबे मेरे को मेरा पोल ही नहीं दिख रहा है अभी दिख रहा है Who will जीतेगा कैसी या कैसी
So the thing is like not everyone knows that, but Aves already wanted to be IGL. Like he always wanted. Like, it's not that we forced him to take this role. It's like even before the beginning of kickoff, the beginning of the season, he wanted to be IGL, and he was so mad that we like.
विंग भाई रेड करो एन क्यू को एंड में वेनम भाई अगर आप मेरे को नहीं जानते मेरा स्ट्रीम एंड होने तक एन क्यू भाई के 3 स्ट्रीम हो गए रहेंगे समझ रहे हो दादा बिग फैन हाउस तो थोड़ा हवास गेम प्ले देखते हैं थोड़ा बैलेंस करते हैं थोड़ा हवास देखते हैं लेट्स वॉच थोड़ा हवास मैच चालू होने तक
अरे यार मैं कूद गया भाई सुबह में से 1 सेकंड
गंदे प्लेयर हो
ना टाइम तो 40 सो भाई नियॉन खेलो डेव्स गेम प्ले देख के नियॉन डिलीट कर देंगे ठीक है
उसके मुंह पे कूद के गांड दिए ये
अरे मैं कूद गया बिकॉज़ स्क्रॉल व्हील
एक्सक्यूज रेडी रहता है एकदम
अरे गांडी मारती है इसकी चैट इसके मोसी लिख रहे हैं इसके मोसी लिखा है उसको
और भी होंगे चल ले तनु मार रहा है
यार बकचोदी करेंगे
नीचे 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 नीचे
मैं स्मोकता दो
उधर टीम लड़े जा रही है एक गया
अरे मां कसम जेट को मार सकता था बे
ओरी ले राइट
आ गया
ओ नाइस क्या तूने कुछ किया ही नहीं है
ये जब राइट किया तो राइट
लग गई मेरे को
4 बंदे मार के हट गया
क्या हो गया रे माफिया को हाँ
भाई ये क्या आता है रिपोर्ट में शॉट्स फायर्ड हाँ चेंबर का शॉट्स फायर्ड भी आता है रिपोर्ट में काउंट देता कितना आ गए क्या नाम है इसला की ये क्या नाम है ये क्या नाम है बे
इधर मार ना, इसके बीच में मार, वो निकलता है बंदा हर बार, नीचे ऊपर से दोनों से निकलेगा।
मैं डिफॉल्ट स्मोक दूं क्या?
ब्लेंडिंग
भाई इसका क्या क्रॉसर है, क्या क्रॉसर है इसका बेंच, कुछ दिख भी रहा है इसको ब्लैक क्रॉसर में। भाई मेरे को ऐसा लगा मेरे मॉनिटर में दाग है बे। हाँ डिसलाइक की जवला उसको समझा नहीं ना, उसको आता नहीं है।
पागल हो गया क्या?
उसको आता नहीं है, मराठी नहीं आता उसको।
How the fuck?
One enemy remaining.
भाई कुछ करेगा ये टीम के लिए।
ये आगे से कंप्लेन क्यों कर रहा है? ओ यश, ओ यश।
मैंने बोला था ज़रीफ को रेड करो तब गाली पड़ी।
नाटक ना करो।
मैच देख रहे हो रे बाबा।
हेलो सिटीज लॉन्ग गाइस कैसे हो? ड्रॉप मांग लेते हो, फिर अगला राउंड जब करने एक्चुअली ड्रॉप की जरूरत होती है तब मैंने खुद बाई कर लेगा वैंडल।
इतना कंप्लेन मत कर, ठीक है भाई, इतना कंप्लेन मत कर।
टीम प्लेयर इसलिए मेरे नाम क्या कर रहा है?
टीम प्लेयर नहीं है तू, ड्रॉप नहीं देता भाई।
चलो अब भी तो रहेगा ना इसका कुछ तो इम्पैक्ट, अब भी तो रहेगा। देखो चौथा राउंड है।
तुम लोग जाओ।
कड्डा मिला नहीं उसको।
कोई फॉरवर्ड स्मोक आया इसका, तो मतलब कोई है
भाई। रोटेशन ऑलरेडी हो रही है बहुत तगड़ी गाइस, बहुत तगड़ी रोटेशन है।
क्योंकि वो लोग लड़ रहे हैं, साइड में है वो नशेड़ी।
क्या चक्कर भाई, सब क्लियर है।
चूतिया प्लांट हो रहा है।
भी आ जाओ।
अरे
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। देखो देखो, फाउंड द ट्रैप, फाउंड द ट्रैप, फाउंड द ट्रैप।
One enemy remaining.
ये लास्ट सिटी हेवन चढ़ेगा 70 टैग गन लेने आएगा वो।
देखो वन टैप, देखो वन टैप, देखो बस बस।
छी बेशर्म नहीं है इस बेस को, शर्म नहीं है इसको। हाँ 4 राउंड इसने कुछ नहीं किया है।
एकदम मक्के उड़ रही थी।
कड्डा मिला।
माफे पे आरपी अच्छा करता।
अभी भी रोल कर रहा हूँ।
माफिया की तो फेटिश है।
टावर का सन किस दे, बिल्कुल राइट से टावर का सन किस दे, पहले फ्लैश और डीप राइट।
अब तो कुछ करेगा मेरे हिसाब से, अब तो कुछ करेगा।
पिंगी थ्रो कर रही है, पिंगी थ्रो कर रही है।
एक्सक्यूज मी,
सूत्रों से पता चला है।
बस अभी आधा घंटा बैठेगा स्मोक में।
Spike down B.
भाई
भाई मैंने 5 राउंड से कुछ नहीं किया भाई।
अरे अरे भागा, वो गांड उड़ा के भागा। एक सेकंड तेरे पीछे खड़ा था वो।
अरे कितना कैच कर रहा है ये।
लास्ट तक ड्यूलिस्ट का जिंदा है भाई। ये देखने मार भी नहीं पाया भाई। भाई तुझे, भाई तुझसे जेट को डरना चाहिए भाई, वो डर ही नहीं रहा तुझसे।
ये कौन से रीजन की वॉच पार्टी है? वेस्ट बंगाल रीजन की वॉच पार्टी है।
ये ले ड्रॉप ले। मैं कहाँ मरा हूँ? मैं भूल गया कहाँ मरा हूँ।
नया रीजन है
भाई। तुम लोग यहाँ लड़ रहे थे, कोई यहाँ पे स्पैम दिया। हाँ यप यप यप।
तो मैं तो जा ही रहा था।
केजे का अल्ट मत जा, केजे का अल्ट।
मैं अंडर मत से उड़ाऊंगा।
ठीक, आ जाओ आ जाओ आ जाओ।
उड़ेगा ठीक है।
हां ठीक है।
मारा दूर से स्पैम। लौड़े लग गए
भाई। हील हील
हील का फ्री का हील है वाइपर के बाद।
और उसका टीम लड़े जा रहा है, उसका टीम लड़े जा रहा है।
इधर ये मिक्स भी है।
ऑफर तो
सारा लास्ट किल इसने लिया है।
गंद दो गंद दो गंद दो।
मैं बिंक्स स्पेक्टेटर मैं ऐसा कभी नहीं खेलता, मैं ऐसा कभी नहीं खेलता, कभी नहीं।
हेलो जरा भाई, न्यू हॉरर गेम कितना लंबा है? और शायद 3.5 घंटा बाकी है उसमें 3-3.5 घंटा है सब गेम खत्म घी खत्म
वीडियो का लिंक डाल दे व्लॉग का
चश्मा एक साइड साफ किया इसने
एक शॉर्ट्स बना उस पे वो लिंक डाल देना वो नहीं होती ऐड अ लिंक
हाँ
अरे शॉर्ट्स में वो लिंक नहीं डाल सकते तुम ऐड अ वीडियो लिंक
रेस्ट लो कहाँ से रेस्ट कर बाय Nice comms, Punko. मैं मर गया. That's some crazy comms.
चलना.
किया चलो कुछ तो किया.
Guys, हम पीछे भी जा सकते हैं हाँ?
कुछ तो किया.
ऊपर रेज है मैं रीलोड कर
रहा हूँ. अच्छा
ये तो किया है ना.
कोई तो अचानक से लंड सुना मुझे पता नहीं कौन सुना.
मार दिया फिर कहता है
फ्लैंक आ सकता है.
हाँ एक नियॉन को भी सुना मैंने लंड. मैं हूँ तुम्हारा क्रॉसिंग. ट्रस्ट इन द प्रोसेस.
केजे अल्टा है अभी.
नहीं वाइपर मर जाएगा क्योंकि वाइपर तेरा क्रॉस नहीं है.
ट्रस्ट इन द प्रोसेस.
केजे अल्टा के पहले जिसला की जवला वो मर गया. ख्याल हो भी है
Binks watching a Haga's gameplay उसके मुंह पे हगा मैंने.
लैंग्वेज
एक नियॉन टटी कर रहा है गाइस. एक नियॉन टटी कर रहा है.
अब जैसे यहाँ दोस्तों के स्किल रहो भी दोस्तों के स्किल रहो कुछ करने को
यप टिप्पणी दे रहे क्या टिप्पणी दे रहे टिप्पणी भाई. आज मुझसे स्पाइक लो मुझसे. ये लो देख लो नियॉन देख रहे हो
फटा कोई तो फटा. पंकु के आगे 2 बंदे पीछे पंकु पट्टी
करते हैं.
One enemy remaining.
भाई भी चलते. तेरी माँ का ये ड्रॉप पे है भाई. लेके चले जा भी चले जा साइड पे आया.
आई थिंक वो उसके डिस्कॉर्ड से मेरे को किक किया बढ़िया. Finally got selected in SSCCGLWW. भाई डू यू थिंक ज़रीफ ने अपने कैमरा एंगल से मैप ऐड किया उससे कुछ फायदा है भाई. इससे सिर्फ इतना फायदा है कि जो चूतिया स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर्स ना उनको नहीं समझेगा कि क्या हो रहा है. लेकिन जो भी हाई इलो वाले स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर है एक बार ये माउस घुमा देगा क्लियर कट मालूम पड़ेगा कौन किधर है.
उड़ा स्पैमर ली. ओ देख ले भाई डुएलिस्ट क्लियर करो भाई. ओ मां गोटाल. हाँ बे
क्या एक ही नहीं गया आगे.
अरे टावर क्लियर करो बॉट लोग टावर क्लियर.
अरे ये क्या आवाज था.
ब्रीच अल्ट है नियॉन अल्ट डाला साइड पे एक जेट इधर था जिसको मार दिया. हेवन टावर लो ना अगला तो टावर लेना होता है
या
वो हमारा एक
टावर में हां
इनका खड़ा हो. क्या आया था
पाउलर बोलो पाउलर.
अच्छा मैं तो गया था.
पाउलर
तू मेरे से पहले भाई वापस रोक चलो बहन.
क्या हो रहा है माफिया को.
हट जाओ आगे.
Not your best भाई. I'll show you best.
मत करो. किसको मार रहे हैं? पंको किसको मार रहे हैं?
भाई ये क्या हो रहा? भाई ड्रॉप एक ड्रॉप लास्ट ड्रॉप ऑफ ले लेगा मेरा.
लेंडी खेलते हो आप चूतिए. लेंडी.
The stick when it comes to the meta changes. I want to know, how have you felt about that adapting to the new meta, and do you think that the reports of your downfall are greatly exaggerated?
Yeah, to be honest, I think we're cooked. Martin cannot play anything else. I think it's done for us.
Well, he thinks it's done for them. We'll find out if that's the case in just a moment. Let's get these boys on the stage.
Smoke on my vision so hazy.
चट क्या लग रहा है? मेरे को लग रहा है डॉसनेस मारेगा. एकदम फीलिंग आ रहा है डॉसनेस मारेगा. Any comment for Martin मारेगा? डॉस 9 मारेगा. कैसे बोलते? ओह, रेड भी तो है. Oh fuck.
Gentlemates are going to be able to put those greatly, what did Mitch call it? The greatly exaggerated downfall of Gentlemates, the rumors of their downfall to bed. It's just to show up, to show everyone what they're made of. Of course, Kazuka, you're allowed to be happy. I know you went from having absolutely none, essentially begging teams to play it.
And it worked.
To getting it twice in one day.
I've learned something. I just have to cry. I just have to be a baby about it. But I thought the Fracture was going to be a possibility just based on the way for the bans went for these two teams. But I'm so excited that we're going 2 for 2 on today, because I don't feel like on the first series it was enough. I still need a little bit more.
It didn't satisfy
and I think that with the individuals that we have in both of these teams, Fracture has to be a very, very exciting match.
I'm expecting a lot of explicitly on that. I think it's going to be really, really fun to watch. And like you said, like actually seeing it come through, Mates had a band against them last week, and obviously KC let it flow. So I think no surprise in seeing that here. Haven coming out for them as well. That was obviously a decider for Mates last week, where they ended up losing out their first series of the stage so far. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how they approach that.
Love to see the keys to victory here. I'm gonna let Mates scream. Okay, thank you. And then, as you can see, we said that for Mates is to not be the next KC, as in do not repeat having an impressive kickoff and just go down, as I was just explaining. Jesus, KC, they're loud.
Both those teams just said, hey man, whatever you're about to say, we don't actually care about it. Because yeah, KC, it was maybe just try not to be the KC of recent history.
It's so tragic, doesn't it? But I think what we meant by that was utilize the components that you have, right? Don't just like, disappointing once again. Like, we want them to actually utilize the pieces that they have, and I think that, what better way to show it than in a French derby?
Especially after last week, I agree with what you said. I want to see if they're going to play together.
Obviously.
I want to see them setting each other up for success. It is weird to see Sugetsu having the game that he had last year. I cannot remember a single moment in time where you would see a side and see Sugetsu being that's the weak side.
Which is
absolutely
crazy to think about, because we have Dossier coming into this roster, which allows Sugetsu to move back onto that Sentinel role. Let's not forget,
he was forced off the controller role last year, so we're expecting, big things coming into this year, seeing him back on that Sentinel role.
The good thing is that historically, what KC has going for them is that Mates have never beat them. We saw a couple encounters in the past couple of years, and I don't think they even took off a map off of them. Now, times they are changing, different KC, different Mates, but it is there.
Yeah, that's where we're bringing in those results of week 1, where it's like, how heavy-handed were their opponents and how were they able to adjust to that? It feels like for Gentlemates, I would say there is a lot more that has convinced me to take their side, seeing a little bit more
Victor
of this
खेल रहा है
map
जर्विन
as
की
well.
जगह आज
Martin
सेन
has
के
so
लिए
much
हाँ
more
क्या
going
कैसे
for
निजेश
him
क्या
than what people might have chalked up week 1 towards, and so it is just now a question where
इसलिए
exactly
नहीं आते
are
बाद
they
मिला अरे भाई मैं
able to
सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ
pull
उसको
this map of fracture?
Chamber? I kind of like
ठीक है, बात
this. It's
हुई।
like what you said, Bale. Having this kind of pseudo-duelist by having him on that chamber. Something that he can TP away with, which
Why?
is really, really nice
Fracture
to
में?
see. I think if Mini's going to play the breach, that's something that I'm
Impossible ना
instantly surprised by.
11 going on the waylay here after the nerf that we know it's in play for
नहीं, लेकिन
this
वेले
week.
अभी भी
And
अच्छा
also
है।
11 who in this map
वो
last
nerf
year when
है,
he was in
लेकिन
BBL
इतना
struggled to
crazy
the
वाला
point
nerf
that they
नहीं
had
है।
to change the
Face
composition
में
entirely
निकला
around
excellent
him and
है।
move in onto that jet spot. So let's see how he's going to be performing. I like the Vice. I like the different approach. The KO as well. I believe it was Boaster yesterday that was speaking about how they moved onto the KO on a map like Breeze, just because after playing against the KO, it's like
जी इंडिया और गए और पैटमैन जी के लिए खेल रहा है मतलब
on
पैटमैन
his post map when they played that
इतना
breach against KO. I think
गंदा
it was the
एग्जांपल
Eternal Fire
जेरी
game where he had said like,
कान
yeah,
में
we
आते
struggled
कर
to play
लगे
against
इतना
KO. I think
गंदा
as well
एग्जांपल
specifically KO playing into yeah what I thought was going to be a double duelist composition, but we're going to get to see the Martin playing the Vito again, another agent where he can TP around the map, which is interesting to me considering this map is so small when you think of that defender rotation. So I think him being on the Vito suggests to me that he's going to be playing pretty aggressive with it.
We're going to be paying attention to the defense because at the end of the day, one of the biggest difference between Vito and Chamber is that Vito cannot snap his fingers and go out. He actually has to look at the TP to then get out. So you need to be careful in the sense that you need to always be able to turn your camera around because you do not have that flexibility. So I want to see, especially after the showing that we had in the first match, how that is going to face against the Chamber.
Yeah, I think as well how these agents are all going to play into the breach, into the KO. How is that going to stop them from being able to get away with these aggressive plays too?
Well, there's all these questions that need to be answered, and the joy, of course, of getting to see another fracture, along with handing it over to Pansy and Hyperk.
कुछ तो अलग खेल रहे हैं आज कुछ अलग देखने को मिलेगा
Dare you say I'm excited for Fracture? It is a
बहुत फनी लगता है जब आप ऐसे बोलते हो तो आजकल अपने BF को भी ऐसे ही बोलने लगी हूँ मैं
and they need course correction.
I mean, yeah, Fracture in terms of like the bigger picture for both teams here. Actually, for Mates, with a little bit more of a shift in terms of
language,
the composition, obviously, of maybe playstyle. It's something we definitely wanted to see with what we saw them struggle with last week. On the other side, KC, similar sort of lens, right? We need to see some results.
Euro के अंदर वो Martin Senti बन गया.
There's actually something, something that we can kind of pin our hopes to, because both teams in an awkward situation currently.
Yeah.
Following week 1.
Yeah, I think that's the fairest way to put it. I wait and see, right? Martin, again, still eyes towards his individual performance. Obviously, then Beepo.
Language chat. वो नहीं बोलती वो अपने boyfriend को.
And Martin, obviously, incredibly intelligent player in terms of decision making. So I'm excited to see him. Actually, under a new lens here, Starzo. An opener on top.
अब smoke में अब क्या?
That's just been exceptional.
अब क्या करेगा
It's really the beacon of light for me when I was really looking. Yeah, and again, seeing him instantly shut down almost feels a little unfair, but a great beginning for Starzo and Mates as we do wait for them to decide which of the avenues towards the site they approach. And already KC starting to drop back some of these bodies.
No, actually, the lurk here is going to catch Starzo.
चढ़ के मार के आ गया bro. What the fuck?
An opportunity to get the ball rolling here. Will be the first pistol round win. You saw KC 0-4 currently. They got themselves to a 3v3 here, and Martin down to 50 HP, 11. Exactly the same situation on the other side, so level pegging here.
Quite like the Mates have approached it from this side though. Heading through.
Oh, seats.
Spike planted. Site, and Beepo's gone unchecked until now. The smoke actually didn't quite drop prior to them checking on it, so going to send him away, but it should give them a really good indicator of what they're up to now, right? This becomes less of a surprise. Beepo going to try and gap close. It's Glyph to take down 11, leaving just in this 2v2, trying to draw them in on the smite tap.
Oh my
Just a second tap here with the Sheriff, the Sugetsu will catch. Just Glyph left now.
One enemy remaining.
Oh shit, crucial. Oh my god! Oh my God! क्या मारा?
Loving that one. Plenty of time on the fuse.
भाई क्या मारा? अरे
clutch again. His ability to solo deliver clutch rounds for mates previously a little bit lacking.
क्या मारा यार?
Get themselves a pistol here on Fracture. Beautiful stuff. The bait here on the back of Beepo just to find the first.
Gotcha.
A great reset here. Sugetsu to challenge here allows Glyph to isolate and will punish with 3 on the pistol.
By mood में
I think Glyph was a missing factor, right? That we were
he was so clutch during kickoff, man. Like he looked phenomenal under the pressure. Again, it's tool to kind of get that expectation then of a player, but certainly something that was missing from the recipe in Santiago.
I wonder what it takes to activate him again, be it agent comfort, map comfort, just scenario dependent, but I think the more we watch the mate side, the more we can kind of learn that factor as to what gets him actually into the matchup. However, on the other side of KC, it is going to be just classic, so going to be trying to trail their way across the map, see what they can find here. They're going to be pretty tough to make this cross, though.
Both language. But टूटा नहीं है अभी तक.
If they're gonna post up though, Mini and Martin will both find kills.
Oh, sure does man.
Martin with the classic. We'll find one.
By NT way.
As well. 4v2 now. The right.
Shot.
Next one here, the palm will go through, and unfortunately, Narrate's forced out of sight. No way back
Shot.
in here. He lands these headshots.
NT. More damage there. More damage.
Close the account here. Second on the board, but very costly considering the investment brought in.
I mean,
even getting towards getting towards the plant as well as the damage alongside that.
Even the replay doesn't really show how close that got in certain instances here. Again, you'll take that if you're KC. It's obviously not the round win, but look at what they're coming back in with on the bonus. This gives you so much more room to build back. Now we get into the kind of meat of things, or at least closer to, right?
टूटा तो मैं हूँ, ठीक है.
The biker to come in here, Dosia will bring a scope in, knowing that obviously the purchase will be
क्या खेला ऐसे टलने कल? पागल ये नहीं मालूम. Valorant.
Really, the one rifle in the hands of Mini, and it's a bulldog at that.
कुतने का मेरे को?
2 shotguns and upgraded pistols.
I'd be very surprised if they get much out of this one. It's going to be incredibly hard to make it work. No deeper test on the wall, if I'm not mistaken, either over towards A, so no real threat towards that from Sugetsu. He can keep his eyes where they are.
To really put focus on Levin's early on in this half.
पूछा मैं बताया भाई.
Yeah, he's only one away, so this should be it. It should unlock some really nice approaches.
Lol wars.
Fancy it here, going back towards A. Who's shouldering that one? Just going to be Beepo down there.
Heavy timing हो सकता है.
Potentially.
Chance to go big here, actually.
Yeah. They don't clear it efficiently. Flash is not going to do that much. It's still strong. The timing on the stun just to be able to fall back. You've got to be careful of Dish at this point, though, as well.
They smoke भी डाला है, निकल गया
outside. Keeping eyes on, but Dosia not quite there to try and catch that pushback.
And now Beepo will be able to set up comfortably.
30 seconds left.
I don't believe. Actually, maybe caught these 2
we
players.
Will Azure Valorant trophy inside. Excuse me.
Just walking out though. Just no eyes towards this smoke. Dosia finally trades out. Sugetsu now strikes.
Beepo again. Oh, Narrate, you're a lucky boy. This is really fun stuff, considering the purchase was minimal here. KC, yes, they will go around. Way too close.
I don't think, did Dosia just upgraded there now? Didn't see the swap out. Did actually get his hands on the rifle as well. He can finally get this one across the line, but Mate's certainly doing some damage. Resistance for sure. A little, just a gap in the smoke here for Dosia to find this, but at that point, I mean, nobody challenged onto it, or even covering the smoke out from spawn. Could have been their downfall.
Let's go! Nice! That was just picking up the rifle. He was really jazzed about it.
Yeah.
All right. And here we go. The biff begins, hindered and slowed, and everyone
stops. बहुत damage दे सकते थे बहुत.
And no vision on anything. Martin's going to find Sue.
आवाज आ रहा है bro.
It's just a mess over here.
क्या fight ले रहे भाई?
From both sides.
क्या फाइट ले रहे हैं?
1v3.
पूरा सैंडविच हो गए बेस और यहाँ से.
What are you meant to do with this one? Maybe gets one, but you imagine a trade then having to recover the spike, incredibly difficult.
Well, now's the time for Sugetsu to hold back the years.
W Brimald.
Some of those taps. He got away out of the smoke for the time being, though. Just too many question marks. Considering at least revealing his position. I think Martin posted on this angle, though.
I think Martin's just kind of playing with the timing just in case there is that full wrap. But
so got another smoke to cover, yeah. That's rough.
Kind of cancels that plan, doesn't it? You don't want to sit there and wait for it.
Martin Yorota before Martin to abhi ho gaya na.
Kind of angle that Mini's holding. Spike's still there. Yeah, it's wraps on this one.
Marta tha bhi lekin 30
Give this up, hold on to the rifle. Great response found here from mates.
Yeah, they're up for a biff, aren't they? No fear in fighting that one.
Trophy दिखाओ और boot camp को
on both sides.
2 दिन तो गए back to boot camp.
It's Martin to find 2 crucial kills to stop things from, I mean, even getting off the first hurdle, really.
भाई तो मेरे जैसा kill है बे जाके सारा और ले लो.
I'd like to see that from kind of Martin's perspective as well. If we
ले लेता और.
Arvis found 2 beautiful kills on the back of that.
मैं रहता और ले लेता.
Again, in all that chaos, to be able to find that many to convert, always great to see.
I think Glyph caught somebody with the ult as well. I think the orbital strike did find a kill. See here, Martin.
Trickle की stream top 4 बन
Once
गई
they're
जैसे.
separated, I mean, there's no possibility.
कहाँ पे बन गया?
Oh, did Levin actually recall into it?
Yeah. Well, what are you meant to do? He's rocking a hard place there for him. There's no real good option. And ult-wise, you're starting to see them come through now as well.
3-1. अभी ये round अगर हार गया ना
on the other side and Arvez. So you got a couple.
ये round अगर हार गया ना
one off from Doja.
हाँ?
Again, heavy emphasis on this arcade fight, just to try and clear through that space. And actually, people are going pretty far on this, checking all the way down towards the other side of the rope. But KC committed on that stairs walk up, and now mate's in the right place potentially for it.
Oh, come on, popped here. Will be caught, actually. But the recall comes through. Just too many questions on the way in here, but Arvis steamrolls in.
Yeah, I really like that scaling up, though. That was some good synergy shown by KC there, just to kind of take the space correctly. Arvis just right close to that next layer in. Now gets some, obviously, the 2-man advantage,
Most popular
too.
live में 4th. Trending ticket क्या?
Gone. There's Martin and Mini's
कोई
options.
मेरे को वो क्यों नहीं डाला story में trending? मैंने कभी trending नहीं देखा live में.
2v5 locked out of sight here. We'll have to concede a second round for KC. Investment
KC
comes
too
through,
strong,
obviously.
KC जीत गया.
I still have Dosia and Narrate's ultimate to rely
Enemy
on.
भी कर रहे हैं ना?
Next.
हाँ.
The other side still looking very healthy. For mates Beepo.
YouTube में trending था यार काश ads डालता.
Early proactivity here and immediately looking to pivot back into anchor side.
भाई आप इतने rude क्यों? मैं कहाँ rude बना अभी तक?
A successful engagement.
भाई इसके लिए इन लोग ने इस मैप में इतनी तो side है आने की मेरे को नहीं
now
मालूम.
with Martin finding success outside dish and Beepo obviously in this round finding a ton of space to play into. Maybe just going through the motions in terms of these early setups on the side of KC. Wouldn't surprise me to see mates really test that.
No.
Pagav.
I do want to see if mates can kind of
Why
get
are you
on the
playing
timing
so bad?
It's just going to depend on kind of those all-in-sight executes.
आ रहा है वो आ रहा है.
How well the other side can
Faluda
control
आ रहा
that
है.
momentum, I guess, and the snowball
Yeah, with the
effect.
push and pull on Fracture, obviously it's always an interesting
Faluda आ रहा है.
discussion in terms of defensive aggression.
सनक का birthday. मेरे भी देखेगा ना.
Feeling comfortable with that with the new
मेरा तो
composition.
cousin बेटा हो.
Yeah, right.
Well,
place for the
I say new
aggression.
composition, a role swap effectively.
Beepo should be dead there. The drop on that smoke just... Oh, no,
free
Sarso,
का HBD
this
message
is,
लिख के आऊँगा मैं.
this is awful to watch. Just, you two in hand, fight here and there. They felt halfway through to a great idea, but as it stands,
भाई ये
KC,
लोग
even
सारे
though it's
fight
down low,
जीत
should recover
सकते
some
हैं.
of
क्या
that
हो गया mid
Three
को
still alive,
भाई?
no matter. And Goose considering us. Are you considering a smoke? Well, you're now going to have no
Secondary,
weapon.
yeah, classic.
That's a bit... Well, luck, at least for Martin, he gets to keep his rifle out.
I mean, both ahead of the divide here, so won't have a sound cue if they start rotating away.
Retrieving flash.
बस ulti मारा उसने.
Even here, still conscious that somebody's over towards rope.
पिके देखो नजर both of you. Thank you.
Ton of space to play into, and Glyph and Martin stay committed. AC just going to take their time though, rightfully so.
वो लोग return भाग के भी जा सकते हैं.
See how have to be conscious now, will be noted.
30 seconds left.
Nice little early warning system there.
ये बचा था.
Martin getting pretty close to this now. Plants in. I don't know if that molly's going to affect too much. No.
क्या ये
I
टीपी
don't know what
मारेगा
Martin's goer is. He's just maybe hoping for timing on smokes. Yeah. Okay, he's got himself at least closer towards some part of sight here. Maybe even saw the back pedal from Sugetsu. Tries to hunt that down. Doesn't know the additional body though. Arvez, not the one with him, but Arvez drops now. Both players, same side, on stairs. Gonna see them both. Doja with a wide run.
आराम से Glyph ने already
This guy was
clutch
clutched
मारा है.
before. He'd need to be in this moment. The timing, he's got it again! Glyph! Showing us glimmers of how good he was before.
भाई Glyph ने technically
Another
उसकी
clutch
team
for
के लिए
him.
3 round
Close
निकाला.
out here. Get the defuse on top.
Technically.
And KC, initially, I mean, a ton of space to play into.
Technically.
Like I said, they're right to take their time. Obviously, the notification comes through early off Martin's utility, but...
But the boy!
I don't want to criticize him in this situation, but then with both players kind of tucked in the same spot, there's no later round play. Not sure if it was feasible for him to wrap back into tower or something. Made so. Up to 4 now. Buy is still there for KC.
Small letters.
Yeah, and the aggression, or at least the heaviest stack for the defending side, was over towards B. Oh,
Buddy.
Where was that? Was that just blind, or did the barrel show maybe, or just kind of a preemptive
अब
spam?
तो कुछ होना चाहिए MH जीत रही है तो.
It felt very concise, but regardless, it means Bebo's out of this round, and mates are pretty behind the curve here, considering they did have that heavier emphasis towards B at the beginning.
Mini's ult though. To maybe get something
Low,
in motion here. Decent catch, but Martin shuts him down.
How is he still
वो
gone that
क्या
far?
मारा मार्टिन ने? भाई Glyph क्या मार रहा है?
Wild here. We're looking at what remains. It's Doja and Narrate answering
भाई
back.
क्या हो गया वे Glyph? Hello?
Initially here, Sif mates are going to be able to get themselves
क्या
out
मार
the
रहे
door.
हो?
Levin with a great catch, but
भाई वॉच पार्टी में ज़्यादा मजा आता है यार 5 man
really do
stack.
some damage. No, it's just a pull on
5 man
spam, yeah.
खेलता हो ना? तो
Unless I
उसमें
missed
मजा.
something there in the replay, but heads up.
लेकिन ये मैं सब मैचेस
to
देखने
find a
में
freebie on the way in. Like you said, the stack was elsewhere, so really relies on Bepo at least going 1 for 1, right, to make this doable.
And this leaves what Mates' economy hollering for mercy. They've got sheriffs, they've got a Bucky. Very little to try and deny the at least evening of the scoreline.
मगर ये लोग ये लाइनअप से जीत गए ना.
Like they want to head towards that B site here on the other side. You're going to have Glyph.
क्यों स्लो डाला? कोई suppression
Martin
नहीं
not
हुआ
too
था.
far away. There could be a little bit of something and maybe an opportunity, but Martin's hoping for the best, but probably going to get the worst.
Let's to shut that down now. Bepo tries to get something moving, but it's only Glyph to find one. Mini shuts down the raid.
Okay, hold on. With that, you feel as though that's just tilted it back in their hands here. Starzo shutting on chance. I think he's only really a Bucky maybe up there as well, if he does even head that way.
Yeah, it's not much.
Yeah, you're clutching at straws, aren't you, there? The KC, though, they'd love to keep 3 up as well.
एक दिन Martin, एक दिन Glyph.
These rounds have been pretty volatile so far, even in just the
lighter
investments. It has felt a little bit dangerous.
KC too strong.
So here, maybe you could see KC settle into a rhythm.
2-0 लग रहा है KC.
Hope now with 2 rounds in succession. See that one. A lesser purchase on the side of Mates, and Bepo unfortunately didn't find much value here, but I'm trying to think Narrate just trying to sidestep in and out here. Wait, what was that kill? That's a beautiful adjustment there.
Huh?
That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Bro, what the
second
fuck?
kill, and it was pretty nice. Okay, we go back through. Buyback in hand. Glyph's ult's there too.
क्या मारा बे?
Bit of a split
Give
approach.
her a shout out to मेरी जान के
He's starting to flex around the map.
Okay,
Hot balloon.
Huge outcome for KC, but Starzo bulldozering forward. Those Dojas around as well. Getting hungry for it, chases it alone, and now Mini's very isolated, gets the trade back and forth, and it's just so many of these hectic coin flip sort of fights happening.
Spike in control of Mates though. Arvez and Levin have to make a play here. Still a little bit of util and an ultimate for Arvez. Levin going to be approaching this one dry.
I think KC निकाल लेगा ये fight.
To invest here. Levin just going through the motions, clearing all the way through rope here. Well, here, and that's a molly to stall potentially.
Right here.
time buyer.
Right here. There's still a lot left on the clock.
एक इधर है, वो लोग पीछे का पूरा clear कर रहे हैं.
Take their time in approach.
कहाँ से fight हो सकता है?
Okay, popping the ult here. Close flash, sees nothing.
कोई नहीं है, मतलब
yeah, they should know. It's all coming from this side, really, at this point. Cliff on the corner. What a clear from KC. Clotheslining. Mates.
The sort of aggression, again, Mates had made hints towards employing this. It's the sweetest taste of sin, really. All things considered, can really come a crop for you. Stars with some great shots here.
Clean.
Yeah, almost begging them to come closer.
Oh my God, bro! Avish ने क्या मारा मेरे को?
You gotta be chuffed to bits. Shining just like a star.
क्या मारा बे?
KC back into the next one now. Over towards Arcade, Martin. Tested previously, now still with a bucky. And the buy's just not there.
It's rotten, isn't it? Oh dear.
Oh, nearly! Oh, he's got a second!
You're getting away with murder, man. And Martin, there's very few opportunities for him to swing and help out with just a bucky. And a call under the spell right now from KC is Starzo.
कोई बाप anime बताओ. कोई other than big ones सब खत्म.
This one's a little different in a 1v5.
Baap anime.
Gonna clean this one up. An in-zone flawless here to find number 6.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
You see how the ults will sit now, looking very healthy for KC. The other side is just a nightfall for Mason. Will be a timeout call here ahead of round 11. And not much left in the bank here, but KC obviously will get the purchase in hand. Beepo, operator, out potentially.
Language.
Yeah, going to be very uncomfortable if
Hell's
they can't
Paradise
find
Overlord
number 5
सब देख लिया.
Stars are obviously lots to consider.
सबसे बाप में मेरे को है ना वो अच्छा लगता था. क्या है वो?
Again, it's just looking at Beepo. Still, I want to see this guy really get into things, and the
Aizen वाला कौन सा था?
heavier and heavier on his plate, right? The more that we're seeing Martin even shift away
Soul
from that
Ripper
double
वाला.
technically, and kind of his comfort role previous to now.
वो और 7 deadly sins.
I mean, Levin's not exactly had a highlight game either, but still.
No, but I think this
Bleach or
ties
7
into
deadly
the
sins.
wider conversation we've had around Beepo, to be honest. Even
Bleach or 7 deadly sins
Santiago and here, it's just, I mean, the pressure just
crazy
continues to increase game by game.
Yeah. The operator might help. Quite good on this map.
Yeah, but then I think the second half, really, that's where it gets a little awkward, and then obviously the question around the veto comes in.
Full Metal Alchemist.
I feel like we walk away with more questions than answers when we watch these, but I guess it is because it is the new map as well coming through for these guys. We haven't really seen them focus on it yet, so also that in mind, plenty of ults. This Beepo's just spotted. I mean, he might be just dead here, man. Depends how far KC want to hunt him down. Beepo
miss किया dash ऊपर
forced out
का.
tower at the bare minimum.
The solo anchor here with the operator.
It's a lot on his plate considering the ults they have.
Yeah, semi-committed to site. Hopefully going to be able to slip away now.
Maybe hoping that little wrap up towards that north side of the map
वो लोग
actually
क्यों
comes
push
through
नहीं
a
कर रहे
little
क्या
for him.
कर रहे.
As it stands, he's at least gone out of danger. It's a nightfall. Kind of back and forth ults. This is going to be, again, pretty
Great
chaotic.
coverage here with this execute.
KC have done their prep work on this, though, it feels, as Levin's going to find
Like,
Martin and Spoil Cliff as well. So they now know that north side wrap has come in. Cliff,
like a
how many
bulldozer.
2Ks does this guy get?
Pelly
क्या हो गया वे उसको? Overlord देखा.
See Beepo still very disconnected from this. A 3v4 now.
पुराना anime देखो भाई Yu Hakusho.
Yeah, so get to an Aves.
Inuyasha वो सब देखो
2v4 now. Sugetsu. I mean, I saw a world where it happened, and Aves lives down low.
Samurai X वो सब देखो भाई.
But struck like lightning in the end. Mates, giving themselves a bit of breathing room here.
In terms of the finances, keeping the head above water. This final round, obviously holding on to the operator.
Karan Ajulal भाई वो ना new
there
team
will
है
be
मैं
some gaps, but
ने
it looks like
sponsor की
Shields
है. क्या चीज़?
lacking across the board for mates. AC, on the other hand, do have a divide and an operator in hand for Narrate now. So maybe try and find a pick here. Maybe cycle it across to Dosia. It's somewhere on the floor, yeah.
Bulldozer DRG देखा कैसे देखूं मैं सब
Panko wait and see.
Yeah, I guess outcome dependent, but Narrate lovely on the corner there. That's why they give him the up at the start. Just the tin opener to it. Just prying open the opportunities over towards Dish. That has to put a little bit of a concern with mates. Now forced to reclear elsewhere to give themselves an idea, but...
Looking to crunch here. I mean, I see Mini holding Rolling Thunder out. They were ready to brawl. They got a confirmation there on the back of Starzo.
You want to find
the ult
it.
from Martin.
Fear.
Nightfall invested here, won't catch, and Divide will go up also.
And he still has that ult. Could be huge in this. It's the right time for it. Quite early, you'd still argue. They can slow the roll. The C's not quite as effective as maybe they'd want. Starzo trying to get involved, but trade it out. They've won through on the site, so the plant's now up next.
Through here. Mini, 44 HP, has to duck into underpass here and look back towards Arcade. Relying on Glyph to really do the heavy lifting here. Okay, so so disconnected.
Yeah, that cross might be the death of Glyph. It is. It kind of felt inevitable seeing that even on the map itself. Doja gonna close down the account and keep
क्या हुआ कुछ crazy हुआ
scoreline favorable to KC. 7-5 pretty respectable as a beginning.
Yeah, stability from KC, which is something you'd expect coming into this
easy
map
for a
in
mate
particular versus mates.
मेरे को हाइड क्यों हाइड नहीं है तो ना बस 2 अल्ट गए और जीत गए ठीक है जॉबलेस रीइंकार्नेशन देखो गोटेड है सब देखा है भाई लाजरस देखो इट्स गुड देख लिया वो भी गड़बड़ नहीं फालूदा आज तुमको हमेशा फालूदा मंगाते रहते थे मैं देख रहा हूँ क्या होता है फालूदा Not bad. अरे बस करो एनीमे देख लिया है मैंने सब
And at 5-7, it is a close affair here. Now, for KC, things going as planned. At least tilt the scales on their side. But on the other side of things, Beepo is still a question mark for me overall.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about consistency. I think the numbers are fairly consistent, but
maybe
we certainly saw series where he's struggled so far at the start of this year. Early on, I mean, it's tough to say when Martin's breaking records. It was that synergy was so apparent. I feel like that was a little lacking in Santiago, and now with some of these compositions, it's not going to be there. So now we come towards the attacking half, and it's going to be Bieber has to come out swinging here.
And I don't know if he's that sort of player. That's the thing we don't know yet, right? We know that Martin
we are yet to see him really
take over a game.
Be the driving force for them.
Yeah, it's one of those where we've seen it in a couple of different players, right? Where they can just kind of take over a series a little bit, kind of lead from the front almost, be explosive. This is one of the maps where I'd really like to see him do it.
Yeah, because he's always so energetic on stage, so you know that he understands his role alongside Martin previously. He has to be tip of the spear.
Easier said than done. See what he's looking like here. Doja, first port of call. It's done there. Wall up and away we go. Space has been taken, and so is Tower.
Let's see. Liner Rate was interested in getting involved there. Glyph going to try and tuck in. Not noted now. Levin, can he find this trade?
I mean, Glyph's buying so much time as well, keeping Levin away. This is lovely stuff, actually. And Sugetsu having to come around and help out. But both of these players were, but it is down to a 2v2. Sheriff's still on deck as well for Levin.
Crossfire.
But Martin's got a nice old cross. Mini No one's really taking contact until then. Okay, nice little late swing.
Clean round, Remit.
It was fine in the end, well handled, and mates can close the door a little bit.
Saw them considering the spam through the box. Martin, lucky not to be identified there. Right, does so well to even find one here. And again, just talking about the role, obviously, this is the sort of situation you can see Beepo in time and time again, which is why we've discussed the numbers on this role. At least still create that same sort of distraction.
Emmet jeet gaya.
For his team to succeed, I'll still be happy.
Jeet gaya, bhai. Bhai, clear ka RS6-7.
Pistols on this other side for KC.
Jaldi round jeeto be. Hello.
He's looking to be very decisive here in this round 2.
Lovely. Just
no secrets on the way in.
No, I don't think you have to really. Like, I know there's always the chance there's a stack, but if you can just snowball in.
उसने क्या रेट पे कहा अंदर से?
Drop it on site.
जो इसके भी ऊपर जाता है?
Mates now comfortable.
क्या कार्टून्स की बात मत करो. Anime है वो. बकचोदी नहीं.
There's going to be any pressure really.
No, you'd imagine they're just hoping to go down to the spike, if anything. Keep it somewhat in hand. Minimize any outcome. Martin, though, willing to get involved. Again, good progress towards ult, so you wouldn't blame him. There's quite a few players there, though. Maybe one or two too many.
वो शायरी तो सुनी रहेगी ना. अनीम का पत्ता कड़वा है. ईशान भाई.
Negate that entirely.
बोलना नहीं कर.
Gonna get what they want out of that. So not too bad. They're happy with that outcome. Again, kind of what they were eyeing up, really, if it wasn't going to come their way. So as we stand, it is 7 apiece.
Lift still top of the board here, mates. Again, thinking about previously his performance, his impact, it's good to see him back and firing. The crucial attack half here for mates.
Well, it's just that if you... The dream scenario is you activate all of these elements at once when you're looking at mates, right? It's like, okay, you get Glyph kind of clutching up again. You've got Martin and Beepo kind of front-lining. Starzo, great support. Mini, I mean, Mini was iconic, you know, leading up to Santiago, and even in Santiago to a degree. He was probably one of the X factors there as well, in my eyes. Maybe not even to the same extent as we saw during those initial games. So if all of those factors do come online, it gets quite interesting. Mates with a fairly...
Is it good? लेने के बाद तो पूछ रहे, is it good?
Comfortable amount of weapons. Sugetsu, got to be cautious now.
Yeah.
Kind of shredded.
And has shown his hand. Narrate nearly catching somebody, but able to retreat back. Mates haven't necessarily been deterred away from this.
Why do these players deliberately died by the spike?
Though, to reveal the setup.
Crossfire. Oh, the timing. No. Yeah, that's egregious timing. Heaven sent for mates. You dream of those sort of things. And now the red carpet's rolled out.
Spike planted.
Starzo nearly getting caught with a spam. That's the 18 HP. The back line now for KC. Again, I don't think they're going to have their way into sight yet. Already considering now the save. The timing there, just maybe a bit of hesitation.
Bro, order kiya hai Amazon se.
Knife and the flash to come through. You said that crossfire setup really excelled. Just a little late to the party.
Amazon से तेरे घर तक आने तक क्या laptop change नहीं
as well. IGL meant to be the kind of, you know, the voice of the side almost, to kind of be the one to seem a little bit behind the curve of calling that into play. Set it in motion, call it out, go for a swing with Sugetsu. I know Sugetsu was tagged up earlier, but make some commitment on it if you're going to go for it. But as I said, timing not quite there is what it is, but that kind of decides the outcome of the round. At 8-7 now, mates.
Back in the lead.
बाप रे भाई यही बेस्ट लगता है मेरे को एमेट का वो फैन फॉलोइंग बाप रे
the buy and the finance
चिल्लाते हैं वो लोग.
I mean, a bonus round conversion on that as well, and you look at the investment made coming into the next. We're absolutely loving that. The only thing really lacking, the old progress. Obviously with the denial in round 2 and 3 surviving.
14 cartoon को अनीम बोल रहे हैं.
Mini and Martin that have notable progress in that regard. The other side, KC, yeah, nowhere close to anything.
यहाँ पे देखो मैचर लोग 40 रुपए दे रहे हैं.
Hoping they can find a response here to prevent But it's not even a snowball round because we used to talk about that in terms of where the odds align,
oh my god, what a maturity.
I mean, honestly, crippled in terms of the finances.
Yeah, I need to get to set up to kind of get Bro into motion. He got forced off this angle so early before and punished on this. It barely, again, we just don't get to see him be able to fall away from this. Really unwilling to give up that arcade control.
Obviously, the identity.
I
was going to say, whether or not KC can get into the back lines fast enough here. Glyph's got good coverage. Again, able to still provide some support towards site as well.
Heard that flash though.
मैं इतना लिखता हूँ बंक का हेड देते मुझे.
Pretty indicative that someone's pushed out. This should be called through. Yeah, you can already see the awareness coming out from at least Beepo here.
Valorant कैसा गेम है सोच रहा हूँ इंस्टॉल करो.
They're just going to post up high
free to play खेलो.
That should be good. And now Glyph's on for an absolute heater. Should be the foil to the party if necessary, but actually, it's going to be down to Doja now. That's a cancel again. This is looking quite one-sided so far.
KC really struggling in the second half to at least find value early on. The commitment towards the setup from Sugetsu and just kind of, I mean, also formality in terms of conclusion to some of these rounds. Kind of just passing them by. Again, we see hints of being decisive. The flash from Arvez, but the timing completely off. I say completely, that's quite harsh, but off.
Yeah, I mean, this map can be a roll of the dice, right? You pick one of the 4 lanes to go aggressive on.
One of the 4 extremities.
Yeah, yeah. And that's kind of it, right? That's the tough part of this map.
And we saw mates doing it. In the first time, again, it might be for everybody watching in terms of not seeing Fracture for a while. These are very old concepts for Fracture. We're just not seeing KC employ the same sort of approach it, which is fine, but you can't be giving these open, right? The worst thing you can do is give a body away and allow time to kind of hit a site in a 2-man advantage effectively.
And that's why I was kind of looking more towards Sugetsu in that aspect, because again, if you're going to be kind of trying to posture up a little bit towards arcade, it's that fine balance of you've got to at least play it to set up a bit, fall back and make it work. Just going to invest the wall this time, but again, this is a partial buy at best. So I wonder what they go for now. There's an early interest shown towards Dish here, but already you can see the adjustment coming up from Starzo heading towards the main pack of players.
See the flash out here. Martin caught, but not punished. Actually, the one to come away a little better from that engagement. In terms of information, Sugetsu now. Sheriff in hand. Going to be forced out, but the smoke's still covering.
Looking to try and checkmate Beepo here, but he's quick with it. That's a lovely shot from Sugetsu. Can't connect anymore though, and this winner scales again. The dominoes fall. Not finding much to work with here. That's a great shot from Doja, who has been the X factor for the KC side.
We didn't get the star down.
No, he didn't. Now Narrate needs to get involved here. Martin unaffected particularly. Gonna spot the barrel. Again, what does Doja do? Bangs on Narrate to help him out. 2 stars shining there. Doja doing really, really well.
Tempers this perfectly.
ये round के सारे वो लोग
first star, the molly's come through the stall, but not enough time bought. And again, I mean, even doing really well to effectively ignore Beepo, right? So gets to find Starzo, but finding 2 on the way in here. Absolutely what you want to see from him. Finally, the 5th round of the second half.
मैं बोला था ना.
will respond.
मैं बोला था कि नहीं. बच्चों दी
नहीं. Narrate already.
किसी का कॉम देखो बे. बहुत अच्छा है. फाइट करने के लिए.
And away we go, right off the rip. Arvez, 11 willing to take over stair space. They're trying to take away some of these whole orbs as well, really fighting for the space. The other side. A little bit of a setup switch as well coming up from Sugetsu. Bigger investment deep on that A main push-up.
But Disco to koi team preference nahi
I don't think that's going to get cleared anytime soon. They can cheat a player over or keep 3 here pretty handedly.
We also Narrate can probably be there quick enough on the back of contact to
सबसे main A main or
it looks like mates
B में वो under passage.
Know about the wall, it was just
I mean,
out.
yeah, considering their approach, now you can see the pings on the mini-map towards halls.
Smoke's down.
अबे Narrate इधर कैसे बंद है प्लीज बता दो यार बहुत टाइम से आपने चैट नहीं रीड की है चल के गया वो
info's there for KC.
But it's a bit of a fake at this point. You look where the 3 players are still scaling up. Levin That's a big bit of info, and that's a body to be taken out of the equation. Starzo gone. 11 can now kind of divide and conquer. He's got Dozier by his side. So Mate's kind of quite keeping up with the info game in this.
Permission
said with Sugetsu actually guarding
obviously
the area behind his Yuto, able to confirm so early on. There's no pressure coming through from Dish as well. It's a great catch onto Starzo. Mate's just forced to hold on to what they've got here. Again, the cushion.
10 seconds left.
Able to establish earlier in this half. Going to pay off for them. I was going to say bold, but Beepo sharp to it.
Yeah, going to just let this one fade through. But again, that nice little switch up
big
the setup from Sugetsu. That was a lot of S's to run through there.
The sweat up.
The sweat up. Can't be saying that. Actually worked out really well. Considering they knew about it too, but he still got the value from it.
Parents
very,
ke
very
permission
nice to
chale
see.
gaya. Language.
And as you said, those ults starting to get really close by. This is going to start becoming a bigger factor in this. What do Mates do to get back out of this?
Come on, Sachi!
He's starting to get their rhythm going.
Huh?
Stabilize again. This will be the time to do it. Need to chip away.
Huh? Nah.
At the economy. Mates have built up. Both are identified here, but we'll know there's no pressure to follow.
Right there.
Mates certainly slowing things down now, taking their time in terms of the early round. Martin looking to try and apply a bit of pressure.
It's my birthday, wish kar do, set bye. मैंने happy returns of the day मेरी जान कर रहा है.
Might just spur KC on.
It looks like they're waiting for the aggressive push out. They're going to find where the wall is.
They've power engine देखो best है हो जी.
It's probably on this B side of the map, so can we find where maybe the aggressions come through as well? Bebo falling away. You imagine it is starting to head towards.
ईशान भाई वो देखो ना Powerpuff Girls.
Does have at least a little bit of help in the form of Dozier. Starzo trying to command some space, but it's not really. Actually, it does garner a big response there, I guess, because of the lack of information. Beepo going to try and disrespect the setup. Sugetsu gets curious, plays in. And yeah, great trades from Mates. Figuring out where they were, that little bit of fake work coming in from Starzo pulled way more attention than I thought it would.
Yeah, KC really take the bait. Now, there's still an opportunity. If they just catch somebody, 11 just misses the timing there. Arbe's also going to be slowed down.
I mean, look at this positioning. 3 towards that arcade side.
Nice and slow now.
There's not much they can do about this, to be honest. Got to get the ball rolling towards site.
Got to drop a player soon. Although, they can start the defuse going. Okay, takes him away. Narrate. That is so
Bro, it's close. But actually, clutch kar sakte ho Narrate.
Was on for something then.
Certainly an opportunity to clean up with the half defuse coming through so early on. Mates stride further forwards here on Fracture, up to 10. Operator back in hand, or at least considered here for 11.
I'm scared of the ults coming in now, Mike. You're looking at Beepo, going to have his.
Yeah, I mean,
Mini's got theirs, Glyph's one off.
It's a good point of this half.
What are you doing? Follow
that. Call a timeout
here. Stream ko like kar do.
The consideration. Again, after a weird round for Mates, right, there's just nothing. There's so many question marks across the map. KC's still not digging deep enough to really put themselves in a position.
Again, for me, looking at KC, Dozier, yes, has been such an X factor, but we're always going to be checking back in on Narrate as well.
Of course we are. Of course we are. Again, superstar returning to EMEA. Struggled.
Yeah, it wasn't a pretty performance.
Lots of love, Pelli Sally. Congratulations, Adi bhai. Congratulations.
That was it tilted
Well, you think
me.
that was his downfall?
I hated it.
Okay.
Hated it. This, nice.
Comes to see the difference here from kickoff week 1 in 2024.
Atre bhau ye Tanas ko head de do please.
The debut performance. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't say disappointing, but certainly behind the curve in terms of somebody who's
we know how
built,
high you can
built
go.
a huge name for themselves.
Yeah, I mean it's
and it could be the missing piece of the puzzle for KC, right? If you have somebody that's able to bring everybody online. That's what they've missed in a couple of these rosters is just somebody to believe in.
Yeah, and Array does have that. He has such a high skill ceiling that you kind of wait to see, does he get it today? I think, honestly, Doja's a little bit of that factor too for me. Those two really caught my eye. Everyone else, we'll see, has been absolutely bodied by Sugetsu this time. And they're having none of it. They don't like what they've seen over there.
So full sound, full sound.
There. Sees just in case he felt some pressure through sand. They're not.
Anutosh bhai, thank you for the 2000. Meri jaan today. Hello. Thank you so much for the 2000. Lale.
His huge star zone able to clean up the raid.
Oh, he's just absolutely off the leash here, going hunting.
अबे नीचे काटे लग रहे गर्मी हो रही अरे बाप रे
well, but Sugetsu just as good.
Get out with the smokes.
In all of that chaos, he keeps the composure.
Mara, blue ult पे.
Doja in a 1v2.
Anutosh bhai, thank you so much for the 2000 मेरी जान बेटे chat सब लोग tag करके छुपा दे दो. Love you मेरी जान.
Beautifully orchestrated.
आज के दिन का पहला लाल सुपर
capitalizing on the chaos.
What a madman.
Yeah, just ducks into the smokes, and this was the B-Pros removed. There's a ton of time for KC to reset behind this, but
I love it though. He saw the C's had connected. He just went hunting for it, and the catch on the drop down.
अभी पैसा देना जीजी ना.
That sort of stuff. But again, closed out by
जीजी ना पैसा देना अभी.
For a shout, but that's gonna break the money.
मेरा भाई स्ट्रीम देख रहा है पर मेरा कॉल नहीं उठा रहा है. उसको बोलो कॉल उठाना है ना. ब्लॉक कर दो इसको.
Really with a rifle.
Yeah. Got to see some heroics from him. People posted on this angle now. Sugetsu has been challenging previously, but on the other side of the map this time around.
कुछ मैसेज भी नहीं लिखा, हाय लो भी नहीं लिखा.
Another clean opener like that.
इधर क्या पैसा पे के
बंदा. Maybe an upgrade here. I mean, not going to be. Beepo is not the one you're looking for, but now with the trade out, is Starzo to pick up the mantle.
उसको चैट में दिख रहा है क्या वो? मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा वो.
Again, will be noted early here, but there's not an awful lot that Sugetsu can do in this situation.
No. Really tough position to be in. Again, just kind of jump spotting what he can, but with this information and no contact through a main, at least now, kind of put it together, but Sugetsu.
Yeah, survived no Beepo.
Yeah, it's still checked on. There's layers to this.
Clean,
I guess.
Clean.
Wow.
Martin.
Wow.
Yeah, just laying away Doja with a lovely little shot, but he's going to need 4 more of those.
ये रहा धप्पा.
Is it this good?
Kills good? I don't know. I think even these guys.
I don't know if I am actually. Oh no.
This is.
मेरे को नहीं दिख रहा.
Guys, we don't give him a chance.
Oh, he didn't spawn.
Oh! He just went that way. Oh, gutting timing for Doja, but 12 for mates, and you'll be loving that if you're them. There was that little fight back.
America's watch party होगा.
Hoda. In the mind, but
किसको support कर रहे हो?
Great buy in hand now for Gentlemates.
पूछ भी कैसे सकते हैं? Mint, bro. Martin.
12 to 9 is tough.
Yeah, I think as well, just being on the back foot permanently in terms of finances makes it hard to justify being proactive in terms of the defensive half. You just can't really take the risk, to be honest with you, especially if there's like an operator.
मेरा बर्थडे आज आपका बहुत बड़ा फैन हूं, by the way. Thank you मेरे chat पढ़ने के लिए. मेरा बर्थडे नहीं आज.
The team slows down as mates have in this half. It's just excruciating. Let's try and piece together a plan of some
सारे
sort.
दल्ले इधर ही है शायद.
Yeah, let's see what this operator can do. Martin steadily working, but
कैसे ऐसे possible है?
Up on this, and he's got the
shot.
Good stuff from him, but this is the 4-play stack on the A side. The majority of mates are still going towards the right side, trying to disrespect this utility that Sugetsu's been trying to depend upon, but it's easier said than done. Spike chucked over the wall. Go deal with it. We'll get there when we can. Plant now on the cards, even in a 4v5.
उसने free spike क्यों नहीं खोला?
Mates are in for a shot with this one.
Yeah, 3 ults to invest here for KC. There's
they kind of need it. There's the second. How about a third, perchance? Only going to go down to try and deny the scale-up from Arcade and give Glyph a corner to work from. You can see the effect on this guy. It's just about everything. He's still doing well. KC, though, going to collect 2 kills for themselves and get closer towards the site here.
Yeah,
he's got a util.
I mean,
they can catch somebody here with the C's on the back of it.
Well, there's the C's.
Doesn't actually catch.
No, but the kill
Oh.
will. And now, one timing. That's great work.
Bro, half हुआ?
Pretty sure half achieved though. I mean, he can still win this to get to
Oh,
scene.
fuck.
Taps the spike. He's got
Oh, fuck. कितना clutch. Oh, fuck. कितना clutch, भाई.
Dominant in that second
कितना
half.
clutch.
Really elevating.
Able to put them in a
कितना
struggle. I
clutch.
believe we're going to be jumping down
Pistol
with
and
Cliff
clutch.
for a sideline interview with Nat.
Gun round clutch.
Yeah, it's always a little bit
Yeah,
of time
round
before we
clutch.
get to see the players. Some of them like to, you know,
Or
have
एक
the
वो round
comfort
clutch.
of no shoes. Cliff being one of them. Bro,
Huh?
is no shoes? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting the celebrations. Is no shoes the key to comfort and clutching up some rounds?
I mean, for me, it's just what I'm comfortable with. You know, playing at home for so long. Now I come to stage, figured I might as well
भाई
switch it.
इसने
and
तो
just
भाई
do my
crazy
comfort,
मारा
play my
Cliff
game.
ने.
Yeah, I mean, was that comfort for
Cliff
you guys
ने तो
on the
भाई
fracture? We haven't
crazy
seen
दो
it
दो
so
kill
far
मार
in
रहा था.
EMEA. So were you
Stimby
ready
can डाल
for it to be
के.
pulled out this early on?
Honestly, we weren't expecting them, but it's not a map that we're it's not a map that we're mad playing
जब
at all. I mean, I
मर्जी
feel
आ
like we had
जाना
a pretty good
KC.
game. We were a lot of times in control, I felt like, and so I think that it's something that we can look forward to in the future.
Yeah, well, you definitely can't be mad after
Manoj,
winning
but इसका
that
chat
map. And
दिख
there
रहा है
is a
क्या?
second one on the line for you guys
ये
to
बंदे का
potentially
नाम
win.
मैं
That's
पहली
going to
बार देख
happen
रहा हूँ.
right
2000
after this
देख के
break.
चला गया हो किधर तो. कुछ लिखा भी नहीं, मैसेज भी नहीं डाला. मेरे को नॉर्मल चैट भी नहीं दिख रहा
When I
उसका.
tilt it, just falls down. Okay, so it's over time. It'll go flat. Then don't tilt it, bro. Make it happy.
Nope.
That was a good one, bro. No one just understood. No one understood.
I understood.
मेरे को अभी वो है क्यूरियोसिटी नहीं.
Hey!
Tom.
हाँ बोलो भाई.
I was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
चलता हूँ आसपास को देखने आऊँगा अभी. अब बेस्ट पार्ट ये है. अभी तक दोनों मैच टेक्निकली ख़त्म हो जाना चाहिए था और मेरे को मिलता था 1 घंटे का रेस्ट. लेकिन ये मैच अभी तीनों मैप जाएगा और ख़त्म होएगा 2:30 को जब NA चालू होएगा. पूरा ही मैराथन मार दिया बे. बंक्स भाई आज जारविन खेलेगा सेन में. अपना इंडियन प्लेयर इमोशनल हो रहा है. मेरे को बचाओ कोई. ये फालूदा इसलिए बोलते हैं क्या पीने के बाद पेट में गुड़गुड़ होता है. कल जी के वॉच पार्टी पे आ रहे हो आप? नहीं, मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ. बाय बाय. देख के ज़्यादा इमोशनल मत हो जाना. प्लीज़ बोल दो बंक्स भाई, एक बार मज़ा आएगा. डिफरेंस बता दो क्या. धुरंधर कैसी लगी? मैंने 2 ने देखा. आज हम लोग के चैट में बहुत सारे धुरंधर आए थे. किधर और वॉच पार्टी गए और ऐसे 12 सपोर्ट कर रहे थे. अपने चैट में धुरंधर 4, 5, 7 सब आ गए थे. भाई मेरा पूरा कॉम खेल के आया 120 का था डायमंड लॉबी. 120 था तो जारविन तूने कहा है कैनेडियन नहीं. बराबर. अच्छा ये लोग ओनली द ऑफर को इंडियन में बोले थे. क्या हो रहा है तुम लोग को? भाई मैंने चैट
Martin on Veto is an unexpected pivot. Why do you feel this agent works well on the fracture? Paco.
Works well on fracture. Good agent overall. Martin likes it. So yeah, I think that was the reason for pivot. Overall, the Sentinels on fracture never had like some big impact on the game, especially with like the switches regarding the duelists. So yeah, we just decided to go for it. Martin liked it, so there was nothing more deeper than that. You have something to add?
No, I like Vito.
Yeah, I also like, and Martin also likes.
And we like Martin.
I also like Martin.
Okay, this was too long.
I feel like we could have taken out a lot of the other filler words that were thrown in there in between. We like Vito. Martin likes Vito. We pick Vito.
We like Martin. I agree with the part of like, I like Martin. I think that if I would be very happy to have him on my team.
Yeah.
Did I like this specific Vito? Not really. Like, it's not, don't get me wrong, Mates won the map, but I do not think that this was Martin's affair. And that is always a good sign because the other names get to shine, but there was not that many moments where I'm like, ooh, this is cool because Vito. Like, yeah, he catched 3 players where they were trying to cover his trap and whatnot, but there were so many other stories. Like, for example, at the beginning of the map, Glyph and this clutches, Billy.
Yeah, he really set the tone by being able to win out that pistol, obviously being a clutch as well, and finding himself in quite a few of these 1v2s as well throughout the map. I think that throughout it, he just looked so cool, calm and collected as well, and it's really nice to, you know, like you say, Bea, see other players kind of take the limelight and be the ones that are outperforming the other team.
It was a very close affair, though. It was really
It was muddy.
Yeah.
It was more muddy than I think we are willing to accept.
Ooh, and then as soon as it got to like 9-9, then all of a sudden Mates just ran away with it. And so I'm also wondering a little bit, where did KC go towards that tail end?
So here's the thing. I did like some of the things that Mates were doing, especially on that second half. I think that they had very cool approaches. We also saw some fakes coming in from them that I think were one of the keys to victory to this map, because everybody's going to be surprised. Everything's going to be new. It's going to be a competition that your opponent could not prep for. Let's say. So you have to be very careful, and especially in a map like Fracture, they had much more tools than their opponents in this case.
You're mentioning the fakes. I wanted to actually like touch on one of the ones that KC did, because it was a round where it was like, okay, they're throwing in a little bit of sauce here. Obviously, you see Starkso going over towards that A site and is ready to throw in a fade ult, and then the other half of the team are just completely on the other side, ready to execute.
So here's the thing, right? So he gets to maybe things that with the Thorns is going to be enough to stop them. Martin has his ultimate, so he can do whatever he wants. He will be absolutely fine. And I think that Starkso was being such a nuisance on this map that just because they saw him executing, they're like, nah, he's going in. He's going in. So this is the kind of fake that you just eat. And at this point, the problem with this kind of fakes, especially on Fracture, is that once you separate a player, like it's always going to be difficult to come back from the deficit. But that also hones in onto another of Casey's problems, and is that so many of these duels were impossible to trade for them. And when Mates is already coming in on the attack, it's going to be difficult for you. They're coming onto you. There's always going to be a second player. There's always going to be a third one in this case.
I am still a little bit shocked. Whilst it's super awesome to be able to see players show up and be able to clutch rounds, I'm also wondering, do you have to be in a position that you need to clutch a round? Is there a way that earlier on we could see you play this out so you're not scrambling to save your team around?
With these two teams, unfortunately, that is sometimes just the case. Yeah, I think what we saw there as well was by the end of the map, performers actually ended up performing. I think towards the start there was clearly one person carrying the team throughout. I think it was for KC. So yeah,
Levin on Waylay, we saw some of this a little bit more slower execute. So not get me wrong, I think that the way that KC were playing around him when it was on the attack, it was like they really had in mind what the agent could and could not do anymore, and they were playing much more as a death ball, very often now. On the other side, again, I did not see Vito be in the winning condition. I also did not see them going into the
Canada, Australia,
I always have the question ready
US,
in case the team wins with Waylay.
Dubai,
Why they're so confident still
wait time to
pick that
activate.
agent, and I never get it. And so I wonder if Waylay is even going to show up when we go to a map 2. Doesn't seem like it's even being considered right now.
It's kind of wrong to see KC go in for Phoenix and he's not
With
him jumping now
on
on the
and
Martin, are you baiting? I want to think he's baiting because there is no way that he looks at that fraction game and is like, yeah, I'm going to double down because I will not be as good as I was with Phoenix.
I'm happy to see KC go back to the Phoenix composition that worked for them so well on the Haven, but I think Dossier on the Neon. Hello? Dossier is playing Neon.
Oh my god, I didn't even see that. Yeah, of course I was like, oh yeah, Avis is playing the controller, and now Dosia has decided that he had such an amazing performance last week that he's like, I'm not going to have it again. I'm going to say completely out of the board. They just decided they were going to change it coming into right now. Like 5 minutes ago, they decided, Dosia was like, actually guys, I'm going to play Neon
on the Phoenix
instead of
you
play the Phoenix, yeah.
Premier,
and
go
just go for it. In my head, it would make such, like, way more sense to have it the other way around if you wanted to dig into that. But honestly, a new frontier for KC. There is always something new in KC.
Yeah, I mean, full of surprises here. I'm excited to see Dossier on the duelist though, and I think
Dossier on duelist
composition, we are going to get to see that B2 again. So let's see if we can have any more value on this.
Oh, he locked it? He did. I didn't see, man. What an agent select. I'm so sorry.
On the Neon on the other side, but there you go. You're gonna have more of a sample size on Vito, whether we like that agent or not. We'll see if that new essence for KC is gonna come to fruition for them as we jump on into Haven with Hypox.
Thank you for bringing smile onto my face. In the hardest time of my life, we have been a pillar of strength to go through all these regards.
We've also got Doja on the Neon, and I kind of love that.
Okay.
Upgrade karo by membership.
You
I
take
don't like
that.
the knock-on effect.
I'll come back to Mace because something last week that I was talking about that happened in Santiago. They
love you, Raman bhai. Love you, मेरी जान के टोटे. कुछ रहने का भाई एक ही जिंदगी है.
Here with Martin Swan, they were carrying the veto across here. I actually think it cleans up some of the issues that we saw previously. Right? In terms of comfort for Mace, it's so well drilled in kickoff, particularly here on Haven.
What do you think about Fate? Not so good.
On the side of KC, I'm excited.
It is a bit weird because I think Doja is really good in the role he was on, right? Like he was like the kind of, I don't want to say exception to the rule, but he was really solid.
ने अल्टी में होता है तो नियॉन उसका अल्ट वाला बिजली हाथ के साथ उसको मार सकता है क्या?
See him on the dual list just bragging out. Would it be Neon? I wouldn't have picked Neon in that list. But
what if he's really good?
I mean, if he's really good, then
he's really good.
Chilling कर रहा है भाई, chilling कर रहा है.
I think you might have noticed.
Yes, somebody's broken their monitor arm.
Yeah. Having a look here at the back, looks like the bracket's not on.
First time check.
No, that's.
Oh,
yeah,
मेरा
I
pen गया आज.
think I can see the issue.
Yeah,
from here.
I don't have a screwdriver to hand, but I'll get down there in a sec if it keeps going on. Fingers crossed that gets resolved.
बाबा जी और follow तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया रे बाबा.
Just yeah.
Faye's come to share her thoughts on the delay.
Yeah, she's come to have a giggle. You're
भाई ये
monitor
के अंदर
screen.
I was going to say, you didn't get a chance. What do you think?
How you feeling? Do you want the headphones? There you go. You can have mine.
Excited, of course.
Oh, we're going in.
Okay, we're going in.
Let's go! बस बैठेंगे ऐसे कुछ नहीं. बस में आपका chat सबसे ज़्यादा fun है. Thank you.
See how it goes. Maybe an interview. All right, we're going into map 2. If you're just tuning in, obviously map 1.
Bunks bhai, मेरी दीदी का birthday है आकांक्षा. उसको बोल दो she's a huge fan of yours. Akansha ji, many happy returns of the birthday to you. आपका भाई शोविक ने मैसेज पहुंचाने बोला many happy returns of the
certainly
day.
enables them to do the same thing on their map pick. Previously a bit of a stronghold for them. Again, honestly, where they've impressed me most this year. Short flurry towards mid-gear and a quick pivot in towards Garage. Dosia already finding the space here.
No fear. I like it, man. I don't care if he lives or dies. I'm just kind of down for this, right? Let him off the leash, but now mates are willing to challenge back on this one, and it's a brawl again. It looks a little like fracture. This time, KC keeping the rate healthy in this one, but a 1v2 needed.
Yeah, lucky for Glyph to get away here. Very low HP. Narrate going to wait out. Potentially figure out where Martin is. No confirmation just yet. As you said, plenty of time and spotted here, but believing he's going to rotate on the back of that. The mates immediately turn their heads into the middle of the map, though, but so able to hear sound cues either side. Right, probably just buying time for the reveal to come back now. I think another 10 seconds or so. Yeah, 13 seconds, yeah.
Oh, shit.
This might happen. It gives him so much more room to kind of do this sort of stuff, right?
30 seconds left.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Dude, that's madness.
We'll have time to do so. We'll pick up the pace a little bit here if he wants to.
Money to run just a ton.
Welcome back! Welcome back to the cast. Those members of welcome back, welcome back.
I mean, but plenty of options in terms of where he chooses to. It's going to be an awkward spot.
That one's kind of to get the plan down, but he's going to get a decent amount of time. Now, obviously, he doesn't know that, right? So he can't take too many gambles. But at some point, you kind of have to take a bit of a risk. So I wonder where he props himself up here. Okay, just shouldering on first, maybe trying.
Yeah,
okay.
He wants to hug a wall, try and isolate an engagement if he can. But Martin's splitting here.
Maybe there's a chance.
Trade's going to be awkward.
Time is ticking now, and there's the first. Does he expect a drop? He does.
Clutch
Beautiful
bolte. Clutch bolte.
I think as well, the repositioning to heaven just before they get confirmation of where Narrate has planted. But initially a fantastic hold from the mates.
सोचो और वो बात से एक बुलेट भी मारता एक शरीफ का हिट होता तो निकाल लेता था
thinking he has a chance to find another flash. Beautiful adjustment here from Narrate in the end of things.
W.
The clutch here and a pistol.
Neon is crazy. All
stacked out here. That's a red alarm bell ringing. Time to back away. And already that's a bit of a problem. Narrate's got down. Touch of an upgrade, nothing major.
Still, something to work with for sure. Glyph down at 8 HP though. This flank going to be identified early on. That's the far back sight. And KC looking to take space away elsewhere. Good decision making here. Actually, the catch is beautiful from Dosia and Levin. Glyph, like we said, the walking wounded already.
Can't do the brunt of it at the start, so pretty unfortunate for him in that regard. And for Starzone, you're kind of playing for the way out at this point, but I think it's too early to kind of really read into it, but looking
5 in back to back.
Yep. Just keeping it simple. If this is the answer to their woes, I'm all aboard learning about it. I think it's just kind of touching back in on how we feel Martin's progressing, how we're feeling, you know, obviously Doja in that role as well. It's all a bit of a learning experience here. And for this one, for mates, they're going to give it up to the spike. That's perfectly fine for them. KC going to get what they wanted as well.
Yeah, and really in terms of comfort, I mean, you don't want to see him trying to do the same things that you achieve on the Yoran, but certainly here in terms of timings, in terms of defensive setups for mates, that's where my eyes go to naturally. It's not even really... Well, I'm singing Odin. It's not even really down to, you know, his ability to find masses of impact in terms of kills, but certainly Matings feel a little more secure, a little more comfortable in terms of getting bodies in the right place at the right time. Because, like I said, that was
best lineup
not lacking, but it wasn't the same as Kickoff and Santiago. We certainly saw something similar, obviously previously versus FUT.
I think we're going to have a little bit of a check-in on the KC side, see how it sounds here in this bonus. No, a very well invested one, pretty close to a site hit.
I'm gonna hold for bait, upside.
I want them to come back to be in window.
I have full street. They on fade and we have full street.
We need to be a bit faster.
I'm gonna parallel this, Okay, I'm running.
There should be no one here. Yeah, they're pushing everything.
उसने बोला I'm gonna brawler or should be no one near करके fight.
They were 3A, 1 mid.
I mean, in the nicest way, those comms were messy, but you could hear the frustration from Narrate, who offered that prowler to clear that corner. They went ahead of it, and they got clearly pretty punished.
Yeah, I think somebody would have called like nobody can be here. So again, just based on
here it was,
right?
Yeah. And again, a second difference if they just had that little bit of a moment to put faith in it.
I mean, also, yeah, just so happens Mini's able to line up 3 in the situation, unable to get a body into the trade. I mean, ultimately being their downfall here with the second 2 pinging it out at the same time.
I mean, that's a tilter, though, as well. If you are in game, and maybe you're not the IGL, maybe you're just kind of that second voice to it, but something that Narrate's been kind of like talked about is how much impact he can have in those sort of moments. You want to see that listen to, so a great little check in there, just to kind of hear what can happen when it goes wrong, but a very direct approach coming out from KC and Martin, raining down the pain. Doja going to be punished really heavily from this. Luckily, on the pop of the ult, it is still just a 5v4.
भाई सब लोग इधर ही है लेकिन
no catch here early on.
B गराज सी सब छोड़ दिया है.
4 players alive. 11 shut down in the ultimate here, but able to. Well, I was going to say able to maybe piece together something to get them off the site here, but 2 players removed seemingly with ease. It's just 11 in the rate now.
Yeah, that felt really disconnected. Something disjointed about that scale up.
Sugitsu was tucked and they were ready to swing onto this.
Yeah. I wish we had team comms all the time.
Yeah,
again, Martin coding language.
Only to be a fly on the wall there, but for 11 and a rate, it's just kind of trying to see what you can achieve. But lost pretty early on in this.
Narrate can find something miraculous
30
here.
30 seconds left.
With the time notification, it'll be difficult.
1 enemy remaining.
Wow, mini swing from heaven. Shuts down 11 right now. Just wants to hold on to this. Might not even get a chance here with Glyph. Already backfilling this. 8 HP gets away with that.
Oh, not again. Oh, the window being the downfall of them all. Mates clawing back up to 2 apiece. I'd like to see a timeout pretty soon from KC if it keeps up looking like this. Looking a bit weird here. Doesn't quite have that same layering, that same punch towards these site takes.
Whether or not we're going to see Dosia employed any differently. Some of these buy rounds, this isn't going to be one. Only really going to be a Guardian and maybe a couple of upgraded pistols on the rate. Damage here. Nobody going to be challenging in towards Garage on the side of Mates. Happy to concede that space, especially with Beepo. Bolster the C site hold. Yeah, Cats on the Prowler will at least give Mates an early indicator.
And again, I didn't quite like the Phoenix for Martin here, if I'm honest. It wasn't the best look we saw when he played on this. So if this is them just willing to try new things out and kind of find a role for Martin so proactively, I'm actually not against it. I know a lot of people are looking going, well, you could just give him more time on the role, kind of play him in on the agent a bit more, but the willingness to adjust is something that I don't feel we move so quickly on at times. So this is potentially a really good look, even if it doesn't work out. The willingness to try, huge positive.
I think with the bar being set so high as well, ahead of Santiago, Mates are probably keen to not make huge changes, but at least be proactive about it, not give it any sort of time to stagnate a little bit early on in stage 1. Obviously still got their sights set towards London, of course, so I'm absolutely with you there. It's not necessarily blowing me away just yet, but these are the early games. You want to see them probably take a risk, right? Transition something from scrims into the live games.
Let's see how this looks. Martin trying to be a little bit varied.
Oh my god.
Out of this world.
Kya mara usne?
I'm wanted a timeout here. I wanted one last round. I know it's early, but this is a massacre. Mates looking at all too easy. Didn't even want the weapons. 3-2. They are really looking locked in.
It's only able to stabilize now, Mates.
Binks
we will see a KC timeout to follow, as you said. It feels fitting for how this has started and lacking a bit of punch towards the sights. And obviously, Mates looking way more comfortable here on Haven in terms of
Binks bhai, abhi sabse acha player with aim kaun hai aapke hisab se?
Odin in hand, he's able to anchor really well and has the support system in place.
And again, if you kind of throw into the mix how well Glyph or Mini or Beepo's kind of been already approaching this, having impact, playing up middle,
yeah,
this
absolutely.
Is fine. This is doing well.
And to be honest, you talk about Yoru and how he fits into
why Odin average silver
what
lobby
Mates did previously. Really, defensively on Haven, it was pinned around Mini. Mini was the one really that set things in. Obviously, Starzo's calling alongside that, but they're the ones to kind of be the puppet masters in what mates did very well defensively. So the agent change for Martin, less of a concern actually if they're just able to switch some of the other things up. We're not seeing Mini take as many risks as we did historically. He's not looking to swing out garage and make massive plays. So this tweaking from mates already looking as if they... I don't want to say hit the nail on the head, but
they've been thinking. Yeah, you can see the theory
yeah.
crafting.
Yeah.
And again, if this kind of role change as well into the video keeps Martin pretty mobile as well, kind of being present across the map, kind of not in the same Yorick fashion, but to a lesser extent. Cool. Beyond that, though, the timeout has to have been good.
Narrate के पास ult है,
points towards A,
कुछ तूफानी कर सकते हो
value, but Mate's looking to be very disruptive coming out of the timeout, looking towards that kind of 1-3-1 start they're going
से
for.
सी जाएंगे और बैक से ult मारेंगे क्या लोग?
Traditional response to a timeout like this, but normally a correct
वही
one.
करना चाहिए, ideally.
Is that paranoia waiting? Oh god, this could be pretty hard. Cliff going to send it. I don't think it's too close to catching all, but it's caught some. And now you can see the issue. The just grip.
Oh my god, bro, क्या
as mates were just waiting for the go signal.
Bro, what
Bloody
the
hell, I didn't
fuck?
really get through that.
ये क्या spam है?
I mean, that's just so beautiful. Again, the TV behind the wall as well. Looks like Mini's investment early on. Glyph pounces on the opportunity here. Level going to go forward. Gets the two, but Glyph.
Oh my god!
Gets onto the angle.
No
line up fire, fill line up fire.
Absolutely not.
और कलो चिपक चिपक के.
Potentially from mates, they're trying to play it back towards the side. I think they have the numbers. But the aggression rewarded from KC.
This trap is, again, they're just not expecting Glyph to come pouncing out from behind the wall here. Excellent stuff. But again, Levin and Sugetsu.
Ah, yeah!
Create a bit of a death tunnel there towards spawn.
Let's go! Sounded like a death
yeah,
tunnel
it did, yeah.
लग गए. Emmet के लग गए.
That was the replay. That was the replay.
Oh, well, pace. Name of the game, and Doja with a lovely play down to removing the rats and leaving it in a 4v2. Starzo and Mini.
Well, if you could just do that on the Neon, yeah, absolutely fine with that.
So do the Dambi, basically. Just get the judge, run at them. That's how it works. I see no issues in this.
No, none whatsoever. Mini and Starzo left to try and recover this now. I think there's some damage done for sure, but it's 4 standing for KC. They're going to find themselves the plant on B.
Toxin screen down. Spike
Yeah,
planted.
Mate's going to be struggling here with nobody really disconnected from each other. I don't think they get a free catch here. Have to deal with the trip. Reveal their position.
Last player
And that's the
standing.
first that you would have looked for.
Nice.
Able to find Starzo. Dosia cleans Mini
दो
up
दो
here
उड़ीन
for a
चलाए
four for
वे लोग
KC.
ने.
And fine margins here early on, but it's only really the reveal that pays off
बहुत दिन बाद how's you?
KC to find his first
क्या लगता है जी
Dosia is
जीतेगा?
screwed.
Red
Otherwise, at this range, with the
match,
judge.
obviously.
Then has the
Cigarette के सामने
information,
पे.
even though the near side takes effect.
Nice! Let's go! Insane.
First real play forward for mates towards Sewers. They've obviously explored towards long, but probably going to not humble them, put them back in their shell a little bit. They are in a fantastic position now in terms of the ultimates, just missing a point for Stars.
बोला हर जगह spam मार रहे बे उड़ीन
Be
से.
the full house.
ये सब spam लगता भी है.
KC needs to go through kind of the housekeeping elements here. Make sure there's no aggression. I wonder if they can identify where this is. There's a
कितना
potential.
round चाहिए Emmet को comfortable feel करने के लिए? I think 3 और ना.
Obviously doesn't quite have the same vision we do.
ये round आ रहा तो पैसा नहीं है. 6-3.
Oh, nearly catching a pixel there.
Oh, man.
8-4 तक जा सकता है बे.
Actually, gets a tag there onto Narrate.
Yeah, that was just at the same time, and I mean, Narrate's still fine, but that's pretty frustrating for him.
Through the Prowler.
अभी भी live है rest कब लेगा? वो क्या था?
Potentially tested.
On another box.
Look where he is with the Odin.
I think he's been on every box so far, Rene. Here we go. Should catch. But they are coming his way. And here we go. Good reveal on this. And where's Martin going? Just going to get himself out of sight here. Bit of a hit and run, but solid impact.
My God.
Yeah, Pit's going to prevent some aggression for sure, but there's a camera inside it now for Sugetsu. Bit awkward, doesn't really give them great access back on the side, but potentially onto a few crucial angles to spam into.
It's tricky as well for people.
Speaking of spam.
Oh, Narrate's just going to massacre them on the way forward. Doja. One by a quick trade, but it's not out of it just yet. They're still even competitive with a 3v3. Arvez patrolling the site here. A little bit of an exchange of space on the other side of things. You've got to be careful that slip through on the left side. If they do spot Arvez, he is dead to right. Swing should be there. There it is, but better trade from Narrate and Sugetsu waiting. Finally, KC on the same page.
Abhi paisa nahi, map 3.
A little funky there.
Abhi paisa nahi, ye straight up 8-4 hai. 8-4 ya 9-3 bhi ho sakta hai, lekin mostly 8-4 hai.
Exist just behind default. Again, Narrate, unfortunately, it's the worst possible gun you want to see on that angle, spamming into the pit.
Silent viewer हुआ करता था Binks by thanks for entertaining as always. W chat है अपनी. Thank you.
A slight adjustment here in terms of the approach overall.
Exercise कब करते हो? खाना भी exercise है भाई.
Finding much around other than the tag, but again identified early enough. KC can make some really solid decisions based on that and stick the landing.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed with the ability that KC have displayed of getting back on the same page. It was a pretty rough start to things. Those 3 rounds are very unpleasant to witness. So you kind of think for them, having to activate, get, you know, very much back on the same sort of instruction plan. But now, mates need to do the same sort of thing. It's been a good adjustment. I don't think it's anything revolutionary, but it's certainly got the job done for 3 rounds now for KC in succession. On the other side, of course, the finances left.
5 down मारेगा.
Of course it is. Obviously the ultimates being the key thing to consider.
10 push-up मार के दिखाओ live.
Yeah, what are you looking out for here?
I mean, Starzo and Beepo are able to get Beepo if he can find value here. Certainly something
Genius book of world record में तू गया है
around for KC puts them in an awkward spot. They can even look at what's in the bank. KC here.
110 मारता था मैं 110 10 seconds में 110.
The next ultimate really you talk about having impact. See what they can get done in the next few.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Levin kind of popping off without, oh yeah, we saw someone
Genius
camo or someone like that, kind of having it consistently, it felt like, but still, job being done here. Site taken and not really,
blind
put many punches. This has been clean work from KC.
Now the plant will come through.
Going up.
It makes close enough here, probably. We'll try and make use of the paranoia. And again, maybe a chance for Beepo to find out. He's still disconnected.
Living ladega, usko chahiye uska 8 points.
An even fight here, but on the timing of the smoke, the stall comes through from Levin.
What do you want to do with
ये लोग क्या try करने वाले हैं लोग?
Splashed up, but yeah, still good numbers in for KC. Just gonna pretty much drown him out with that smoke. Solid stuff for standing. KC, it's all lining up.
All points दे दिए वो लोग ने इतना.
Now able to stretch their legs in this first half of Mate's map pick. Back on a buy though. Operator.
Language
once more for Beepo. Again, Levin's able to be close enough here to really mitigate that near side. Great adjustment here. Toshi actually a ton of things to shoot at.
Per 10 push-up, 5 gifted.
I mean, it's not necessarily a lights-out performance here. It's fairly basic in terms of Neon's application, but those are already delivering for me.
Yeah, he's doing well enough in my eyes. This is pretty solid. Again, the versatility he's showing is so wildly impressive.
It's very Yang, isn't it?
It is a bit.
It's
it
very
is a bit.
Yang.
But the fact that he's able to keep up with it, we've seen players who played this role not adjust as well in higher stakes games. So for me, happy to see him still looking solid. See if it maybe, you know, ties up a little bit or dies down towards the end, but all right, kind of on point here. Rotations for Mates in the right place as it stands if they continue this way. I'm just keeping my eye on that spike because it is backpedaling for a second there.
Indian since Nikla, we should be proud. Texture gas Nikla.
We have to make him a commitment. Levin gonna
well, I mean, I understand shows the power to give the info
but the swing?
Yeah.
ये क्या language है? दे 5 crore, 5 gifted.
Backwards prowler, but it's not
WD3 house used. Thank you for the 48 months of cast those membership मेरी जान गड़े.
Not going to take you here, obviously.
कैसे?
Now waiting with the ultimate from Starzo.
कल आप रात को जो एकदम संडास गेम खेल रहे थे.
Beepo's going to go in and try and clear out sight. Going to spot out Doja, maybe in the dark a little bit, but that's he
still gets a kill.
How has he gone away with that one? So gets in the corner, comes out with one. But again, it's all down to Narrate in a 1v3, playing towards long. Gonna get 1, 2,
close.
Snap up in time. And Glyph gonna buck the trend here and deny another round in succession for KC.
Glyph to close out once more. Narrate pretty unlucky. He's on the right angle. Not necessarily the right gun for the job, but to mow down a couple. Awkward here for, I mean, KC don't really have an opportunity to go forward. Like I said, Martin wasn't TPing across to prevent that transition to sight early enough. So I think maybe they're thinking they don't have that timing to go any more aggressive to garage.
Love you, GEELI. Love you too, mere jaan kate. Nabil bhai, thank you for 14 months.
I mean, going to struggle after this if you're KC. Operator in hand again for Beepo. Sugetsu hasn't noticed the slip here from Starzo.
Starzo, you're not going to be pre-aiming.
Chamber से better Vito explain करेगा थोड़ा?
Here.
Vito अच्छा है, explain करने का क्या?
Starzo patient enough for this?
Well, with seeing the minimap, I don't think he's going to swing onto this, but he's going to have his hands full.
Yeah, he's got just about everyone going back this way. Oh, the patience.
Oh my
I mean, the timing could have been better. It was, and the catch as well. Starzo absolutely outplaying on that corner. The proactivity in mid is going to reap the rewards as well. Mates just individually outclassing on this one, leaving Arvez in a pretty unwinnable spot. 1v4 and the map just unfavorable.
One gifted for push-up, by the way. Yeah, that's so
stall as well. 3 bodies. Well, 3 sets of eyes on this smoke for Arvez to swing out. It would take a miracle here. And actually spotted just
membership नहीं लिया, gift क्या है?
Smoke blue, I believe, unless that was just a spam onto the angle, but
अलग level का
Arvez
hit
down to 30 HP now.
Yeah, where'd you go?
Binks भाई खाना मंगा दो please, Krish भाई कहाँ से भाई?
Slowly and steadily.
आपका पहला सुपर सेट है आज का. कहाँ से मंगाओ बताओ यार? खाना नहीं करके फालूदा खाना पड़ा मेरे को.
Want to hold on to the rifle. I think mates with a decent understanding where he is, but just maybe trying to get bodies in place to make sure that he actually can't find a comfortable
on
kill.
camera. Easy.
He'll go forwards though.
No. I think he's going to be able to keep this one in hand. But again,
अभी दे दो gifted.
Looking at Starzo there.
मैंने मारा.
मेरी ही उंगलियां in this round as well. The fact he got the timing on this, but then the spam just.
Yeah, Narrate's just committed to the spray.
Fully.
Yeah, there's nobody on the angle to prevent Starzo from swinging out. So a little bit of an awkward situation for KC to be caught in.
There was another body there with Narrate, so I'm surprised that there was no support there for him.
Race के नाम का होगा world records book में, excuse me.
So the buy. Well, rough.
क्या crazy था भाई देखा?
Be there. I mean, well, so rough when you see Dosi on a judge.
बाबूजी कौन गया फिर? वो तो मैं कल का आया था ना यार. Loading screen पे हल्का सा उसका pixel दिख रहा है.
Oh, what a shot!
Right.
I'm just saying, put him on a rifle, man. I'm all aboard this. Okay, so they're going to get the B side, they're going to get the plant down. They're already put Doja posted in towards that A side connector. And it's pretty treacherous work trying to re-clear this space. You're banking on maybe Beepo hitting the shot here to do a little bit of a way forward. Paranoia, Doja still going to try and control on the corner. Beepo going to have to backpedal. It's not looking good for them here. Oh, well, that's going to help things out. Arvez forced to fight forward and Mate's trying to reflood the site.
Themselves in here, don't get the half defuse though. Looking to engage back into mid. There's just no 8 left.
Give this man the rifle and let's see what he can do with it. Needs to be able to deliver here. Glyph.
बोल रहे क्या सुनाई नहीं दे रहा तेरा भाई नहीं तेरा oh my god. भाई कितना क्लच करेगा ये?
Finding that form once more here.
Hello.
Beautiful stuff to see from him.
Oh, you can't help but smile seeing that because you thought the rain was on for it again. The way he's been playing throughout that round, it looked like he was set up for it. But the Mates fans with something to smile about with the way that one shut down. I believe Nat's going to find out how that feels.
Yeah, it's not just Glyph that's showing up.
Thank
it's also
you
the
for the 50 with Paris by love.
Do you guys want to introduce yourself?
I'm Gaspar, and I'm a huge fan of Gentlemates. I hope we will win this one and win the game.
Yeah, it's looking like it. And yourself?
I'm Ben. I'm a fan gentleman since the beginning, and I hope we will win this time.
Do you have a favorite player?
Yeah,
Martin.
Of course, Mini as all the fan and gentleman, but all the team is very, very good, and we love all the team.
Yeah.
And especially Bipo.
Bhai, kahan se?
I can
Kya accent
understand that.
becha?
If you could tell the Gentlemates players right now some words of encouragement for them to win map number 2,
बाकी
what
fans
would
भी
you tell
दिखाओ
them?
ना एमिट का.
Just play dynamics and stop picking when you have the spike, please. We will win. It's okay.
All right, I feel like that's a little bit more encouraging. And of course, I do have to ask, because you're with so many other Gentlemates, is there a chant you guys are doing, something to get all of the fans riled up?
Let's go, Gentlemates!
Gentle! Gentle! Gentle!
All right, I feel like that is everything that the Gentlemates are going to need if they want to close out map number 2. But let's see if they're able to do it.
I always like those really awkward, like 2 or 3 seconds after the throw. You just sit there on camera like, I'm waiting. Love it though. Love it from the fans. Good energy. And also good energy from mates towards the end of that half too. Starting to pick things back up, but Casey did come out swinging. It feels like it's kind of hot and cold here. A little bit streaky though.
Yeah, it's still not looking totally comfortable in terms of the approach. Dosi having a few openers, but yeah, certainly not consistent across that half. Obviously, checking in, this is the worst.
Favored hey
post-start win rate
defense
in EMEA.
attack.
So again, to be tied up 6 apiece.
Yeah.
Can't really argue with that, but certainly something for them to work on going forward. Levin, speaking of, we're going to go forwards here.
Narrate's going to get you Levin's managed to drop 2, but that was actually wild. Can't get away. AC.
Very
convincing pistol round, something that's been lacking in terms of the stats for KC. Certainly making headway here today versus
Next
mates.
map.
A bit of a brawl. It looks
Next
so awkward
map.
when a few of these players are caught on reloads. Alves ducks back in here, the near side takes a bend.
Like
Crucially finding 2 kills to bail them out in that situation.
I don't know if Narrate actually saw any of the players, by the way.
No.
But who needs to?
मेरा
He's on
opinion ये है
16 to
कि
8.
मेरा कोई
Hasn't seen a
opinion नहीं
player,
है. Good
and he's top
fan.
fragging. You love to see it. You love to see it. And the Aries, less.
Vintage.
Okay, we've got a Sheriff and a Shorty. That's about it for the mate side. Great. Oh dear. Bipo's absolutely battered Levin. All right, are you going to get overwhelmed, or are you good for this? He's also gone down. Is there any more losses? And I'm getting myself close. 9. He's going for 9 HP. Oh, my God, it's good.
Wow. That was a little closer than you expect to see. Dosia just happy to throw his body on the line. Again, another thing you want to see from a Neon player in this sort of situation. Happy to get right in the thick of
Neon आया कहाँ से बे?
It gets chaotic.
सी से wall बना के करा था कि मार के गए वो. Hello?
Last time we noticed during the woes.
भाई क्या था बे?
Round, how those comms weren't quite lining up. You had Narrate asking for that window.
मैंने उधर मार दिया था आदमी बनता उसका.
So I'm quite curious how it seems on the other side of things here for mates going forward, as this is going to be their time to have a little listen in and see how it seems for them. As already up to a pretty direct start here. It looks quite pacey as the initial challenge going towards Garage, and Sugetsu instantly on the back pedal.
You're good, guys. 4v3, Buddha. I'm in the blind, okay? They have no flashes, guys. Just help.
I pick Garage on you.
I pick a fuse. Hold city with me.
Hold Bipo with city with him.
Hold strong. They have no flash, okay?
Yes, pick him.
I will try to chicken for you guys if I can.
I'm right a bit.
Chicken?
Garage, neon fight Garage.
We're good like this.
I have this.
You will hold city, Bipo. I will fight Garage if they go out, okay?
Yeah. Go city.
Break it.
Chicken for you क्या?
Out city, 2. Pause. No!
I will take it. Let me.
I mean, there was a real stark difference in the comms there, in my mind. Loving, I'm wondering if that Buddha call is like the Astralis, like chill call, you know what I mean? Like no one feed, no one push too far forward. But again, you kind of heard it there, just kind of calling out what they've got, what they want to do, what they want to achieve, what they're holding. Nice from Starzo there too.
moving here.
Check in.
Obviously,
Oh.
little chaotic for sure, but initially, as KC able to transition out, there's
भाई
no
नरेट
panic
के
in the
पास पैसा नहीं है, दो बंदे लाइट
Stars
बाय
are able to clean up.
ये राउंड जीतना पड़ेगा किसी को
He's up to 7
ये
now.
राउंड जीतवा
It's only really going to be Glyph. There's a gap in this buy. So that light shields to consider here on the side of mates.
3
No commitment just yet.
2
Looks if Levin's just
1 ready double
put a
pick
flash out and try and make a clearance. We'll get
Pata
the
logo do
confirmation on
bande
one
bhi
at least. And now obviously with the trip being broken, another.
Oh, the swing from Beepo is fast though. So Getsu cleared. And they can pause on this, still
Abhi
down a
ye ja
minute's
sakte
play,
ho
but they
log.
don't need to overextend. They can work the map a touch.
Haven't noted narrate yet. There's been no presence towards lobby on the side of mates. And a bit of a question mark, obviously, in terms of if somebody's slipped through on this wall.
ब्रो लो हेवी आवाज कर रहे
Only a
जाएंगे
pistol.
किधर लेके
Only a pistol.
It is only a pistol.
A little unfortunate in a way that the Glyph's just running with the paranoia in hand. It's kind of hard to hit, but still frustrating one for sure. For mates. Should be good. Yeah.
30 seconds left.
भाई उसका क्या रीड है
Planted.
I waited for a
जाके
second
रुक
just in case
गया
someone else
बे
died, but I think it's stabilized.
Whether or not they're going to
हाँ
commit
किधर
towards
जाके रुक
anything
गया
here,
बे वो
Dosia. So keen to do so. Levin will catch a glimpse here, but takes a ton of damage.
Heal.
Obviously going to be conscious of the fact that he did note another player earlier on, Dosia. Seemingly aware of that, yeah. I mean, damage will be fantastic here.
It's not completely over yet. You'd imagine it is somewhat now, but Levin.
Oh my god.
Looking pretty in control here, and I'm looking at those ults.
Odin
That's starting to concern
bolte.
me as well.
Yeah, definitely.
ठीक है समझा चिकन क्या है समझा
In a position here does, but again the buy's not going to be there. So I didn't even catch the first time clip. Just
पेट भर गया बेहेवी
And certainly, I mean, in terms of pace, in terms of kind of security, looking way more comfortable here in the
Binks
second
go
half.
gifted for one black backflip on camera.
Yeah, and my concerns, even though that we do see Casey with these ults, they don't have that opportunity really to use them from the very word go. Dosia, though, doesn't like what I'm saying, and he's already dropped Mini. All right, fair enough. What do I know? Levin, oh my word, Casey, this is the round you look solid in. Oh, come on, man. You had no right to be doing it this round. Crazy work coming out. The 1v3. Okay, so Doja, all right, he's up for this. That's one noted. So Narate is down low as it stands. We will get some HP back. Doja down low as well. It's Arvez who's a problem.
This is winnable. Look at the clock.
This is the concern. They're just giving him nothing. You're going to have to make them, force them. Plant. You almost don't want to plant here, but you know, what do you know at this point? Give some security towards sewer, but they get closer. C's now ready, paranoid about CT, the wrong choice of approach right there. And what a start. I mean, I doubted Doja, but this guy, I mean, he knows how to call up his own number.
Just straight down C-long.
Literally.
Mini just gets clotheslined.
भाई लोग long पे वो play से कैसे मर गए बे?
And a great catch on the second here for Levin. Beaver does well initially get out here, but Narate just catches it up, doesn't need to see him. Does not need to see him.
दूसरी बार बे same.
Back in the game, back in the driving seat.
Back in the game क्या ऑफ पे सब कुछ है भाई.
Operator in hand.
ये राउंड हार गए एमिट खत्म जीजी सीधा.
Now that old cycle looking all the more healthy for the side of KC. Plenty of tools to rely upon here.
Yeah.
They want to protect this buy as
इन्हें
best
बहुत
they
पट्टी
can.
किन्हें करते हो?
An Odin and an operator in there.
Sorry भैया.
This is getting risky as hell. Levin living on a prayer at this point, but then just pops the arm, goes forward. Beepo takes a battering as well.
Wait, Sosa can see it.
He's waiting, waiting. It should only take a second longer. Bye-bye. Levin gone, Mini nabs that, but still it is a 4v4. Yeah, that is absolute daylight robbery.
Well.
Sugetsu's still here though, still camera in place, but not going to spot this walkout.
The timing. Oh my god, the timing. Oh, he actually gets rewarded with some timing. Fair enough, that's also the spike. And Sugetsu hasn't really been uncovered as Arbe's able to do it all on his own so far.
Crossfire.
A little bit of support in the end, some synergy there.
Crossfire, bhai.
All on the same page now.
Bhai, lag gaye mid ke.
They want to go to Pearl. They want a third here. See, breaking the bank. An awkward time for the mates, but the only saving grace, they are in a solid position. In terms of results, the investment came through from KC previously. Levin, Narrate, Dosia. So now don't have many playmakers.
We saw a bit of a turnaround last time. Share of odds and ends and a couple of ults.
Beeper, I thought it had gone right down, but he was behind somebody else. I thought Beeper was like 1 HP from that spray. Well, doesn't matter.
God.
Martin's dead. And Arbe's right place, right time. Smoke gonna go in. He's got help here. That Odin is foul against this.
क्या वो लोग अल्टी मार के प्लान
Yeah, where'd you go?
प्लान
He's
कर
just
रहे
trying to
हैं
avoid
जाने
it, really.
का बिफोर के अल्ट में
So you going towards the setup. Sugetsu.
सुगेत्सु मारेगा के जब करके
Just lying in wait. Some util here to identify early enough and actually nearly gets onto the angle too quickly.
Cage triggered.
Will obviously be identified here, but still able to find stars though.
Yeah, he's just running rings around him, and look, the hunting squad is behind KC. Want to bury these boys.
God,
and they're doing damn well at 11 to 8 now.
लिफ्ट मारता है बेटा
It's starting.
अभी देखना स्टार्ट किया why the fuck Martin playing Shanty
Just a couple of rounds ago, talking about how mates felt, well, looked a little more comfortable here in this half, but KC absolutely ticking that box themselves. Be mates to consider. Consider a timeout here.
लगता नहीं 2-0 का रेस्ट तो भूल जाओ 2-0
Really?
ये गया वो एक थर्स्टी वाला है ना हेवी फटका पड़ा उनको हेवी
Obviously Martin pivotal part of this roster.
मैंने नोटिस किया है पहले मैं मैच पे बहुत फोकस करता था लेकिन जब से मेंबरशिप लिया तब से चैट करने पे ज्यादा ध्यान है
We come back to that same discussion we were having.
ना करो यार ना करो please.
It's kind of tick all the boxes around this change, right?
Yeah, and I think it's also just getting reps on it and
dancing,
see how it
dancing.
plays out. How do they feel with it? There's still some time to make some adjustments. They obviously have map 1 under their belt, so again, as much as this is their map choice.
Yeah, even to think back to, I believe one of the interviews Nat did last week, where Martin's kind of saying, yeah, no, it's not completely out of the question that I'm going to play in Yoru.
Yeah.
Like, it's still viable in some parts of the map pool, and again, for me, it's just where does that comfort currently lie? If we're going to come out and test things, is this just it's KC, we can test, we're happy to do so, especially here with obviously how the veto sits going to Pearl. It's going to feel pretty good for mates to take some risks. So
अमेरिकाज़ में खतरनाक मैचेस है अमेरिकाज़ तो एकदम
like just the ethos behind coming into this okay.
Speaking of deadlock,
and Levin's got his own mini. He's just a brawl dude.
What the fuck?
Just barely saw it.
भाई proper death match था ये तो
Doja
मारेगा एक
show me what you got. Oh, I wanted it to land so it would look pretty, but for now.
Well, talk about comfort.
Bro, yeah,
fair play. He's looking high.
Yeah,
don't worry about him.
Sinta.
Okay, so we're gonna have a plant for mates. Narrate in a 1v2 with an Odin. He's
मैं
in quick.
मान ही नहीं
I love what I'm
सकता
seeing from Mini on the other side. This is really subvertive work. It's brilliant.
Heads up for Mini. They want to really squash out this early aggression from Levin. Stop things from spiraling out of control. Great catch here from
क्या crazy मारा ना Happy anniversary बंको भाई याद है लैंग भाई this भाई thank you for the 12 months
from Dosia, by the way.
Please coming back into my
Beepo's ankles. Ace will find number 9. Again, got to chip away at the finances now.
Close जा रहा है लेकिन वो लोग को 2 round back to back जीतना पड़ेगा 2 round अगर एमेट 2 round back to back जीते ना there is a small chance
early towards 8
कि वो लोग गेम खत्म करें.
Rotate, you can kind of leave Sugetsu propped
But a
up here
very
now.
small chance.
And for mates, it's slow and steady. I guess you've got to kind of identify what's going on across the map now. Levin's curiosity got him too as he swung through those garage doors before, but the smoke coming in, Prowler connects. Going to force him slightly further back for a touch of that utility early on.
I've been caught here initially. 11 happy to retake this space.
3 बंदे पे चाहे ट्रिप के साथ
sent out from mates.
ओमेन का स्मोक भी आएगा, ओमेन का ब्लाइंड भी आएगा, ट्रिप्स भी है,
Much action here
कैंप भी है.
since taking the reins.
सीज है क्या उसका?
But
सीज
certainly
नहीं
going to
है.
have his hands full here.
Yeah. Again, Judge locked in, and well, I felt a little short-sighted on that, but he does some good damage and drops a body. Narrate's been able to backfill the space.
Oh my god, oh my
Blind
god.
Connect two, basically. And Stars are
Odin
1v3.
bolte.
Good luck, mate. This one ain't easy. Others actually slipped ahead, completely unexpected on that. It's 12 for KC.
भाई ये तो डिजर्विंग है
Maybe the
भाई
experiment
KC.
falling a little short.
ये मैप 100 वो राउंड के बाद है ना, मैं बोल रहा हूँ 101.
Absolutely.
वो राउंड के बाद वो राउंड होना ही नहीं चाहिए था.
On the defense.
कि लॉन्ग से वो शरीफ मार के 2 बंदे मार दिए.
Looks a little risky here.
बहुत बड़ा मिस्टेक था वो.
Obviously put in a position to sit back and greet this execute.
थर्सडे के बाद उठ ही नहीं पाए वो लोग.
Narrate able to follow through on that.
Toxins going up.
मतलब इंटरनेशनल जीता है रिस्ट्रक्शन.
Broken by here for the mates.
Ooh, 11.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, just gonna
Hello?
sit down towards long.
Adara?
It's going to be a matter of patience between
वो लोग
those two
वापस
there
एक
as well.
जाने का प्लान कर रहे हैं
We need
क्या?
that sheriff, a little
नहीं,
bit of
सिर्फ clear कर
pressure
रहा है ना?
over towards A.
How many times have we seen Sugetsu in his career by judges back to back? It's not something you see often.
प्लस ये क्लियर नहीं होने वाला.
It's
2
very
बार
much a
वो
new
लोग ने
world, isn't it?
सेम ट्रिप तोड़ा है.
He hasn't played this position
और वो
particularly
कभी नहीं
before
खेला
either. This is
इधर.
still
He's
something.
getting 3.
I'm saying 2.
I say 3.
I say 4.
Glyph will catch a stray here.
Oh,
No way.
1, 2. Oh, it's all 3. It's all 3. I don't think he knows it was all 3. It could be 4. Is it
I
going to
think
be 4?
it's Glyph, the one with no HP, still alive.
Oh dear, Sugetsu does get out as well. That's ridiculous. To do so, I
दिमाग
thought
के
Stars
साथ
considered
खेल लिया
it for a
भाई.
second. Then I really thought it. Oh, he's got
सेम
4.
ट्रिप डाल
He
के
can't quite get the 5th, but Glyph
सेम
can't
ट्रिप डाल
move.
के
KC
अलग अलग पोजीशन खेल के
extending
एमएफ
play.
कर दिया वो
We are
लोग ने.
going to the third map. We are
और लास्ट
gonna
इसमें
see
वहां
if
पे
they
जाके
can
बैठा जिधर
really
कभी नहीं बैठा हो.
show us what it takes to challenge mates on Pearl. It has been a great map for them though, Mike. So
कितना इरिटेटिंग है. लॉन्ग वाला कैंप डाल के उधर क्यों बैठेगा कोई? लॉन्ग कैंप फॉरवर्ड ट्रिप मतलब सिंपल है कि वो रिटिकिश टाइप खेल रहा है.
And jump down to that interview in just a second's time.
फक बे, दिमाग के साथ खेला बे.
He's lost his voice, but he's going to do what he can to give me some insight. I was not familiar with your Phoenix game. Where did that come from?
Don't ask me. I think just ask my coach. Like, I don't know. They decided to give me Phoenix.
They just decided and you just wanted to show up and, you know, tell everyone how to play the agent?
I mean, to be honest, it was very fun. Like, while I'm playing on screen, like, it was too fun. And I said, like, I think I will destroy on official, but, like, as you can see, when I pull my molly in my head, like, somebody just running on me with shorty. When I try to put wall, somebody running on me, like, sometimes you cannot do anything, but
unlucky हो रहा है मतलब, वो बोल रहा है unlucky हो रहा है.
I did my stuff, like always. I just, like, keep my communication. So I helped them. And we are as a team. We won as a team.
You won that. You're forcing it to a map at number 3. Excited to see what comes out of the bag for both of these two as we're going to head to a break. And on the
That's
other side,
what
it will be that third
having
and final map.
special awareness like bro was super smart. वो तो भाई दिमाग से खेल लिया. Impossible था वो, impossible. भाई अभी
women will what
बराबर. मैं बोल रहा हूँ अभी चाहे कुछ भी हो, चाहे कुछ भी हो, टेक पॉज हो, कुछ भी हो, 2:30 के पहले अगर ये मैच खत्म नहीं हुआ, मैं जा रहा हूँ इन्हें स्ट्रेट अप. हाँ, स्ट्रेट अप 2:30 इन्हें स्ट्रेट अप full speed. देखा तभी पूछा था मार्टिन सेंटी क्यों खेल रहा है. मेरे को अभी वो देखने है कि क्या पंको वो देख. पंको, if I make tea, can you hear the gas? Why? Why? You can know when water go outside and blu 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 blu. Panko, I have to stream for 5 more hours. Can you hear the gas? I can see the gas, not hear it. No, when the water go outside, the bada 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 bada. I can see it, not hear it. You cannot see it. You are playing no. Then how can you see it? I'll go and see no. How can you go and see? No, but can you hear bada 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 bada? I cannot hear. Why? Why you need headphones for Hartopia? I'm only wearing one headphone. You have one brain cells also like one headphone. Jumping and running around in some house. Huh? Pardon? Why are you running in garden? Hello? एक ही घर में बेंच चिल्ला के बात कर रहे हैं. ये भाई सक्सेस. रुक जाओ. आपको आवाज आ रही है?
There was a lot of Odin being used. Is this a response to KC using it before?
I don't think so. Overall, Odin was in the game for a long time, but I believe that teams maybe underutilized the power of it, and there is obviously a certain maps where Odin benefits more. So yeah, we just decided to use it more. It was not because of the KC.
So a bit of a, self-report there too. There's a lot of underutilization of the Odin, Billy, but we saw it a lot in that map. So I guess that's the one that they're talking about. We want to see it more in.
Yeah, and it was mainly Martin that was picking up that Odin, right? I think when I think back to Martin and kickoff, it was the Yoro and the short A. Now we're seeing the new tech of the Vito and the Odin. And I think coming up against someone like Narrate, who is also abusing the Odin a lot, it's,
I mean, last week, especially here on Haven, we saw a Narrate using a lot of it. There was a point also where we saw double Odin for the side of mates, which is a bit stinky. But I also would like to say, I think, Martin had 10 kills. 8 of them were with the Odin. That's...
Odin's pulling some big numbers, huh?
After that, I would love to ask the coaches again if they were so happy to put Martin on Vito, because it definitely didn't work.
Yeah, like there's always this callback to, having the Yoru for himself, how he's still willing to pull it out in some maps. But I feel like there's been enough variety that he's not pulling it out at all. And instead, they're going all the way to the Vito, not even looking towards the chamber, which was the other one that you kind of put out there as a potential.
So the thing is, I don't think there was something necessarily wrong on Haven's composition. Was I think that they could have explored that a little bit more.
Okay.
if anything, this raises more questions onto the next map, and that being Pearl. Okay, let me check real quick. Yeah, no, we have 13, so we ended up getting 3 more kills there at the end. But
language didn't buy language.
I feel like a few things, and for this week it seems to be going in on.
I was like, that's not.
Yeah, that's
I was like, I do not remember Brimstone. That is Fracture, yeah. I was so
रात के 2 बजे क्या मस्त टॉपिक पे बात चल रही है.
That's right. Yeah, trialing and testing was the point I was making, and what I would love to see is them go back to the Phoenix. I want to see the Phoenix again.
We're so happy with the Phoenix.
Don't ask me,
please. We're so happy with the Phoenix. Seriously, Phoenix, good. Okay, Mini? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, mates. Go, mates. Yeah. Go, mates. Go, mates.
Thumbs up. I'm not sure if he actually
I gotta use this opportunity for something, you know?
Of course, I mean, they're behind us for a reason, but the people behind them are their coaches, and we're going to catch up with the KC coach, too, in between maps.
Your last match on Pearl was rough. Are you more confident now that you start on attack?
To be honest, it's not about sides. It seems like both teams changed approaches. So it's just gonna be fun. I think you're gonna see again some new play style from us that we're trying to test. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty fun.
सूर्यवंशी का स्कोर देखो जरा. और वो जुरेल का भी मैं सूर्यवंशी की मूवी देखा.
Gone mad. I think that at this point they've gone mad and they absolutely love it.
Like, I don't know if I'm out of line here, but is that what you want to be doing in a map 3 decider on week 2?
Style that we're going to test is
with a smile on his face.
Yeah, it's a devious smile, and honestly, I'm intrigued to see what that new play style is. Of course, we've kind of seen them move away from Aves on the Tejo.
Dosia wait. Dosia wait.
Are we clutching at straws?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the neon. I think, you know, so, yeah, I'd like to. I personally did think that he did an awesome job, and if this is the new approach, will he serve them to win Haven? That's definitely. Now, can they fix? I want to really think that what Enki is saying has to be like, yeah, we both decided to leave this Pearl open. Both of the teams, for context, lost it last week. Now, I think that the KC loss was a bit harder than the Mates one. Like, I still like the what Mates were bringing onto the table, and I think that they had good ideas. But I think that was one of the maps where it was more apparent, like the disconnect that we were seeing from the side of KC.
Yeah, I think when I think back to specifically the defense for KC, because that was the one that we were kind of flaming at in that coach confession, it was poor. It was really poor. I think some of the things I was seeing come out from the Vise as well, I was questioning. Like, I was understanding that they were going to get deep information off of the wall, but the amount of times Team Liquid just heard it and went back to clear it really frustrated me.
2:30 से start होगा.
That's just not true.
The narrate veto is not true.
So
my
point is, don't support RCB. Both good team है. Language.
What's not true? What are you so by?
आप मेरे prediction के लोले लगा रहे हो. We should discuss before match.
I think he's baiting. He's baiting because we've seen a lot of veto.
You can also super chat.
A positive point.
Wait,
so we are going to see Martin back on the Phoenix. That's positive.
Yeah. So positives on the side of Mates.
Pearl किसका अच्छा है? क्या लगता है MHG?
I just need to know if Narrate is going to
GG. No way.
Do that. 11
वो लोग map 3 जीते.
Makes sense for them.
After a big fumble in map 2.
Speaking about, I don't think that the Waylay was it. Avis is going to move away from that Deco, and I just want to know. I just want to know. I'm afflicted by the not knowing.
I feel like we're like sitting here and
भाई क्या comp खेल रहे हैं लोग?
That is what Eng was talking about. And listen. If not Rage is going to give us the same performance that he had on Haven, welcome back to EMEA.
I mean,
आप chat पे super chat क्यों नहीं करते?
Like, this is actually kind of.
If this works,
this is exciting.
If this works, I will turn up full gear in KC.
Next week. पता नहीं मेरा right से बात नहीं हुआ इस बारे में. कल करते.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm intrigued to see how it is. I wonder if it's Martin's played VO
the
first two maps.
Excuse me.
How it's done on the third map, especially after the
he definitely needed. Yeah, he needed some
lessons from narration how to use
the. I mean, he was doing pretty well.
This is such an overreaction before we even get into the map as well. Like, we're like, oh yeah, he's going to teach him a lesson. What? Look.
क्या सीन है chill boy क्या करने वाला है
Pollution is contagious.
Yeah, I feel like whatever they've had, we've now got it. Let's see if we're going to pass that on to our casters. Let's see what Pansy and Hypox think of this.
Right से बात होती है भी है.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe we'll find out. Okay, so I don't know what to make of this, mate.
It's just hang. It's just
Are we just throwing things at the wall and see what sticks at this point?
Yeah, again, I mean, I'm happy to see some changes. Yeah, I mean, with the record currently on Pearl, I mean, we have basically what the win and the loss. They've tried KJ, they've tried Teo, they've tried a bit of everything, really. Is this
how the summer at your place? I'm dying here and it's very hard. True stage allowed है क्या VCT में मैं कभी खेला था VCT.
Excited to see Levin obviously back on the jet. We talk about comfort. There's obviously a big
आप support करोगे तो RCB का जीजे
establishing that early on in this year. Certainly another thing to consider.
Oh.
Disappointed not to see Dosia back on something weird.
Yeah, like. I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah, I did actually. Didn't think I would.
But heavy up down a bit.
The stack here might be pretty rough. Actually, come out. I don't say even, but look at KC's HP.
KC,
Narrates on 2, Arvez on 9, Levin down on 50. At least going to get himself up towards heaven and relatively I don't say unnoted. They're in consideration, but he's still going to drop a body. That's
bro.
So it gets
bro, ये stat sexy है bro.
For a brawl, man. This is just mud.
3 star डाल के 1 star वो कर रहे हो लोग remove.
To get recklessly pushed.
ये try करेंगे.
Again, Dosia, 54 HP and a sheriff. Levin down on 20 on that frenzy, so still plenty of chance, but it's a little bit tough to make work. But Dosia making plays.
Oh shit!
Epo, are you going to get around this one, mate? What's the game plan? Second you make noise, you are in trouble. At least cut away from one of the lines. That's not a bad idea. See if you can isolate Levin. Got a glimpse on him yet. That's a problem. Someone knows about Dosia.
Shit.
Someone's got to check. Someone has to check. And there it is. Dosia.
Continues to shine for KC. Certainly a positive to build upon. And a great cleanup here in the pistol. Initially, it looked like KC going to really struggle in terms of that chip damage early on. Swinging onto that long angle.
भाई दे रहा है भाई.
Even with the slip through onto side.
इसी से का ट्रॉफी आएगा कि बस प्रेस बोलता. नहीं ट्रॉफी है शायद.
Yeah, mate.
Stream lagging now. America's के watch party होने वाले ना कि नहीं.
Best in VCT EMEA right now.
That is a mouthful to say.
Especially for me. The historians in chat.
Yeah, certainly not quick and brief by any means. However, this round might be just Glyph and Mini left alive and feeling more like a formality than anything else. Mini does get a nice little upgrade though.
मिला है उसको. Heavy वाला gun मिला है.
Certainly a chance to do further damage. KC able to reset accordingly. And there you go. Yeah, Dosia.
Bro.
Totally off guard.
That's a big old weapon to get upgraded to here.
Bro.
Now puts in a 2v3 as well. Glyph probably just going to join forces. Don't want to take any risks elsewhere.
Just don't know how you get the other 3 though, right?
Yeah.
Spike planted.
I mean, if you call Alves on the ground, well, that's out. That will absolutely do it, but not the final hurdle. But Mini crosses it with style. 4 kills, Du's in. He has had a round.
Just as we said, Dosia continuing to shine for KC. Mini on the other side. Absolutely brilliant to convert this thrifty. Flip round 2 on its head. Initially, looks pretty good for KC. Was Sugetsu able to catch these flashed up. He's so quick onto this angle as well.
KC.
Dosia even ready and waiting. Big round for Mini to put right back in control of this.
कैसे possible है बे?
First half of Pearl.
ऐसा swing
I think the
करके
scary
मार
thing that all
दिया.
of us consider is if Mini gets consistent and able to hit these highs consistently, what a terrifying player. He's already scary as he is. This is there was that, I think, rifle there for Levin, but that can just be filtered through to whoever's next in line. But that consistency did lack a little in Santiago for Mini, but beyond that, he's seemingly able to pick back up here. Seeing some of those strengths in the clutch. Narrate and Sugetsu. Last 2. Gonna note at least one of them. And Starzo wants this round wrapped up. And pop a bow on it. It's on 5 for the captain in command. Looking comfortable now.
एक बंदा 4 के मारा, एक बंदा ace मारा.
It's a beautiful crunch into mid. KC desperately trying to swing something back in their favor, but all 5 found. The Starzo is going to put it in a very good position in terms of the ult. On top of that, Mini already with the neural theft in hand. So KC looking for an early response here. Don't want to get this spiral out of control too quickly.
वो लोग का बाय देखो सबका.
Divide to play with.
Okay, not going to be able to get the little bit going over towards A main at the start. So we're going to scramble those plans and look for a new opportunity.
The fuck?
Proactive reposition here. 4 players potentially to try and catch.
रात के 2 बजे ऐसा खेल रहे हो लोग.
Who is disconnected.
And maybe feeling that lack of resilience, they maybe considered something's going on, right? There will be an indicator if they explore too far.
Heavy fight.
There is going to be an awkward cross here, and the timing is everything. And KC able to take away 2. Starzo trying to stand his ground and catch more than Arvez, but he's not going to get it. So the recheck works wonders. And a 4v2. Pretty good outcome here, but you still have the 2 clutch players.
We're close to
and Mini, historically, pretty solid.
Pings will come through onto A for KC. And still a little hesitant here. Glyph going to give himself an opportunity to play into a smoke.
30 seconds left.
Mini just not interested right now. Actually going to burn up.
Risk नहीं लेने का.
I mean, that's the amount of respect they're commanding. And Glyph's trying to be a bit cheeky. Ooh. Not going to get much play, though. A valiant attempt to saw the vision. But safety for KC is the name of the game. They needed this round.
Desperately did.
अभी ये जल्दी खत्म होएगा BC. मेरे को नहीं लगता जल्दी तो नहीं आएगा.
Starzo's ultimate, Martin not too far behind that as well.
Yeah.
Could really snowball very quickly.
Emmet पे लगा है, शर्म करो.
Okay, see, it's I don't want to say it's costly, but it's a big ultimate to invest here in this situation. But I think you're right. Need to secure this. Just keep things in check.
Mods अगर कोई betting related बात करता है, सीधा hide दे सकता है.
KC also keeping, as you said, those 4 alive, really getting those foundations behind the economy, Mike, because it's been pretty high low here.
40% हमको नहीं मिल रहा. Winning
amount. 2 apiece, a nice close game. This could be.
नहीं मतलब वैसे भी नहीं करता, लेकिन ऐसा तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं करते, समझ रहे हो?
I mean, that's a big positive for KC in that regard.
I think for all of us.
Yeah, to really draw things out here in the 3rd. And so Starzo's ace was his 2nd in VCT EMEA.
Such a long career, that's quite surprising, isn't it?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Obviously, mates, I don't know if they're still toying with this idea of being a little more aggressive. Like I said, we haven't seen
you can take 40% माल में से
much of it in terms of the defensive side, which is always the most impressive for me. Molly over the top here to
there we go.
वो टूटा कैसे?
Maybe get the ball rolling. You can see Narrate.
Huh?
Really feeding info back across here, asking for some support in terms of util.
मैं अंधा हूँ क्या?
KC will make progress through.
That's a big old nightfall. That's at least 3, maybe 4 players at this point. So rotation should be coming in.
Oh my god.
From mates. Oh my god, Suketsu, how are you
able
to get away with that kill? Starzo was but still, beautifully handled.
Cypher थोड़ा कहाँ से तोड़ेगा Cypher?
Great setup from mates and a beautiful catch from Starzo. Again, already halfway back to the ultimate based on these 3 kills.
उसने इतना ऊपर डाला था क्या?
Absolutely loving that. Hey, see, I mean, 1 away from the Bladestorm will have a tool to maybe offset a purchase behind this. You can see them desperately trying to protect that, but
लेकिन इसने इतना ऊपर डाला था.
Considering a Guardian now back on a pistol. Unfortunately, KC just got a ton of pressure early on here. Beepo not going to be considered the operator early on.
Buddy.
Yeah, I'd have liked to see a little
Bro, are you telling me that Emmet can actually win map 3? Are you telling me Emmet can actually win map 3?
The analyst desk coming out as well. We actually did get our check-in with Bayo. We should
have
done.
ऐसा chat ignore तो मेरा BF भी नहीं करता.
I mean, it did sound like there was a gun to her head during the action select.
Well, 3 to 5 so far. I don't think we've seen the strength of him yet into this role, but
6 घंटे से स्ट्रीम कितना पे कर रहे हो लोग?
after losing the rate so early into this round, just not expecting Vivo there with that operator. So
get
on that deeper line now, very indicative of the side hit. Carlin, what a catch from Vivo! And now mates reflood the site. The tempo exchange is just on the money. Oh, the flash out too. You can watch that one again time and time.
Gorgeous from Bebo. Absolutely stunning shot from him. Again, 11 just absolutely blindsided in the opener here onto narrate as well. That is gorgeous. The flash as well, so awkward out both of these smokes from Martin.
Smoke के center में dash करेगा करके गोली मारेगा उसने.
Forced KC into an early timeout, rightfully so. Gotta say.
Language Jerry.
Feeling a little trepidatious here early on. Curious to see what the discussion would be. I mean, as is always the case with Eng.
Yeah, I wish there's a little bit of a mystery with him, isn't it? 'Cause we've seen obviously the highs.
Is Valorant dead?
With his teams and kind of how they look, but it has been absent for a while, and I think there's a lot of kind of. It's always the same way. I think you can put Heretics in the same category, whether you like it or not, whichever sort of side of the coin you land on. But a lot of looks now towards coaching staff being. Are they able to keep up these days?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always interesting when you got some names that really deliver on certain roles, certain agents. It's the coach stuff I look to in some of these transitional periods.
What do you think, brother?
Very, very big changes in terms of the meta, in terms of obviously who's nerfed, who's hot right now, and for Eng, it's just. I don't think historically has ever been a comfortable conversation.
मुंबई में हवा चल रहा है, गर्मी चल रही है heavy वाला. 26 लाइक जैसे अबे तुम लोगों को पता है मैं जब boot camp गया ना तब मेरे को पता चला.
It's just, man,
कि मेरा peak watching कितना और कितना likes हो पता है.
Necessarily one of them, but some of the more funky changes, you just wish they land better.
जो इसमें मेरे को कुछ पता ही नहीं था.
It's a fun concept, right?
Especially here in EMEA.
Yeah, you like someone being a little bit different and out there, but again, it
आधे
has
सट्टेबाज है.
conversations.
तेरे को कैसे पता घर पे गया उनके?
They put it in the spot. I'm not seeing a ping on the other side from Dosia. He's getting back onto it. He's going to have, he's going to have a burst.
That's lovely for Dosia. And there's no one else behind him. He obviously doesn't know that, right? But still, it's a big scalp to claim at the start.
Draw
they have
rotation.
to respect it, yeah. Testing Mini, never easy. This time, going to be helped out a little at the start. 11 struggling to break back in, but it's Arvez to trade it. So Mini isolated now. Actually going to be affected pretty heavily by the Nightfall, but what a stunner! Mini is a cut above the rest. Burnt alive as Martin now left up against Dosia. And he's seen him.
Dosia actually trying to TP onto his ult there.
An audacious player, Dosia. But so's Martin. This is a lovely little 1v1. Two very talented individuals mechanically.
How is it,
and actually predicts it correctly. Martin there first. Very nicely handled.
Crazy back and forth. AC again desperately trying to convert this. Well, something from
language.
Free catch onto Beepo, but like you said, too many question marks. It drew the rotation. Yes,
match
but Mini
28 and 38 kill मारे फिर भी overtime में हार गया. वो नसीब खराब है.
One's the best he's going to get.
This is का फॉर्मेट थोड़ा explain करो ना. बहुत ज़्यादा qualifier matches होने वाले हैं.
Plays it forward, catches two, and even challenging up on the third there. It's
वहाँ पे जाने के लिए international जाने के लिए.
Martin.
ये मैच खत्म होते होते एनएच चालू हो जाएगा. 20 मिनट में खत्म करो चुपचाप. कितना 30 मिनट 30 मिनट के ऊपर 1 सेकंड नहीं रुक रहा मैं. जिसको जीतना है जीतो भाई. एमिट जीत गया. एमिट जीत गया भाई. वो लोग का इतना सारा अल्टार है नेक्स्ट राउंड. 67 to 8-2 तक मैच 8-2 जा सकते हैं वो लोग.
Who's next?
हाँ?
That's the question on all our minds.
अरविंद ने क्या बोला अकेले में? Thanks बोला.
मैं गाली दिया चुका था. Littered with obstacles. Casey now try and find space in towards R. Deal with the trip and probably put.
फिर एनिम खत्म होते होते जी फाइड.
there's no real
पहले ये देखते
point
हैं.
of pressure for KC to find. Mates are playing very deep on this.
Yeah, gonna make KC have to work for their dinner.
Prediction for tomorrow easy G baby.
Just to get to this point, and they don't have that full information. So that side take's gonna be difficult.
Spot हो गया.
And all this posturing towards the A site hasn't really given too much away. You can see that Starzo's got a good idea.
भाई वो लोग का
Beepo's now
rotation
pointed
मेरे को
Doja.
दिख रहा है कि नहीं?
Oh, he does. Glyph's gonna hit all of this.
1 2 3 माँ कसम bro Glyph है. Bro Glyph है.
Absolutely great work from Glyph.
कितना प्यारा स्प्रे भाई, क्या जगह पे खेल रहा है, माँ कसम.
See, unfortunately, just, I mean, not even really caught off guard. Just a few kills, not going their way.
1 2 3 वो तो ऊपर से ले लिया वरना इसका ही किल था. W.
Ult situation.
W.
Continues to compound.
Cameraman तेरी तो.
4KC, look at what they're up against
Celebrate
now.
करना दो ना fans को भाई.
This is starting to spiral a little bit, right? You look at the finances.
Finance छोड़ो वो ultis देखो.
Certainly in effect.
Ultis देखो ultis.
KC desperate to slow things down again.
भाई ऐसी टाइमिंग कॉम्पी में क्यों नहीं होती?
These are still kind of fact finders.
होता रहेगा, समझता नहीं रहेगा.
Comfort an element to consider here. Whether or not they actually do.
वो shoes तक भाई ने gift दिए थे ना?
Approach in terms of sight hits, but
ऐसे
many being so active around the map.
वो personally तक भाई ने दिए, Immortal भाई ने दिए, वो नहीं मालूम.
Mini setup, still happy to go exploring.
Good catch.
KC on this quick though.
Yeah, just on the reclear, but again, the setup's still in play. Martin's still got flash.
Mostly ये सब ideas तक भाई रहते हैं.
Dangerous though, they're so close, right? This is now the info that they wanted. Mini goes hunting, and Sugetsu just gets backhanded. Others late to the party as he's working out towards P. It's too simple.
My God.
The Gentlemate
भाई
7-2.
7-2 टाइम आउट आने वाला एक और है क्या दूसरा टाइम आउट?
I believe that was just onto
दूसरा टाइम आउट है?
into sight.
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा रहा हूँ.
Extra cherry on top. A mini.
दूसरा टाइम आउट है?
Beautiful shots in here. That is gorgeous. From Mini once more. Mates looking comfortable as expected here on Pearl. Well drilled. Really rely on some of these mid-round decisions when everything's going their way.
Why the gap between India was other? सब आपसे सिखाएगा language.
There's no timeout coming in at this point at 7-2. You kind of need to.
We've already had one.
I mean, I'm almost considering using both here, if I'm honest.
बहुत बड़ा difficult है.
Feeling like it's just a brick wall in their way. They need more than 2. Now that, if he got the second, really could have maybe helped out. But Mini, once again, left alone here. No support this time. Glyph, obviously early removed. Mini's in a real predicament. They're trying to clear him. Prowler not sent towards him. He's got an opportunity. And he's still a nuisance, he's still a threat, he's still a problem, but Levin's done well. That's a good clear. KC actually making it work this time. Martino and Beepo looking to get involved. Confidence at an all-time high. Sugetsu noted, plant considered. And an easy guess on the final, but harder to get them out of these positions.
भाई मिनी फुकट पिक किया बे, वो लोग लग रहा तो बिलोंग पे है, बता है फ्री किल था उसका. फेडेड में वो पिक यहाँ से करता था ना जिधर ओमेन है. एमिट का राउंड था ये.
I think that Smoke probably going to conclude this one. And financially, not really a factor,
but split 2 से किसका slot मिलेगा? Qualifiers का कुछ तो.
KC here 3 alive. 11's not on the Blade Storm yet.
7-3.
500 and 600 credits apiece.
5 होएगा ना. Actual में KC comeback है. लेकिन कैसे ऑफ गार्ड पकड़ा गया देखा, वो लोग बस 2 इतना बड़ा बी रिटेक घंटे फिर भी वो लोग ने बीम
pressure. KC
उसने एक मारा लेकिन कोई नहीं करता
ऐसा.
Good start there, but you could see it again. It was just that speed up off the back, getting that first pick and flying in.
Yeah, there's not much for a Mini to do in this situation. Again, unless he catches a freebie.
Which he's done a few times, but it's a lot to ask of it consistently, right? Like round after round.
Team हर
so
गेम में
isolated
होता है
there.
वैसा एसिटल का कौन से गेम में खेलेगा वो जल्दी मालूम पड़ेगा आपको. Very soon.
He's continuing A similar sort of setup here. Again, this A-side hold hasn't really been tested in one of the buy rounds. It'll be now Glyph called upon to offset that slightly. Does have support close by.
There's no plan
Link,
B.
I think he spotted.
Did he spot? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Nice little jump spot there from Glyph. Little techie with it. Starzo, lovely. Oh my god, the reveal on that is just brilliant as well. But there's still further problems. Starzo must get over-invested in KC. Winning out on every gunfight, apparently.
Yeah, hello. First time it's felt that clean on the way in.
What the fuck?
KC at least.
Kya?
Go again. Here, operator in hand.
This time it's 4 on the
other side, so I don't think it's going to feel
4
any
bande
more
the
better about approaching this one.
Nah. Nah, KC comeback hai.
Clock obviously ticking away in the background.
KC comeback hai. First pick entry deny hone ke baad.
The one to seal the deal. Absolutely. Glyph and Starzo, I mean, able to remove Levin. After that, just everything in favour of KC.
Again, it just felt so simple when it works like this. As you said, just perfectly sliding it in towards the side.
She's done him dirty there.
He has.
That is
Right
foul
from
work.
behind, just catching him there.
Great stuff. Still shining for KC.
Oh my god.
TP available. Nightfall here for Arvez, so... Oh, rinse and repeat. Okay. It ain't broke.
Yeah, but this time Beepo is committed on this. Oh my god, but do you get out? I don't know if you...
Thank God that was broken.
You are a lucky boy. Yeah, I don't know how you're living in this one. Trying to back away even further. Still going to be caught by the ult here. Does get himself out of dodge. Straight through towards that CT side. So, you're right, KC have a rhythm to this.
By the please, Astra Wall, Teda Wala,
certainly looking more comfortable in terms of the retake.
Stars or Molly.
Don't concede a body early on here.
They're going to commit
KC got hunted, no?
Yeah, and actually like that they're playing a little bit ahead of that wall there. Beepo kind of gets removed early. Give themselves that man to the good. Levin, good timing on the refight. Hold on. 3v3. Still risky. Still have to clear back through this. Oh, this is now getting deadly, isn't it? Narrate trying to close in. And KC just about finding it.
7-5 is actually a fantastic result for KC to string something together ahead of this second half.
Yeah, I think we all wait now. To see what happens after this. Mates, after a fantastic streak didn't quite stick the landing as well as they'd want. KC finding a rhythm at the end, finding a vulnerability, and making it work. Game far from over.
Uh-oh. आपका गेम रेट गेम्स एंड टीम मैनेजमेंट ऑन टॉप बे थैंक यू मैं हूँ एनए क्या है रीजन है लैंग्वेज भाई थोड़ा बहुत भाई के यूपीएस से इधर भी दे दो यार एक्सक्यूज डिफेंस मैप पे इजी फॉर केसी इजी फॉर केसी एनसी इज अ न्यू गॉड एनसी पहले से आता है टीम अच्छे मिलने का कोई तरीका है रैंक गेम खेलो वहाँ पे मिलेंगे लोग क्या हाल बंक्स भाई बढ़िया हाल आओ मेरा पेट गया ये क्या है
All right, 7-5. They are back in the game here for KC. After what was actually a pretty rough beginning, Mike, they recovered that.
Yeah, really, really good course correction from KC.
Hello, hello, full week काम करो फिर
even more prominent for this roster, and just looks fantastic in so many different situations. You see a little bit of a montage from him. But yeah, certainly for a player that there are a ton of questions right against another end move to bring somebody in like this for sure. But statistically delivering, and you see it round by round. And even a massive positive
VCT Americas भी हो गया इसके बाद.
versatility stepping onto the neon on map 2. Certainly something that KC should build around this year in general.
Wait a minute.
It feels like, you know, the I don't want to say lifeline, that feels a little unfair to the others, but he has probably shone the brightest, I think is the best way to put it, in whatever role he's been given. Now we go back in, KC on the defending side, mates on the attack, and they did not like whatever just happened to be.
No.
Mates here. Wrong read Pro Max.
No initial swing on, but again, progress towards pillar on B long. We'll continue through with this. Again, Arvez, I mean, he's, yes, playing very deep here, but you certainly don't want to see him fall with this setup on the minimap. It will allow mates to run rampant in towards their spawn.
No way.
KC now have a really good idea, but might get distracted. Maybe hearing what's happening.
No way. Readjust here, surely.
Yeah, it's all gone
Starzo's
topsy-turvy.
considering this.
Starzo. I guess because they felt no resistance anywhere else, right? It becomes kind of weird that you've not run into anyone on any of these points. So the slow and steady progress with the spike over towards A is going to carry on. They're going to be able to get a pretty decent farm. I don't think Sugetsu wants to get involved. He's already cut off here. Crashed away. Still trying to play his life. Oh, desperate to catch a swing there just on the way through. But now it's all a little bit weird at one for Doja. Oh, look at this.
Oh my God, he's seen everyone.
Experience beyond his years at times, this guy. Giving them a way back into this round.
Now mates can take a little more space behind the site. Smokes to cover those, it gets awkward if they get locked out.
Yeah, they're having to already refight towards us, hearing that tap on the spikes to draw the eye and draw the attention. Doja! We showed you him at the start for a reason. An absolute X factor for KC.
Just everybody looking forwards on site makes it really, really tricky. Again, Mini, the first to fall. And it's tough for mates to make the right decision here, right? We were talking about resistance early on in the round. Again, you want to see them go forwards. Looked even worse from Dosia's POV. Yes. Well, the pistol round on the board again, another trend we've discussed that came in 0-4, I think, in terms of pistols. KC certainly tightened that up.
I get it.
Yeah, they've been doing work, man.
But the round 2.
Rest in peace.
We've seen these. We've seen a couple of these.
And they region.
Smoke, I think he did, yeah, and that's going to be the Sheriff gone. So everything else should be tickety-boo. I'm scared to be...
region, region!
Everything should be fine.
Everything should be fine. Everything will be fine.
We're all in this together.
Yep, Sugetsu back on semi-iconic judge for him. We'll hear that exchange.
He'll know there's a couple more.
Nice
still
shot.
Good, still good, still good, still good. Still good, still good. Yeah,
that's
we're
great.
fine, we're fine.
Bro, agar वहाँ पे आवाज नहीं रहता तो ना.
Gonna get past that hurdle.
Oh my God.
Slow and steady march back, Mike.
We're going to get the rifle cycled across there. Didn't catch, but yes, they can maintain.
You क्या है तो region है.
Some of these weapons. Offset what
या
could
फिर
be
अगर
an
खाना नहीं पसंद है तो भी you है.
Mini looking to maybe punish a lighter buy here in terms of shield. He's absolutely right to do so. And obviously with Sugetsu back on the judge, it's not going to matter financially too much.
Here we go.
Farm कर तो सकते हो लोग.
If you convert this bonus, Bluminek, that is a very different start to things. Great going walkies. All right, how far do you go? About to there for now. Cliff going to be pretty much put to task and test on this, but it's Mini's slow approach towards B.
By Mini मार सकते हैं.
And with this level of progress, you do have to start considering maybe an adjustment now.
एकदम forward aim लगा के रखे फिर ये लोग भी जाएंगे क्या? लेकिन expected रहेगा रे. वो लोग 3 बंदे B पे मिलेंगे मतलब में थर्ड टाइम में.
Narrate's position.
Fade info ले लेगा.
A ton of space to play into. Sugetsu's got to be careful because of the range here. Good info here in terms of the setup. Removing this now. Doesn't draw a rotation though.
No, it doesn't. You're kind of hoping for more. And now with that Prowler catching so close, you've got to be aware, but Starzo going to just spring on that, try and punish it as quickly as he can. Doja under threat backside. People looking to clear. I don't think he even saw him for a second. Mates clear through the site.
Great bounce. Absolutely nothing for Doshi to do in this situation. Stunned up, seized
अब
up.
वो लोग को पता है कि एक B player
Takes a
है,
straight
तो
bullet.
उसको मारने के लिए रुका है कब से?
I mean, Narrate might be rewarded for his patience, but
कहाँ से आएगा? That is
it's
the
consolation at best. The 2v5 here, so gets no playback in on that judge.
Absolutely not. And just as Narrate, he was looking the other way. Well, I think Mini knows where he can and can't go.
Sixth sense.
Yeah, very smart work from him.
Narrate
But as you said, very direct
Cypher की
work
तरह।
there from mates, and such a brilliant pounce towards that site. Again, I thought maybe with that Prowler coming in, they might have second guessed, but no, they were straight to business, straight to work. And yeah, it's a good
Thank you so much, Bang Bang Entertainment करने वेंदे लंबी स्ट्रीम से पढ़ते हुए देखता हूँ membership भी लिए Levitative.
Keep themselves in
Thank you
check.
so much मेरी जान के लिए thank you for the 100. Reserve vote किटे मैंने आज अरविंद के स्ट्रीम पे देखा था such a cutie and ancient by cutie. Last ambition का पापा थे.
Just gets overwhelmed here. Obviously, a lesser
Very
gun.
defined
Finding
player.
Starter in that situation's
It's easy for me, teach.
about the best you can expect from him.
Hold there for Martin, though. Could be nice. Any others nearby?
Yeah, I mean, just about halfway elsewhere. And Mini's still on the scope and still light shields to punish. It's only 11 on a full. All right, posted forwards once more. Able to slip away.
Should buy time for the rotation to come in, but with this ult, it's you're gambling, you're hoping. And well, he's going to get spotted early on. I don't know if he gets it now. No, people with a quick punish off the back of the information. The site looks ready for the taking, but they have to be aware of Aves.
confidence के साथ.
Here comes that slightly later layer of utility.
दो आ रहे तो बाहर क्या नहीं
springboard or pre-take from KC.
सबके साथ खेलना पड़ता है सारी teams को.
Man
Group से
advantage
ना.
here for mates. And no pressure coming through just yet.
चल जी आ रही
Finally
की
joining
जीतेगी
forces from
easy
spawn.
win. आ रही की कहाँ से भाई?
Still got two smokes to work with. Potentially isolate a couple of players here, but he'll be slowed down by this gravity well.
Yeah, Paranoia kind of losing some of the efficacy because of it, but Doja's still on the swing. Starzo holding the line, and then Glyph gets the timing right. Mates all coming alive at the right time there, it felt like.
Stability in the fundamentals here in this post plant. Mates, cool, calm and collected. Even here is KC. Find a kill ahead of getting onto site. Starzo and Glyph to seal the deal here.
Bro, they are feeling it. Main fans किधर है भाई?
KC
Hello?
left reeling.
I mean,
Down to the buy.
crazy round by
The
match.
TP, but that's about it. Still just one more to find for Sugetsu, but again, it's not really something that will play in KC on a round like this.
दोनों टक्कर के टीम है.
No, these are the
दोनों heavy
parts
team
where
तो है,
you look
लेकिन
at
मेरे
it,
को लगा था
even
KC
just
जीतेगा.
holistically, it's going to be what 10 for mates,
Yeah,
and then
real
you start
slow
seeing those.
burn.
Yeah, the ults
प्यारा
coming in
खेल
as
रहे
well,
हैं
though.
mates.
So it's just it just compounds the problem, doesn't it? Well,
भाई ये
Neck
तो
knee,
आज
that's
खुद
not
को
bad.
locked in है बेमिनी.
One by one, just getting picked off here. But eventually, mates will have to make their move directly towards the
अबे
site. which
next
looks
round
like
ults देखो भाई.
Alves, but does have Doja not
Phoenix
too far
और
away,
ले
but
ले.
no paranoia to maybe tee him up for something a bit freer. Just pistols, gonna command the, I guess, respect of pulling the ult through. Doja looking to be a little bit slippery. Oh, that's a nice attempt, but
Very
Martin
nice.
all too aware for it. So 5 alive. And just Levin really the X factor to this, but he's
करेंगे क्या
nowhere
और?
near.
Yeah, nowhere near. That can't
नहीं
really
कर रहे बे और far.
prevent this from happening. And unfortunately,
सकता
both
है
Aves
5v3
and
में.
Sugetsu forced deeper away from the site. And if they can get Martin isolated, they'll have to maybe find a way back in, but again, there's so many bodies on the other side of this for mates.
Yeah, it's just layers, man. And unless there's a mistake from mates, I don't think you're going to get much. Okay, well, Alves
पूरी
with a
team
quick
भाग
little
रही है
swing on
और
Starzo.
लड़
A
shot.
sick follow-up. Whatever
Yeah.
that was
Shot बे.
filthy, but
लेकिन
to
problem ये है कि Martin
get
पे
the
मारा
final
उसका
three would
एक
be
और ult point आ
incredibly
गया.
hard. I think he might notice that as he's starting to shift away here.
Double digits
My chat
on the
में
board.
sketches.
Four mates obviously going to have the
इधर भाई
divide to
घर
play off.
देंगे but हम रहेंगे. घर
Probably the
देंगे.
next closest.
कुछ दिन बाद वापस.
Missing 2 points. A crucial buy round ahead of us here for KC.
बराबर दीपक भाई.
And that's why we're going to see the second time out called here. Lots to consider. It's the one that feels like it probably decides the map.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
What is the response from KC? I mean, mate's just been going through the motions. Like I said, it feels
voltage.
very well rehearsed. They're obviously comfortable now in terms of Martin's ability on the Phoenix. And Starzo and Mini really firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, he's actually done very well individually, and it's one of those things that you do look towards your duelist traditionally, but at the moment it feels like that kind of spotlight can be shared by any of them. But yeah, it's hard to kind of theory craft this though, Mike, because you've got to really consider that mates just have so many fundamentals to lean upon here, especially when it comes to Pearl, whereas Casey in this sort of new formula that they're toying with, it's going to be
new old identity for KC. Back to more traditional.
Same old brand new you. Yeah.
Victor by खेलेंगे sense
it's those sort of like fundamentals, the depth of playbook that, okay, we know how to kind of build around this and what we can bank on. They don't quite have that yet. They don't have those reps.
I mean, again, KC just don't have comfort in like comps, right? There's so much
chopping and changing.
Yeah, chopping and changing, even across maps. I mean, when they are kind of settled into playing one thing, and I'm talking obviously historically here. That's why it always, you kind of wait with bated breath when they make a change like this, what it's going to look like. Fortunately here, struggling a little bit. I mean, it's only 3 rounds to separate them, but this buy round means everything for KC.
So we're going to put Sugetsu in a slightly deeper position over towards that A main side. Still going to try and put a lot of faith behind the push through double doors. Early show of force, but no further commitment.
अच्छा वो Victor क्या?
His mates start their re-clear process. I'm just going to go through, clear that push up towards A, make sure Sugetsu's no longer around there.
Thank you, PS.
They're going to pull in a rotation. Alves joining over towards A. We do have ready for this Doja. Seemingly the exception to the rule, but it's going to be forced off that first angle. A quick paranoia towards main in case there was a pinch, but it is predominantly this way. Good information on this. All coming through, but can they still land the shots? Pipo, how is he alive?
That is crazy. Yeah, and obviously, decay takes effect on top of that. Starzo though, edging closer and closer. They're reading into this being a fake. Levin's got 2. Mini and Martin found.
What a catch, but it could be deceptive though. Look at these rotations, and when they're playing, the plant's going to come in towards the A side. They've still got 3 players here. Sugetsu's a bit behind the curve on this. They've checked, they know it's not even a good catch. People want to go forward, get some security in that punch plant. It's going to be denied. So down to the last 2, limited availability. By all rights, this should be KC up to 8.
Levin's got to be careful here in terms of timing. Starzo with a quick check, but won't tuck into an angle.
Okay, that's one. Good C's timing too. That should keep Narate humbled, and Starzo.
Oh, he's so close with that!
Close. If he got that, it could have been a different situation. Glyph clutch throughout this, but the body block, I think it's in play. Yeah, brilliant work from Levin there, especially.
Levin there, especially, yeah.
Yeah, I was just listening out.
Been hurt before with KC. Up to 8. Again, this is just such a crucial catch. I mean, even so, KC still have the time to go through the motions, get that confirmation over towards B. The back of Docia's TP. And slip back into A site very comfortably. And again, wiggle room at least here for KC in terms of the buy. Keeps them in this one.
We said it was a must-win. And they did it, right? That's the main thing. They did the must-win. Certainly not out of the woods. And if anything, maybe.
I mean, look at the finances for mates behind this.
Yeah. I think if I'm not mistaken, we actually might have a little bit of a listen-in with the mate side coming into this round, especially with so much weight back on this, and that early touch of info coming in now.
Jump into right side and I volley.
Yeah, go.
3, 2, go. Close. On the right. Back side. Okay, we kill him.
My
No
God,
flashes. We're far. No smokes, you can play main. Play out, no smokes, play main. And art.
I come for bomb, guys.
Just get them blocking, okay?
Yep.
F pull.
Leon marega.
Huge pick for Mini there as well. And you can see that consideration, care of the block, care of what's about to happen here. But they're down to 2. Arva's going to take away Mini. So it's the first step on a very long road to making this challenging. But Arves and Array Gonna struggle on this now, having to respect the utility the Glyph is putting in. Need to have another check pretty soon. There it is. There's a check on the cross. Arvez in a 1v2, one right, one left. Gonna find the one on the right, but the one on the left being evasive. Glyph.
Shit.
Oh, he's done enough here. That's gonna be 11 for Gentlemates. As KC just behind the curve on this.
Identifying the protocol so early on. They removed Dosia and Sugetsu. Know that there's nothing to cut the sight lines. They can comfortably slip into a very solid post-plant hold.
Where is it?
Fortunately, KC unable to stabilize off that round 18 win. We'll still have a buy here. Blade Storm available, but Levin down on a stinger. Sugetsu and Narrate both with ultimates to invest. Certainly, mates looking to capitalize now on that round win.
आप अपने प्राइम टाइम में एमेट को इजी आ रहा था अब लैंग्वेज
those ults with the money, with the scoreline as it stands.
इन्फो तो मिल गया.
KC need this. They need to stay stable somehow. Got a good purchase, obviously excluding Levin, but those knives in hand, there's every chance he can get this one working. How do they read the approach? Lot of faith put behind Narrate here. Does have Levin for assistance. You can see that mates are drifting this way, right? This could be B finish potentially.
Certainly could be. Starzo looking to maybe open something up towards Link. Levin actually pops the dash here and will burn a couple of knives.
Nice.
Over the top here, gets the reset on Beepo.
That's lovely from him as well.
भाई मार्टिन के पास अल्ट है ना, क्यों जा रहा है नियॉन
Very interested towards that B long side as
वो लोग फॉरवर्ड जाके अल्ट मार देगा सोच रहे क्या?
Dangerous, but I guess you got to club your own number when you're feeling it. Martin dropped.
अबे सीधा 5 में
looking a little bit adrift in this round.
अल्ट है तो.
There's Levin, really one you're hoping going to shine. Absolutely makes this
30 seconds left.
Oh, work. Starzo able to slip the net though. The consideration is there. Look at Arvez. Is he actually coming over to?
But if we have to build a best team, including any player, what team we have to build? I don't want to build any team.
That worries me, but Mini's been found. Okay, this is. It should be good. 13 seconds. I don't think you've got enough time to really do much with this. Levin is just on a heater here. Starzo, those strikes. 7 seconds. No time really start working towards that spike. I mean, Starzo's putting up numbers, that's fantastic, but it doesn't really change the outcome of the round. Another chance for KC.
It's heartbreaking, really, because Starzo can't get to sight quick enough to capitalize on this lurk. On the flip side, makes great use of that downtime.
I was so worried.
Again, look how close these mates players are, just from cutting sight lines on Levin. Rough outcome. For sure, Starzo, Martin and Beepo ultimates to invest here, but KC clinging to life. It just can't get rid of them yet.
लोग अल्ट सारा यूज कर देंगे अभी.
That'll be in the rate to be tested once more. Scope in hand.
Oh fuck.
Right, we haven't seen many direct approaches towards B like this, so Narrate's got to be careful not to get caught, but Beepo's taking a boatload of damage already. We're waiting to maybe find some further value, but this is looking tough for mates, but they're still alive here. Got the plant down as well, so maybe something to be said about it. Starzo with the rifle, Glyph as well. Those are the two to be the X factors here, living up to that reputation. Starzo shining in this, dealt with by Doja, but a quick trade out. Martin still in the fight there. Easy.
Excuse me.
Narrate. And Sugetsu, this is not what you wanted.
Absolutely not. And not much for them to do in this situation as well. Sugetsu has found one. Glyph will respond here with 2 kills of his own to get mates to map and series point here. Starzo, man.
Starzo, Glyph.
If we've ever had a chance to say rolling back the years for him, but looking so comfortable on the stage today. 23 kills for him.
-50, playtime.
Beautiful stuff. Another broken buy here for KC.
Oh, set!
A margin of error now gone. 2 Bulldogs, a judge and a Guardian. Got the divide to play off. Maybe Arvez if he can find a couple of kills.
But side by side chala do aaj language.
This one looks wraps.
Yeah, hard to tell where they're going to be heading now. A little bit of contact towards A. Pressure towards B. Right, sitting in a deeper position this time. Can't posture up towards long. He had a chance on that, but that's certainly gone now. Levin, though, looking interested. Gonna get the spot and just dies for a man left. Absolutely adrift at C. 5v3. And they are nowhere nearby, Mike.
It's going to take a ton of time for everybody to get into position here, mates. Leapfrog forwards onto the B site. Still decent util here, but a 3v5 with a Judge and 2 Bulldogs. For KC to extend play here on the decider.
Fight goes in, this is going to get messy. Alves trying to get involved here. Flash comes in, he's in trouble, man. Already down low, Doja's dead, Sugetsu. I mean, he's gone as well. It's all on Alves. Goes down swinging, but a 13-9. Gentlemates look locked in today. Starzo, the man on the screen for me, having a heroic
Martin
back in a position of being so self-sufficient in terms of fragging ability, because we know for mates, they just look so comfortable in terms of bringing a fresh outlook to Valorant here in EMEA. So, crucial day for Starzo in general. On the side of KC, again, extend this to 3 maps. You go to the set, you take the positive when you can. Certainly showing signs of life. Still really awkward situation in terms of the bigger picture for KC, but take nothing away from mates. Of course, correction here in week 2.
Yeah, and I like seeing that from